they only have one tank? That's wild. What? That does not make sense, bro. There we go. One viewer, hello. Welcome. There's not much going on, to be honest. Economic is very low for Canada. It's kind of sad. What do you think I should take over next? Ah, they left. Man.
music for the strange,
Oh my
unusual,
God, I
or
wish I had
recently deceased can be found on the Halloween Hits
I cannot
playlist.
see.
All your favorites to
Oh
soundtrack
my
your
God,
very
I cannot
spooky
fucking
season.
speak.
Listen on Spotify.
Jesus Christ.
Ready to have the most power over your music?
Anyways,
Settle into your favorite playlists and albums, with every song flowing into the next, thanks to uninterrupted music listening. There's no one way to listen with Spotify Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
Swindled is a true crime podcast about greed. Listen to the true stories of corporate evil involving Nestle, Johnson & Johnson, and Bayer. Learn the truth about man-made environmental disasters and devastating financial frauds. There's even a Swindled episode about Mother Teresa, who
almost
many consider
gone,
a
and
low-life
Greenland's
con
gonna be
artist.
next.
Critics have called Swindled remarkable and enraging, horrifying and maddening, meticulously researched and true. 100-plus episodes are waiting for you. Listen to Swindled right here on Spotify.
Okay, where's that one?
You could be vaping
I
formaldehyde,
wish I
which
could.
is used in taxidermy.
Oh dear.
What?
Formaldehyde. Oh dear.
Okay.
What? I knew it. Oh dear, oh dear. What?
Aren't you an elk? I don't know what I am.
Damn, Greenland is bored. Fucking god, Greenland is so bored, bro. I'm not trying to be a retard, bro. No, I'm not gonna be a fucking retard, bro. Damn. Greenland, get your economics out. And leave before I take you over. Oh my god. China? Okay. And the political power. Okay, there we go. Now I have enough political power. And Greenland is almost taken over.
Here comes trouble, no mistaking. I know you anywhere. I could sail to the ends of the ocean and find you waiting there. I've been searching and searching, near and far, searching and searching, and there you
how to make a Spotify
No one
ad.
cares about
Step
making
1,
Spotify
write a
ads,
script.
bro. Like,
Step 2, pick background music that vibes with your message.
ow.
Step 3, sit back and let us create your ad
Paining me
for
right
free.
now.
That's
It
right.
is giving me
Just sign up for
pain right
Spotify's
now.
Ads Manager, answer a few questions, and we'll produce your ad for you at no additional cost.
Okay.
You can also upload your own video ads to
Political
make sure your
power, to
message
be
is
honest.
seen and heard. Learn more at ads.spotify.com.
Basic Tax 1? The OG song.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, to train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, you and me. I know it's my destiny. Oh, you're my best friend. In a world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em. Our hearts so true. Our courage will pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Every challenge along the way, with courage I will face. I will battle every day to claim my rightful place. Come with me, the time is right. There's no better team. Arm in arm, we'll win the fight. It's always been our dream. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, it's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Oh, you're my best friend. In a world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em. Our hearts so true. Our courage will pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Oh.
Do I have any? No, I don't have any. No, I take over. Okay. Oh, right, okay. I'm a little bit off. One bill, 1.1 bills? Damn. Okay. Australia is... Wait, no. I just saw Australia. Okay, Australia is pretty small. And... No, I'm gonna take over this entire side first. I'm gonna put down... No. Yeah, I'm gonna put down a Jeep. I'm gonna take over the Bahamas. I don't know, 'cause so. I'm like a politics and political politics. United Kingdom is all over the NATO. What? That's wild.
If you're not planning to come into Macy's this week, you're missing out, because our Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take 15% off beauty, just like Friends and Family can. That's 15% off your favorite fragrances, 15% off makeup, 15% off skincare routines.
This is not supposed to be
It's just
allowed.
what you've been waiting for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices.
This is
Exclusions
not
apply.
supposed to be allowed. Take that over again.
Fan armies have squad goals, but you have ad goals. Spotify's Ads Manager lets you choose the objective that works best for your business. However you optimize your campaign, advertising on Spotify is a choice any squad can get behind. Learn more at ads.spotify.com.
It doesn't matter if you love him or capital H-I-M.
Is this an ad?
Just put your paws up, 'cause you were born this way, baby.
I wish I could.
Lifetime, I can't sleep. See it, feel it, watching me. It won't talk, it won't scream. It just stares and I can't breathe. Why are you here again? Never let you go away. Counting sheep, but they're all black. Tick tock, panic now. What's the time? I can't keep track. Let me sleep, you're my star. If I had to speak, I scream. Let me sleep, you're my star. I shall count 1, 2, 3. Every time you look, it's watching. Innocent, look, I call out. Let me sleep, you're my star. I shall count 1, 2, 3. Stay right there by the door. Where have I seen you before? Just a small reflection
They took over that one? Now I gotta take over Russia for that. I gotta take over Russia for that, bro.
Can't look at myself the same. Counting sheep, but they're all black. Tick tock, panic now. What's the time? I can't keep track.
Now I gotta take over Russia for that.
Let me sleep, you're my star. If only I could speak, I scream. Let me sleep, you're my star. I shall count 1, 2, 3.
Justify war with Mexico. I'm Mexican.
Let me sleep, you're my star.
fight for these islands, bro. Like, oh my god. New Zealand over here. Vanuatu? I don't know. Fiji. Solomon Islands. Papua New Guinea. I don't know. I don't know. Marshall Islands. Philippines. Okay. This is a type. This is white areas? Yo, I never knew that. Wait, that means I can hypothetically take Japan is over here. I gotta say Japan before Japan gets taken over. I gotta say Japan before it gets taken over. I gotta take all of these places. I gotta take them over before they get taken over by Russia. And I also, China too. I forgot about China. North Korea, South Korea. I gotta say, I'm not gonna save North Korea though. I'm not gonna save North Korea though. I'm not saving them. They can deal with Russia themselves. Wait, I took over Mexico? Wow. Okay, on China? Mongolia. Nice! Justify war. I gotta help China, bro. I gotta help China. So I gotta help China. Sponsor. Egypt. I should probably find Egypt. Japan, no. I'm only helping people. I'm only helping countries I like. Okay. What's this song? Let's go, bro. China's the best. I'm practically just support, bro. take over. Okay, come on. Okay. Taking over most here just so it's just better that way, to be honest. Clear world, okay. No. Japan? Fuck you, Japan, no, just kidding. What the hell is this song, bro? Okay, there we go. This is a better song.
My brain there's no blood, serotonin not enough. Hit my bed like a glove, and my eyes seal shut, and my mind feels numb. Get me for the things I said, I'm not mad at you. I had a really bad day, barely getting through. I feel like I've been on the same damn fucking loop. I know that it's all in my brain, but it's
what the heck? What the fuck? There's no reason to question, so... What if Manpower did Japan had 10K? Okay. Yes, that's not too bad.
To have landed, I know you might feel stranded. It's never how we planned it, but that's the beauty in living. You got a view you were given, where you can choose to just give in, or you can choose a new vision. It's never easy as it seems.
I don't like this part. I don't like this either. Actually. Yeah, I don't like this too much, to be honest. I don't like this. Okay, I like this. Especially since it's from 21 2 yeah. That's a Chinese soldier, bro. Not in China, I mean Japan. Yeah, so. If you like Linkin Park, I just don't like that specific song. Don't get me wrong, like I have nothing against Linkin Park. It's just that some music, and then a lot of the other music is actually fucking amazing, bro. Alright, I'm gonna listen to my podcast now.
sign. If they've got people out to let them know if someone's coming.
There we go.
March 19th,
Now
2002.
Japan.
I was recently recruited to work for the U.S. government, and today I'm preparing for my first case. We're investigating a company called Ryan Global, as reports have surfaced that they're performing unauthorized and illegal genetic enhancements on the animals whose meat they would then sell. From that introduction, you may assume I work for the FDA, maybe the CDC. Both assumptions are wrong. I work for the FBI. My name is Dexter Watson, and to be more specific, I work for the supernatural branch of the FBI, and I'm well aware such a branch doesn't exist. We, as opposed to one of those other, more mundane organizations, were called in because these genetic enhancements may have crossed over what we call the Clarkson threshold. I'm not sure why we call it that. I'm still new here, but it describes the invisible line separating the things the public knows from the things we prevent them from knowing. The FDA and CDC, they're well below the Clarkson threshold. As I said, I'm still new here. I was a junior in college last year when they started recruiting me. I was at Penn State on a football scholarship, the only way I could afford to attend any college, and they'd been putting me through a few tests I didn't actually know were tests when they were happening, which was rather frightening. Regardless, I passed them all, and I was informed of my passing by an unmarked envelope. Also included in that letter was an offer. Meet them at a disclosed location for a job offer. It was as simple as that. There was no figure given, no description either. The only information at all provided was, at the bottom, a modified version of the FBI's logo. It was like the normal logo, all except the red and white striped insignia on the front, where normally it was blank. On this version, there were two things in front of it. There was a sort of oblong, ovular shape running diagonally, and crossed with it was a long rectangle, with various sections of it jutting in or out to create a very clunky shape. No one has told me what either of them represent as of yet. I'm not sure why I took the job. Maybe it was because I was tired of doing nothing with my life. Maybe it was the allure of high pay and job security. Or hell, maybe it was because I wanted to help people. Whatever the reason was, I met them at the location, and after hearing the details of the job, accepted. 3 weeks of vigorous training and briefings later, I'm here, 2 days away from my first mission. It's a routine one, to be sure, as while genetic enhancements sound exciting and dangerous, they hardly ever turn out to be, at least, so I'm told. They say we usually catch on to them before it gets out of hand, as genetic engineering leaves a pretty obvious energy signature when one knows where to look for it. I've been partnered with Scarlett Gill, an agent who joined right around the same time as me, and as a result, we worked together throughout the majority of our training. We've spent quite a bit of time together as a result, but very little time is allowed for personal talk during the 3 introductory weeks. We've worked out, drilled, and joked together, and we'd even come to like each other, but neither of us had been allowed to know a thing about the other's personal life until training was complete. We're together now, Scarlett and I, as we pass the time the night before the job. She's certainly nice and enjoyable enough to be around, but more importantly, she's loyal. The FBI seems to enjoy making us believe we're in life-threatening scenarios when, in fact, it's merely another drill, something we enjoy significantly less, but every time they have, she's had my back wire to wire. Apparently noticing my introspective attitude, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Penny for your thoughts?" I'm afraid you wouldn't be getting your money's worth. I shrugged. It's just a little weird. These past 3 weeks have been a bit of a whirlwind, and the most boring thing we've done is about to be our first assignment. I'm still holding out hope that we're going to run into some kind of mutant chicken or something. She joked. Maybe a man-eating cow? Are we really lowering our standards for excitement to a man-eating cow? I replied. I mean, even I wasn't that pessimistic. Whatever, she said, rolling her eyes and leaning back in her chair. I'm just ready to be out of this place, to see people again. Maybe the CEO will be some cute single guy who just needs the right girl to get him back on track. Maybe I'll meet the man of my dreams on this mission. I mean, it's Maine. You can't be expecting Ben Affleck, I jokingly teased. Don't get your hopes up. Oh, and what? I assume Jennifer Lopez is waiting there for you? She responded. Something like that. I nodded, and we laughed. We both joked, sharing some pre-mission banter, but in reality, there would be no matchmaking during the mission, and we both knew it. We would be arriving unannounced, and there was no telling how anyone at the company would react. Sure, it was just your average check-in to keep them honest, but what if they panicked? It wouldn't be the least likely thing to happen. When the laughter trailed off into silence, Scarlett said, You know what? We should probably get to bed. It's a long drive to Maine. Sure is, I replied. We, being rookies on a routine mission, hadn't been found important enough to garner a full-on flight, so we were stuck driving one of the old clunky SUVs the Bureau kept, to the best of my knowledge, for the sole purpose of hazing. So, yawning, I bid her good night, and we retreated to our respective bunks for the night. March 20th. I'm not usually prone to nightmares, but I had one last night. It was a forest, I believe, and a faceless man stood in front of me. Behind him and to his left lay a wild horse, bucking and neighing loudly. It was surrounded by thorns, and every time it reared back on its hind legs, it came down, impaling itself on them. To his right was Scarlett, bound at her hands and feet. I didn't know what was going on. I tried to ask him, but I found that I was frozen in place, unable to move or do anything, as the faceless man looked down at me, tauntingly. I woke in a cold sweat an hour before my alarm was set to go off, so I quietly showered, got dressed, and walked outside, allowing the brisk morning air to fill my lungs. It was always calming being out this early. It put it all in perspective. The assignment was just an assignment. The dream was just a dream. The base we were at was tucked away in the White Mountains of New Hampshire, by far the most beautiful place I'd been in my life. And as the sun rose to the east, I leaned on a railing overlooking an immense horizon. The mountain dropped off beneath me, only to pick up in a forest that spread out below me. After what must have been miles of forest, the first rays that would eventually become the blazing ball of light that was the sun peeked out at me. I took a deep breath in, then exhaled. I always wondered why they wasted such a great view on a military base. A voice from behind me surprised me, causing me to jump slightly. I turned around to see Carmen Clay, my direct supervisor, who, coincidentally, had been promoted to her post at around the same time Scarlett and I had arrived. She walked over to the railing and leaned on it as well, looking out across the horizon. So much natural beauty, contrasted with the stark coldness of the Bureau. It's two different worlds. I cleared my throat and replied, Yes, ma'am. She looked at me for a moment. You have something not a lot of people do, you know? You know how to talk yourself off the ledge, and that'll get you a long way in this business. She said, Thank you, ma'am. She gazed down at the forest for another moment before continuing. A wise man once told me that for everything that goes right in a mission, 10 more are bound to go wrong by the time you finish celebrating. Remember that? I nodded, letting her words sink in as she returned to the main compound. At first, it just seemed like she was getting in on the fun of piling on the new guy, but that didn't at all fit what I knew about her. There was more to the saying than just a poke in the ribs. Scarlett was awake a half hour later, and a briefing followed not long after. The briefing was relatively short. We already knew most of the details. It was just some general information that hadn't been covered yet. Then, we were off. Just like that, There was no send-off, no hearty goodbye. The briefing ended, and we were on our way. It was a 3-hour drive to Ryan's headquarters in Old Town, Maine, and I drove the first half, Scarlett picking up the back end. The conversation remained light when it was alive, which wasn't the majority of the ride, but still, there was a generally optimistic feel to the ride. First, we passed the sign informing us we'd entered Maine, a milestone achieved very early on in our journey. After a bit of a drive, we saw the signs for Old Town. Our massive, bulky SUV stood out in the small town, even as we neared the center of industry that was Ryan headquarters. All the vehicles up here were small, either tiny sedans or, for the more wealthy drivers, little convertibles or sports cars. We towered over almost all of them, and word spread fast in small towns like these. People were wondering why we were there, and they weren't shy about showing it. We drew stares, and the closer we got to our destination, a few people even took out their phones and dialed a number when they saw us. When a third person did so, I pointed it out to Scarlett. "Someone's getting advance notice we're here," I told her, gesturing back to the man on the phone. "They're tight-knit up here. So much for the element of surprise." She nodded. Not a great sign. If they've got people out to let them know if someone's coming, they've probably got something to hide. With that, we came into view of the massive, sprawling complex. The Ryan headquarters was a sight to behold, the main entrance dominated by a huge statue of the company's logo in the middle of a U-shaped driveway. The front of the building was a large glass room, but at the height the sun was in the sky, we couldn't see into it yet. The glass rose up to more than 2 stories high, then dipped back down before turning into cement and rising up into offices on the higher levels. It was only 6 stories high, but its size came in its width. We just reached the far edge of the building, and we still had nearly a quarter-mile to go to reach the entrance in the middle of it. The headquarters seemed big enough to be its own city. "Why would anyone need this much space?" Scarlett murmured, echoing my thoughts. As she approached the driveway, she asked, "Do we just park in there? I don't see a lot or anything." "We've got government plates. It's not like we're going to get towed. But that's definitely weird." I concurred, and she pulled into the driveway behind the fountain, parking the car in front of the front doors. There was a surprising lack of activity, I noticed, as we approached the glass doors. Ours was the only car in the long driveway, and we appeared to be the only people making our way into the building. And as we entered, we saw that it was empty as well, save for a receptionist at the desk. I glanced curiously at Scarlett, as no greeting came from her, and we slowly let the door close behind us. "Hello, ma'am?" Scarlett called out, her voice echoing around the silent lobby. "We're here with the FBI. We'd like to take a look around." There was no response. It was a large lobby, and it took us some time to get closer after several more unsuccessful attempts at communication. Our footsteps on the tile filled the otherwise empty room as we made our way towards the desk. And then, as details became more clear, it was obvious that something was off. The receptionist had a blank look on her face, so she wasn't asleep, yet still she didn't reply. We hadn't noticed until we got far enough away from the windows that the natural light failed to reach us, but the lights were out. We both felt the oddness of the situation, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw Scarlett's hand drift over to the butt of her pistol, prepared to draw it at a moment's notice. I did the same. When we arrived at the desk, she still hadn't reacted to us, or even moved. Something was definitely wrong. Wordlessly, I waved my hand in front of her eyes for a moment. Nothing. Then, I held the back of my hand in front of her nose. I glanced up at Scarlett. "Nothing," I said. "She's dead." "Dead?" she asked, surprised. "What the hell? Why is she still at the desk?" "Maybe she had a condition?" I guessed. "Call it in. I'll check for a bracelet or something." She nodded, and retreated a few steps back to report it back to our superiors, and I made my way around the desk. There was no indicator anywhere to show that she had some sort of medical condition, but it wasn't long before I did find the cause of death. When I tilted her body forwards, a bullet wound slowly oozed out blood. It was a small hole, most likely a pistol caliber, and when I opened her shirt to find the exit wound, I saw that someone had cleaned it up. What the hell? I mumbled, looking over to Scarlett, who was still fiddling with her radio. When she saw me looking, she said, "Damn thing won't work. I'm just getting static. What's the deal with her?" "She was killed," I replied, "and someone didn't want us to know. They cleaned up the front of it, so..." Then it clicked. We both came to the epiphany at the same time. I vaulted over the desk, making for the door across the long lobby, and as I did so, the metal safety grate began to slide down, its gears grinding loudly as it slowly began the process of cutting off our path to freedom. Scarlett had a head start, having already been on the other side of the desk, and she reached the doors when the grate was still almost a foot off the ground. She pounded on the glass with her fist. Then, after it was unsuccessful, she slipped her gun out of its holster and fired it into the glass once, twice, 3 times. However, the bullets didn't penetrate. The glass was bulletproof. "Damn it," she shouted, slamming the butt of her gun into the ground. I caught up with her at that point, and I looked through the thin slits that allowed light in through the grate. "What the hell's going on?" I breathed, shaking my head. Scarlett slowly stood, and she looked out into the lobby. "We're stuck in here." For a moment, her words echoed faintly down the dark room, and we let it sink in, taking stock of our situation. Something was going on, and somebody was willing to kill to keep it under wraps. Whoever it was very wealthy and intelligent. They'd not only known to jam radio frequencies, but had the means of doing it. And they were either in a position of power at the company, or commanded enough respect to lead enough followers to establish this lockdown. I'd narrowed it down to either the CEO or a head scientist, with the CEO being the more likely of the two. But this was all in the first minute of having this knowledge. "So, what now?" Scarlett asked, sliding her gun back into her holster. "There's only one thing we can do," I replied. "Find out what they're trying to hide." "Are you crazy?" she exclaimed. "This was supposed to be a routine checkup. We're not equipped to get in a gunfight. For all we know, a terrorist cell could have taken this place hostage, and they're armed to the teeth." Outside assailants, a situation I hadn't thought of. "Well, what else can we do?" I asked. "Even if we want to look for an exit and get out of here, the only direction we can go is into the looking glass." "I don't like that metaphor," she noted. Then she relented. "But, yes, I suppose you're right. And if we're going into the deadly genetic engineering lab, we might as well do our job," I finished, and she nodded. "So much for Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez," she muttered, as we began the walk to the hallway that would take us to the rest of the building. The lobby was set up so that the receptionist would be able to have seen anybody attempting to enter the complex. There was no furniture, not even a potted plant, just cold white tile, and then the desk. Behind the desk were 2 doors, one on the left, one on the right, and each led different places, as we'd learned in the briefing. To the left was the business end of the headquarters. Decisions, accounting, and computing occurred there. To the right was the scientific portion of it. Laboratories and testing chambers took up the majority of real estate there, and that was where we were headed. If an answer lay anywhere in this darkened house of death, we believed it to be there. So I took point, and we entered the looking glass. The lights were still out in the hallway we entered, and it was nearly impossible to see. Scarlet pulled out her flashlight and clicked it on, the thin beam piercing through the darkness and lighting up a tiny area of the hall. It wasn't much, but it was better than the original pitch black, if only by a little. The suffocating darkness surrendered little to help us piece together this mystery. For the most part, it was just a white, sterile hallway like the lobby, without any form of decoration. Every so often we'd see something off, like a dark smear on a wall, or a fluorescent light casing that had been torn out of its original shell and smashed on the ground, but for the most part during the first hallway, there was nothing. However, when we reached the end of it and arrived at a door, things began to ramp up. The door was the same material as the rest of the hallway, and had it not been cracked slightly open, it was highly likely we wouldn't even have noticed it. Upon closer inspection, I saw that there was a thumbprint scanner to the right of it, and it must have utilized electronic locks, which would have gone out whenever the power did. "Do we go in?" Scarlet whispered. "I mean, we're already in this far," I replied in an equally low voice. "What's the worst that can happen?" "Don't say that. You know it never ends well," she pleaded. I rolled my eyes and pulled the door open further, allowing us to look inside before we entered. The room appeared to be a testing chamber for the genetic engineering. About 10 feet in, there was a glass wall with a heavily secured door in the center leading to an airlock, and then the area where the tests were performed began. There was a table with straps on it, several cages in the corner, and then a chair with straps on it. All were splattered with dark red, oozing blood. I groaned slightly at the sight, and then the smell hit me through the airlock. It hit me like a ton of bricks, and I keeled over as if I'd been hit by one. I nearly retched at the putrid stink of it, and I thought there was no way I was going to make it any further. I was about to say something when Scarlet beat me to it. "What's wrong?" she asked, pointing her pistol around the room to check for danger. "You okay?" "You don't smell that?" I replied. "Smell what?"
Wheeler's Family Health and Wellness Centers provide immediate access to care for your whole family, including primary care, behavioral health, addiction treatment, nutrition, and more, all delivered by our expert team under one roof. Visit us in Hartford, Bristol, New Britain, Plainville, and Waterbury at 855 Lakewood Road. Experience a new level of health and hope. Learn more at wheelerhealth.org.
"Just the blood?" she asked, sniffing. "No, there's something else. There's a body in here or something." I groaned, slowly coming to my feet with a hand from Scarlet. "It's starting to fade a little bit, but you're telling me you didn't smell anything?" "No, that's strange," she muttered. It didn't occur to me then that anything was strange about this experience. I just assumed that perhaps the smell had dissipated by the time she'd entered the room, or maybe it was one of those things where people with a recessive gene couldn't smell it, or something. I followed her in further. The blood was dried. It looked like it had been for at least a day, and it covered virtually every surface. As I circled around, trying to find any semblance of a clue as to what happened here, I spotted a camera in the top right corner. I was about to point it out to Scarlet when, suddenly, a noise from behind us caused us both to freeze. It was a slight scratching sound, like a very small animal was burrowing around. That was the one corner we hadn't yet searched. Of course it was, and it was also obscured from our initial view by the low wall that cut off the glass viewing area, so we had no idea what was there. The scrabbling continued, noticeably muffled, and then there was an odd squish. The noises paused for a moment, and I slowly turned my head to lock eyes with Scarlet. The unspoken agreement to turn and pump whatever was there full of lead passed between us, and we held our breath for half a second. Then we whipped around, firing round after round into the corner, the burst of light obscuring the dark corner from our view. After a few moments, I stopped, and she followed. I shined my flashlight into the corner, and I saw a bloodied, shredded, unrecognizable lump. Whatever happened to it? It was dead long before we'd gotten there. "What the hell made that noise?" she whispered, our thoughts along the same lines. I didn't respond, out of fear for the answer. We stood there in silence for a moment, neither especially wanting to be the one to volunteer to investigate the pulp. "Fine, I'll do it," I relented, reluctantly returning my gun to its holster. "But you owe me one." She rolled her eyes, and I cautiously approached the lump that glistened sickeningly in the light of Scarlett's flashlight. Upon closer inspection, I could almost make out the form of a human torso, however destroyed. All of the skin, at least the skin that would have been facing us, had been torn off, explaining the bloodied appearance. There was only one arm left, the left one, and it was tucked under the body until I pulled it out. It was clenching something in its hand, a slip of paper, it appeared, and I attempted to pry it loose. "Hurry up," Scarlett urged. "I think I heard something from out in the hall." I tugged again on the slip of paper. It was wedged tightly in, and the person must have had an iron grip. Then, right as the corpse began to cede its grip, something burst out of its back. It was a flurry of claws, teeth, and a tail, and I stumbled backwards, crying out as the thing leapt out at me. "What is it?" Scarlett exclaimed, her attention having been focused on the entrance to the hallway. As I recovered from my initial shock, I realized that the tiny ball was just that, tiny. It looked like a rat, a decently sized one for sure, but there was something wrong with it. I didn't have much experience with rats, but the way it walked, the dull look in its beady little eyes, something about it was off. "You baby," Scarlett teased, helping me up after I picked the rat off of me and tossed it into the corner opposite the one with the body. "What, a little rat scared you?" "I don't like it," I said, referring to our situation as a whole. "Something is very wrong here." Scarlett glanced around at the carnage. "Really? You have a team of monkeys working around the clock on that one?" "That rat. It wasn't normal," I replied, ignoring her sarcasm. "This place, why is it covered in blood? That was a human body. What the hell happened to it?" Then I heard what Scarlett must have heard earlier. There was the sound of someone or something pounding on metal. 3 dull thuds. Then a hollow groan drifted down the hallway. "Is that?" I whispered, trailing off. "Yeah," she returned in an equally low tone. "Whatever it is, it's in between us and the exit." Wordlessly, I drew my gun once more, nodded at the door, and we cautiously crept back towards the hallway, out of the testing chamber. As we left, the rat scurried off behind us, slightly startling me. And with that, we set off. The unspoken agreement between us was that if whatever had made that sound earlier decided to do so again, we would investigate. Chances are, we'd be spending an undesirable amount of time with it anyway in the coming days, I figured, so why not get acquainted early? I obviously wasn't keen on meeting the thing. I only wanted to do it if the opportunity arose, but I was hoping internally that it wouldn't. However, as it often was, my hope was unfounded. Before we'd even reached the hallway point, a terrifying shriek came from the door we'd just passed. Then, before we could even react, Something slammed into the glass porthole at the top of the door. I jumped back, training my pistol on that eighth-inch circle of glass as whatever it was dragged across the clear surface, smearing what looked like blood across it. I held a finger to my lips as Scarlett glanced at me, and she nodded. There was no movement for a while, so I slowly approached the door and reached for the knob when whatever was behind the door roared, and then it slammed its head into the window. I must have jumped a mile at that, and I quickly tried to regain my wits, aiming my gun back at the small viewport into the room. What I saw was disturbing, to say the least. Though it was pressed up against the glass and slightly distorted from it, I could tell it was a human, or at least it had been human at some point. It had stringy black hair that was matted down with blood that streaked across the glass as the creature pressed harder and harder against it, trying to break through. Its skin was a human shade, but it was stretched and waxy, looking as if it could be torn apart like paper. And then its eyes, the emotion, or lack thereof, I'd seen in the beady eyes of that rat was amplified 100-fold in the eyes of this creature. There was nothing. 2 empty pits, devoid of all color and life, entirely black. There was no iris, no white, just darkness. As it continued pounding on the door, much to our horror, several more groans and thuds began emanating from all around that hallway. There were more of those creatures out there, and worse, not all the doors were locked. "Come on, we gotta go," I shouted over the din, and we began running down towards the lobby. Hands groped out at us through the darkness, but the worst threat posed to us appeared when we were 10 feet away from the exit. One of the doors flung open at that moment, and I ran directly into it. I was momentarily stunned, and it knocked me off my feet. My gun fell out of my hand, skittering off into the darkness. I heard Scarlett utter a curse, and she was about to start shooting at the thing when suddenly one of them grabbed me from behind. "Help me," I said, still disoriented, trying to attack the creature grabbing me. She whipped her head around, and in her moment of distraction, the one that had opened the door took a hold of her. She slammed her elbow into its gut and prepared to duck under the gap provided by its reaction, but it had none. Instead, it reared back its head, and it sunk its teeth into the upper part of her arm, tearing at it aggressively. She cried out in pain. Meanwhile, I was just hardly avoiding a similar fate. I'd managed to get a position of leverage on the head of the creature, but it was strong and untiring. I could feel my strength giving way when suddenly I heard a door burst open ahead of me. Initially, I thought it was just more of those creatures. I thought that was the end. Then, instead of the jaws of death, I heard a dull clunk and felt the weight lifted off of me. I opened my eyes to see that the creature had been sent stumbling backwards, a serious dent in the center of his face. "Get up," a voice shouted, and a figure appeared in my vision, extending a hand to help me. I accepted his help, and the first thing I noticed when I got to my feet was that he was wearing a surgical mask. Then, I noticed he was carrying a crowbar. Seeing my confused look, he said, "I'll explain later. For now, we have to get out of here." Wait, I protested. Scarlett was still struggling feebly against the creature that had bit into her arm, and I rushed to help her, grabbing onto the creature's head and prying apart its teeth. "Go," I said to Scarlett. Free from the thing's maw, she made for the exit immediately, and I followed not too long after, once I'd stunned the creature sufficiently that it wouldn't be following directly behind us. However, during that time, the way to the exit slowly began to close as more of those creatures pressed in. But somehow we made it through, our masked saviors slamming the door shut behind us, sliding in several deadbolts I hadn't noticed before. They looked hastily installed, and I guess they hadn't been there long. Breathing heavily, I slowly made my way to my feet. Scarlett was sitting against the receptionist's desk, clutching her arm, which was oozing blood steadily, and the man in the mask turned back to face me when he finished locking up. What the hell is going on here? I panted. I suppose you're from the FBI, he remarked. I'll explain everything, don't worry. Well, perhaps you should be worried, but for different reasons. You're going to come with me, he said. I could explain everything here, but trust me, it'll be easier if we can get to everyone else. The walk to the rooms they'd established as their base was a strange one. The building seemed so normal. It looked just like an after-hours office building. I judged by this time that night had come on our first day. Most of the rooms looked undisturbed, as if someone could step right in and begin working. However, the deeper we got into the business section of the building, the less and less likely that became. At first, it was just little things. A desk would be upturned, blocking a door, or a potted plant would have been knocked over, spilling dirt across the carpet. But then, it took a dark turn. Occasionally, dark blood would be smeared in gory streaks across a wall, or a corpse would lie unattended on the ground. Windows were shattered, the carpet was torn up, and wall fixtures lay in shambles on the floor. Then we entered the final hallway. At the end of it were the now sealed doors that led to an elevator. From the blueprints I'd studied, I knew it led to the higher corporate offices. But we didn't go that way, instead entering the conference room in the middle of the hallway on the left-hand side. When he opened the door, he looked back to us, seemingly in thought for a moment. You two had better wait out here, just a precaution. Don't worry, they've never made it this far. I'll come and get you in just a minute. I helped Scarlett sit down, and then slid to the floor myself, but not before taking a peek into the conference room. It was a dismal sight to behold. There were about 20 people there, all in various stages of grief or despair. Some huddled in groups, others sat alone, and still others sat at the tables, tending to 4 wounded people who lay bleeding out on the large conference room tables. Some of the people wore surgical masks, though some didn't. The man who'd saved us was in deep conversation with 3 or 4 others, standing close to the entrance. I glanced over at Scarlett and saw through the darkness that a tear was rolling down her cheek. I thought better of making small talk, and we waited in silence. Then, she was the one to break it. "We're in over our head," she said. "We have to find a way to contact someone. They have to come find a solution to this." "We'll talk to this guy," I replied. "But we gotta keep our wits with us. We knew this was a possibility. Well, not this, but something of this magnitude. We're prepared. We can handle this." "What makes you think that?" she asked. "What have you ever gone through in your life that would make you assume you can handle this?" At that moment, the door swung open, and the man who'd led us there emerged. "All right, I owe you an explanation," he said, sitting down across the hall from us. He paused for a moment, as if expecting a response, but none came, so he continued. "My name is Jace Morrison. I was the director of product management at Ryan. Since there's quite a bit to cover, I'll open it up to you for where we begin. What do you want to know?" I looked over to Scarlett, and she nodded, signifying she'd ask first. "What the hell were those things? Did they have to do with the genetic engineering we're here to investigate?" she asked, her curiosity almost bordering on eagerness despite her possibly mortal wound. Jace sighed. Yes, they do. They're the product of what we're calling the IMM-1 disease. Those things, they used to be human. And as to your second question, yes, it does have to do with genetic engineering. We're still not sure entirely how, but it is believed that one of the test subjects had an undiscovered, dormant genetic trait that was set off by the experimentation. That trait reacted negatively to the testing, producing IMM-1. I'm sure it could be explained better, but you just meant those who could do it, and they're certainly in no position to do so. So, you were experimenting on humans. What is IMM-1? I interrupted. How does it spread, and what are its effects? I asked, signifying that he didn't need to answer her rhetorical question. IMM-1 is an airborne disease. However, it dies very quickly until it finds a host. If it does so, it slowly begins to take over said host body until it has gained complete control, at which point it rewires the brain to amplify aggression, delete pain receptors, and reduce logical thought. That process will generally take around 12 hours, at least to what we've seen, and visible signs that the host is infected will not begin to show until approximately the 10-hour mark. Can it be transferred once the host is converted? I asked, nervous that it could have been transmitted to us during our scuffle with the creatures. There has only been one instance of it, and it was after the creature had reached full maturity, which takes place 24 hours after the transformation is complete. At that point, the disease becomes fortified, being able to survive indefinitely outside of a host, and is present in the creature's very breath. I looked at Scarlet, and saw that she'd reached a conclusion, and that it was one she didn't like. "You've known about this, haven't you?" she asked accusingly. "You know too much about it. You knew about the consequences, but if I may guess, you chose to test the creatures and disease instead of reporting it. Then an outbreak happened, and now we're here." He sighed again. "Yes, but I assure you, the decision was entirely Mr. Ryan's himself. Let me explain. I'm sure you're also curious about the radio blackout, security gate, and the unfortunate death of Miss Naomi West, the receptionist. That was all the result of our paranoid CEO, Andrew Ryan. He was the one that ordered the genetic experimentation in the first place, and when he did so, he installed several measures that would ensure the headquarters could become entirely self-sustained if that event did occur. He has since separated himself from us. He locked himself in the corporate suites, where he just so happens to have full control of all security measures, at least the ones he can power with a backup generator. However, before he and those loyal to him retreated, he knew he was going to have to deal with inspectors such as yourselves. So he shot Naomi. He cleaned up the wound and propped her up in the chair so that you'd approach, giving him sufficient time to activate the security gate and frequency jammers. He is entirely delusional. His goal is to wait out the death of every living thing in this building and then to continue with operations as normal. There's nothing we can do. We wouldn't put our own lives above that of the entirety of humanity, as if we were to make an attempt at escape. The risk would be too great that IMM-1 would follow, and I'm sure I don't need to explain the consequences of that. We've managed to secure all of the creatures we know of in the experimentation hallway. There are certainly a few of them that continue to roam unabated. Now, we certainly don't have a method for determining if a subject is or isn't infected, So if you two would spend the night in another office. Yes, of course, I replied. But is there anything you can do for her arm? He held his hands up helplessly. We have no medical supplies. If you've already stopped the bleeding, that's as much as I could have done. Scarlet nodded grimly, and without another word, he left, returning to the conference room. She looked over to me after the door closed. You still think we're ready for this? She asked. It's worse than we thought, I said, repeating her sentiment from earlier. You know how we're going to get out of here, though, right? She asked. I grinned weakly, looking down the hall at the sealed metal doors. I do, I replied. Despite her sudden pessimism, she retained that calculating, planning mind that helped her so much during training, and we remained on the same page. Come on, help me up, she said. I'm not sleeping out here. Let's find a nice office or something. I lifted her up and we walked around for a few minutes before finding a suitable office. Then, as I helped her to lie down on a rather plush couch, she paused, looking curiously into my eyes. What? I asked. Then, the curiosity turned to fear. Give me your flashlight, she ordered. What's wrong? I asked, looking behind me. Just give it, she exclaimed, and I grabbed it, handing it over to her. She clicked it on, then shone it into my eyes. Show me your eyes, she demanded, and I opened them, squinting into the harsh light. Dexter, your eyes, she trailed off. What? What's wrong with them? What's going on with my eyes? They're black, she replied. And then the realization hit me. Scarlet slowly propped herself up on her good arm and inched away from me. Stay back, she said, a look of fear in her eyes. What? No, I'm not, I replied, trailing off. I slowly backed away from her, touching the skin on my face. It might have just been my imagination, but it almost felt waxy, like the skin of the creatures. What's happening to me? I said. Jace said it takes 12 hours to convert, didn't he? You'll be fine until then, she said, but her voice wasn't very convincing. Even less convincing was the hand that slowly made its way down to her hip, where it rested mere inches from her gun. I'll go get him and tell him. I nodded, pacing back and forth nervously. I didn't feel any different, as I would have expected someone suffering from a mind-altering virus to feel. The only thing was the paranoia that now set in. Would the creatures still attack me, or would they accept me as one of their own? The darkness was suffocating. It surrounded me, and it felt like I couldn't breathe. I was disoriented entirely, and panicking. What could I do? What was there to do? If I allowed myself to become one of those creatures, would I kill Scarlet? The seconds until she arrived back with Jace felt like hours, but she finally did, and he explained the situation. Well, he's definitely not contagious, so you don't have to worry about being near him, at least for now, Jace said. But there's not much else I can put in a positive light. We have no idea what a cure might look like, and even if we did, there'd be no way to make it, unless we somehow had all the ingredients here in this building. God, how could I have forgotten about the eyes? When did I get it? I asked. Did you ever smell something really pungent, something that smelled so bad it almost made you throw up? Jace returned my question, with one of his own. Probably around the testing chamber, if you made it that far. Yeah, right when I walked in, I replied, recalling the smell. It faded after a bit, though. What happened? That was it, Jace said grimly. The virus has a distinct smell, and once you smell it, there's some time to escape. But if you adjust to the smell, by that time, it'll already have gotten inside you. So why didn't Scarlet get it? I asked. Did all of the virus go into me? Jace glanced at Scarlet without saying anything for a moment. Then he gasped. Wait, did you smell it? He asked. No. Why? She replied. Thank you, Jesus, he exclaimed. There's hope. What? What is it? You're immune, he replied, grabbing her by the shoulders. When the scientists were testing it, they of course accounted for immunity. They said something about how the scent of the virus is so impactful that an early sign of immunity might be an inability to sense it. That him getting affected and you not, it's highly likely that you have some form of immunity. That's incredible, she said. Can we use this to help Dexter? Jace let out a long exhale. There may be a way. It'll be hard, and if it were just you, I wouldn't do it. That sounds harsh. Sorry. He apologized. But it involves us taking back the corporate offices, and that means getting out. What's in the corporate offices? I asked. The head scientist. She actually wasn't with Ryan completely, but Ryan took her by force in the event that a scientist was needed. Her name is Julia Russell, and she had access to early tests of cures, none of them successful, but given the proper antibodies, I was told they may have worked. So the antibodies might be in my blood, Scarlet clarified, and he nodded. But we're against the clock. We have probably 8-9 hours before it's too late, said Jace. The cure won't work once Dexter's already turned. I don't suppose you have a plan, do you? I asked, and for the first time, a smile crept across his face. I was hoping you'd ask, he replied. March 21st. The plan was relatively simple in theory. Scarlet and I would crawl into the upper floors through the ceiling. Then I'd search for the scientist, and she'd activate the elevator, allowing reinforcements to follow in case we met resistance. Once we had the scientist, he'd aid us with the serum, and after adding Scarlet's blood, I'd be cured. And then we could make contact with the FBI and hopefully make it out of this wretched place. We've spent the last half hour or so going over the floor plans, as blueprints of all the floors and the ventilation system were accessible from the offices we had access to. Now, we're just about ready to go. How does it feel? Scarlet asked as we sat in one of the offices. I don't know, I replied. It's mostly normal, but sometimes I'll feel something inside of me. It might just be thinking about it too much, but it feels like it's rising up, and if I don't push it down, it'll take over. She nodded. I tried to relax about it all. I told myself I was on the verge of getting the cure, and not a lot could go wrong from that point on. Jace had told us that Ryan's pistol was the only weapon up there, and one man with a pistol would be no match for us. We'd been trained numerous times for this specific scenario, and knowing the exact floor plan certainly wouldn't hurt our cause. It was about 5 minutes before Jace came back once more. He knocked on the door as he entered and said, "We're ready when you are. You doing okay?" I knew the question was directed to me. Well, I haven't felt a hunger for human flesh yet. Other than that, I'm perfectly fine. I saw the corners of his mouth turn up in the darkness, and he said, "It's good to keep your humor. It helps retain humanity. Well, you're good to go whenever. You know the way." And with that, he returned to wait with the team he'd selected to aid us in the mission. He wasn't one to mince words. He said what needed to be said, and nothing more. I'd only known him that day, and even I could tell that. I pushed myself off the table I'd been leaning against and said, "We might as well get going. No time like the present." "Agreed," Scarlett said, and we began the cumbersome process of entering the ventilation shaft above our head. A ladder had been produced from some supply closet, but the hardest part wasn't getting there. It was distributing my weight sufficiently that I wouldn't collapse half the system simply by hanging for a moment too long. It took the two of us about 5 minutes to get up, but we did so without disaster, and then the doubly cumbersome process of slowly shuffling our way through the cramped metal space was underway. We'd memorized the directions to get where we needed to go, but there was still the possibility of missing a turn or forgetting a drop was ahead. So we crawled in utter silence, focused entirely on the task at hand. The final trial we had to surmount before entering the upper floors was a difficult one, however. A 20-foot vertical shaft that we would have to climb using nothing but the force of friction. I arrived at the wall earlier than I'd expected, my hands bruising against the back wall a few steps before I'd anticipated. "We're here," I said. "All right, don't fall on me," she said back. It'd be a shame to have survived a zombie attack only to be killed by a clumsy partner. For a moment, I just stretched my legs, readjusting to standing, and then I prepared for the ascent. I considered for a moment sticking my flashlight in my mouth just to provide some sense of security, but decided I wouldn't need it. Like the rest of the vents, I had the vertical shaft entirely memorized. I positioned my hands on either side of my body, pressing them against the walls of the shaft to test its give. When I was ready, I pushed on, lifting my feet off the ground and beginning the climb. It was a strenuous effort, inching my way up minute by grueling minute. By the time I was halfway up, my arms, my legs, my torso, everything ached. But I didn't falter. I knew a lot rode on my shoulders, but I also knew I was more than up to the task. So I remained calm and collected as I shuffled my way up to the upper echelons of the building. 20 feet may not seem terribly high, but using the method of travel I was, it took a considerable amount of time to traverse the distance, and the clanking sounds of what I could only assume was the ventilation system shifting only made it feel longer. But I did reach the top. When my hand finally felt the ledge, I let out a sigh of relief. Confident as I'd been, there was always the chance that something could go horribly wrong, and I was glad it hadn't. Then it did. A shriek, like the one that came out of the testing room, emitted from the darkness, and a hand soon followed. It latched onto mine, attempting to pry my grip from the ledge, and it nearly succeeded. However, I managed to grab on with my other hand at the last moment, saving myself and Scarlett from a very painful drop. "What is it?" she called as I grunted, struggling to pull myself up before the creature could impede my progress further. Unwilling to spare effort for a response, I quickly lowered myself a small amount, then instantly pulled back up, using the excess momentum to knock the creature's legs out from under it. The gamble worked, and the thing slammed its head into the metal of the vent, stunning it momentarily. I used the temporary break to jump to my feet and call down to Scarlett. "There's creatures up here. You have to hurry." The vent was taller up here, and I was able to stand with barely a crouch in my stance. It was still dark, but I could make out several forms further back in the vent. I picked the stunned creature up off the ground and slammed its head into the wall before planting a boot in its back and sending it sprawling towards the others, then extended a hand to help Scarlett up. "Why are they up here?" she asked. "I don't know, but it can't be good," I replied. "Let's deal with them first, then think about it." She nodded, and we ran forwards into the group. There were 5 of them, including the battered one I dealt with, and Scarlett immediately sent a spinning kick at one of them, sending it tumbling to the metal floor. I stepped on it and leapt forwards, sending a punch to the throat of a second. I made contact and prepared to duck under the return swing, but it never came. Instead, it turned to go after Scarlet. Without hesitating, I tackled it, slamming it into the wall, and it didn't make an effort to retaliate, simply struggling against my hold to continue after Scarlet, who was busy dumping two of the creatures over the ledge. "They're not going after me," I said, the reason why slowly dawning on me. "Lucky you," Scarlet muttered, as the two remaining creatures advanced on her. "Give me a hand with these, would you?" I jumped into action, hitting the one nearer me. The blow glanced off its head with little damage done, but it stumbled to the side, and I gave a mighty push as it was off balance, knocking it into the other one. The second one was pushed over the edge, but the first managed to barely keep its balance, teetering on the brink of the abyss. Scarlet finished the job, planting a kick heavily on its chest and watching until it disappeared into the darkness. We quickly began to make our way to the vent we'd made our entrance through, and as we walked, Scarlet said, "Does this mean you're making the transition?" "I don't know," I replied. "If not, I'm getting close." We ran the rest of the way, and when we made it to the vent, I quickly pried it open and lowered myself through. It struck me immediately as odd that the lights were out. It was as dark as it had been on the lower levels. When Scarlet lowered herself down behind me, she noticed the same thing. "This isn't good," she whispered. "You don't think the creatures could have?" The thought faded unfinished into the darkness. "Let's get this over with," she said. I began to wish I had some form of communication with her, or anyone to be honest, but it was impossible with the radio blockage. Before I could think twice about it, though, she was gone, and I was alone in the dark hallway. I touched the wall to get my bearings and set off for the main office where Jace believed the scientist to be held. I walked quietly, willing to accept the delay to avoid a larger delay if someone or something heard me. Everything was empty. There wasn't a sign of life anywhere, nor were there signs of death that we'd seen downstairs. It was just empty. I hurried down the halls, unwilling to test fate after our experience in the vents, and after some time, I arrived at the innermost office, that of Andrew Ryan. The entrance was lavish, consisting of two massive wooden doors, a traditional entryway with very modern security, as what I assumed to be a retinal scanner to the right of the door evidenced. The doors were at the end of a long hallway, and I just entered it. Even through the darkness, though, I could tell that something was wrong. It was pretty easy, as they were wide open. That wasn't a good sign for me. I guessed that there had been an outbreak, and as opposed to seeking out the creatures, the survivors had made their last stand in Ryan's office. They evidently hadn't fared terribly well. I cautiously approached the once luxurious office, and as I did so, the feeling of lurking evil within me rose, stronger than ever before. It knocked me to my knees, and I felt dizzy as I attempted to suppress it. But I fought hard, making my way to my feet, as I knew there was quite a bit riding on me. As I examined my surroundings, fighting the feeling that my head was swimming, I realized that office probably wasn't the best word to describe Ryan's workspace. It seemed like a headquarters in and of itself, as the room I was in looked like a lobby. I could see 4 hallways branching out from where I stood, which had been on the blueprints, but it was very different now that I was looking at them. All of this, just for one man. A mental picture of him was beginning to form, and it wasn't someone I thought I could get along with very well. Regardless, I followed Jace's directions down the middle hallway, which just so happened to be where the multiple trails of blood also led. I was about 10 steps down the hallway when I heard the first clunk. It came from somewhere ahead, and I froze, but nothing followed it. I knew I could do nothing but push on and hopefully be prepared for whatever arrived. There were several doors on either side of me, but I ignored them all. Not only were they utterly empty, but my goal was in the deepest part of this office. Jace had assumed apparently correctly, that they would have tried to put as much space between themselves and the initial outbreak as possible, and that they would be tucked away in the deepest recesses of this office. When I finally did come across it, unlike the rest of the office, it wasn't very luxurious, just 2 plain doors. I tried the handle, it was unlocked, but when I pushed, the door wouldn't budge. I paused for a moment, considering my options, then stepped back, ready to kick it down. However, before I could, one of the doors flung open, revealing a woman in a tattered white lab coat who was pointing a gun at me. "Who are you?" she asked. "And why didn't they attack you?" "I'm an FBI agent, and I..." Before I could finish my explanation, a massive surge of darkness rose up, nearly blotting out my vision. I once again fell over, but this time I couldn't stand up. "You're infected, aren't you?" she said, brandishing the gun at me. "I don't have the cure. I wish I did, but the formula is incomplete." "Don't shoot," I groaned, holding a hand up. "We have the missing piece. My partner, she's immune. Go inside, get a dose ready. She'll be here any second." The virus was racking my body, and I began to convulse violently. And then my rational brain lost control. I remember vague images from that time. The scientist slammed the door shut. I imagine she barricaded them after. Then various flashes of hallways and other creatures as I wandered around the darkened floor. I didn't go too far from where I'd left, and the next thing that happened was Scarlet coming running down the hallway. The creature that I had become joined the crowd that followed her, and she fired several times at us, one of her bullets clipping me on the leg, thankfully incapacitating me. Otherwise, I might have persisted, and something bad could have happened. The creature that I was crawled for some time, but eventually gave up. The next thing I remember was the lights turning on. The creatures must have an aversion to light, because it felt incredibly painful, and the creature cowered there on the carpet. Then, with a jolt, I returned to consciousness. I bolted upright as a sharp pain in my arm brought me back to reality. The events of the day quickly came back to me, and I looked down at my hands to see that the gray was quickly fading, and when I felt my cheeks, the skin was regaining its warm, smooth feeling. Then I looked around. Scarlet smiled, seeing the color return to my eyes, and she said, "It's over. We made it." Thank God. I was getting a little worried there for a moment. I groaned, and she laughed. "What the hell happened?" "They'd shut down the power," Scarlet began. "I couldn't activate the elevators, so I decided to come back for you, but when I got there, it was just Dr. Russell. She explained what had happened with you, so she took some of my blood and we had the cure ready. But then there was the matter of finding you, and in the dark, with who knows how many other creatures that look a whole lot like you out there, that would have been easier said than done. So we fought our way to the control room, turned on the power, and while we were at it, we disabled the frequency jammer and radioed for backup, and from there, it was just a matter of time before we found you." "All right. So what happened up here? Why were the creatures here? How did they get in the vents?" I asked. Dr. Russell stepped in. "The virus is airborne," something I tried to explain to Mr. Ryan, but he refused to acknowledge it. "As soon as the first ventilation cycle started, it made its way from down there to up here, and several of them began to transform. I barricaded myself in the inner office with doses of the cure ready. I mean, I really didn't have much else to do other than wait. So that's what I did." "So where's Ryan now?" Scarlet asked. "He's going to have a lot to answer for." "I don't know." Dr. Russell shrugged. I haven't seen him since the outbreak up here began, so he most likely got infected and turned into one of these, she said, gesturing to the corpses either dead or cowering from the fluorescent lights. I guess that's a fitting end, I said, destroyed by the very thing he created. So, how far out is backup? I asked. They'll be here any minute, Scarlett replied. Advanced teams are getting flown in, and it sounds like Clay is with one of them. Clay? What does she want? I asked. Don't let her hear you talking like that. She's still our superior, she warned. But my guess would be we're in line for a promotion. The thought was almost comforting. A few minutes later, helicopters landed on the roof, and agents in hazmat suits entered through a rooftop entrance. Once we explained that we'd been cured, and that the airborne form of the virus would most likely remain dormant for several more hours until the creatures up here reached maturity, Scarlett helped me up the ladder, and several medics attended to the bullet in my leg. It was such a flurry of activity. Agents hurrying around and scientists yelling at them to be more careful, but I'd been put on some minor painkillers as the medics fixed up my leg, so I was kind of oblivious to most of it. Once things started to settle down, Scarlett came over to sit by me. They're gonna burn it to the ground, she said. They talked to Jace. Since it seems like the company's going to him, he thinks that's the best thing to do. Good, I replied. Well, that's mission number 1 in the books. I have to say, this was not my definition of routine. I might check out the benefits we get from that, she mused. Early retirement is a serious option for me. I laughed, but quickly regained my composure as a woman approached me. I'd recognized her immediately as Carmen Clay, and when I did my best attempt at snapping to attention, she held up a hand. At ease, Agent. You've done enough today. Thank you, ma'am, I replied. Well, if my ears are correct, I heard the word retirement getting tossed around here, she said, turning to Scarlett. I do hope a little mission like that won't be enough to scare off a fantastic pairing like you two. In all seriousness, this was an incredibly strenuous, dangerous, and difficult mission. I could name a dozen veterans here that wouldn't be able to have handled it, and I want you both to know how proud we are of your efforts. Thank you, I replied. Also, I do want to let you know what the scientists calculated. If you two hadn't contacted us, there was an 87% chance that the virus would have made it out of that building, and from there, a 63% chance that it would have survived the first day. If it had, it would have become airborne. And in that scenario, there would be a 3% chance that we would be unable to stop it. The world is in your debt, though they may never know it. My jaw dropped at the numbers. That would have been very bad, ma'am. I'm glad we were able to do our job. So are we all, she replied. You too. You make an excellent pairing. You remind me a lot of myself and my former partner. I think you're going to have great careers with the Bureau. Well, you'd best be leaving now. I'm giving the both of you paid time off. Go somewhere nice. Enjoy yourselves. We assured her we would, and Scarlett helped me into an awaiting helicopter. As we flew off towards the nearby base, the sun was just beginning to rise to the east. To those who've never experienced a sunrise from a helicopter, I must recommend it. It is beautiful. And with that, my first mission with the Supernatural Division of the FBI came to a close. It was my first, but it certainly would not be the last.
They call it the dead stretch.
The grizzled old-timer on the stool beside me in the diner said, a sun-beaten John Deere cap pitched slightly on his whiskered head. He punctuated this with a slurp of coffee, which he drank like a dog takes water, lifting the steaming mug to his lips for his tongue to dart in and out like a shriveled worm, helping the Java into his leathery mouth. It was late. Too late to give a shit about the time, but well past dark. The diner's wraparound windows framed a wide lot bathed in the black of night and a drift of snow. Only by the glow of the truck stop's neon light, the night owl, refuel your tankers and your coffee cups, and the headlights of long haulers pulling in and out. I thanked God for all-night truck stops. The coffee tasted like cat piss, and the eggs weren't much better, but it was a glorious break from the endless hours corralling 80,000 pounds of long-haul truck across the country. The dead stretch? I asked, puzzled. I'd driven plenty of roads, most of them as empty and treacherous as my ex-wife, and they bore all manner of strange names taken from trucker colloquialism. But I had never heard of anything called the dead stretch.
Yeah,
the old-timer said through a mouthful of eggs.
Cuts through the Ozarks like a good whore through a weak marriage. Empty road for 45, 50 miles. Just you and your hula girl in those mean woods far as the eye can see. But you keep aware, and you'll get through with no damn hitch. My usual route, a busy interstate which cut a fairly straight line across the state, was caught in a nasty blight of road work, detouring all would-be travelers elsewhere. I'd scoured my glove box map for an alternative route, which wouldn't cost me more than an hour. That's when I found a little vein of road snaking through the Ozark Mountains, a shortcut which would, surprisingly, save me time. Not sure how I'd never noticed it on the map before. When I asked the fella sitting next to me at the diner if he'd ever done it, he cocked an eyebrow and told me its unofficial title. Why do they call it that? I questioned, avoiding using its nickname. I didn't like how it felt on my tongue, like the words were squirming insects scraping to get out. The dead stretch. Just one of those things. There's talk, sure. Always is talk about a place like this. You hear rumors, guys seeing something strange, hearing something strange. No other cars around. He's bound to see something, just to make the time pass quicker. I guess it took from John Hattinger. He was a drunk and hit a patch of black ice one night. Jackknifed straight off the road, wrapped the nose of his bedbugger around a tree. They never found his body. Say he just blew right through the windshield. I shuddered at the thought, not only of shooting my truck off flat ground and blasting through the windshield like a rocket ship, but of driving a lone stretch of mountains with only ugly Missouri woods for company. You'd do best to find another route, Squirt. This time of year, frost, snow, and a hell of a dark breeds accidents like rabbits do more rabbits, the old-timer said with a smirk, his crooked smile filled with yellow mush. I had to get going. I could feel exhaustion's warm blanket settling in over my shoulders, and if I didn't leave this stool, I was afraid my tired ass would melt right into it, gluing me in place. I hesitated, not sure how to ask, not sure how to admit to myself and him that his word of warning had gotten to me. You know any other way through? He grinned. Sure do, sonny. After the old-timer gave me directions, I stepped out into the chill and pulled out my cell, surprised to see it was only 10:30. My little girl was a night owl like me and would still be up, so I gave her a ring. There was no doubt my ex-wife would blame me for keeping her awake, but the sound of my 9-year-old daughter's voice was worth the cost of admission. Daddy! Her voice filled my ear. I felt a smile pinching at my ears. Hey, weirdo, I said, and she giggled. What are you still doing up? Just reading my book. What book? Harry Potter, she said in a burst. Uh-huh. You learn anything at school today? Bunch of nothing, she said. Well, that's why you got books, ain't it? Hey, those boys still giving you trouble?
I could sense her hesitation on the line. Honey, you tell me if you're getting crap, and I'll come to class and whoop some ass. Just say the word, honey. I'm there. I'm okay, I swear. All right, I said. And then I heard the murmured voice of my ex interrogating my daughter on who she was talking to. She said Daddy, which brought my ex-wife no great pleasure. Honey, you there? She needs to go to bed, Carl. My ex-wife's derisive tone was not one of the things I missed about our marriage. 5 more minutes? No. I'll tell her you said goodnight. There was a click as the line went dead. I cursed and kicked snow. I should have pressed harder, should have done more. After all that's happened, I wish I'd just gotten to say goodbye to my little girl. 20 minutes later, I was on the road. A 6-lane highway with sparse traffic rolling by beneath my feet, the great beast of my truck humming gently as it carried me up the safer road the old-timer had recommended. I was making decent time and was ultimately glad I'd heeded his advice and avoided the dead stretch. I was behind an hour or two, but I always valued my safety over time. Speeding was never worth sparing some change on your clock. I felt good, tired, but good. Then I saw the flares, little beads of light burning through the haze of snow spiraling down out of the black heavens. As I drew closer, I saw the extent of the damage. The flares drew a crude outline around an ancient pine tree laid across the road. This massive obstruction blocked all 6 lanes of traffic, a snarl of roots dangling from one end, a spread of pine branches from the other. There was a state trooper in his cruiser, directing people to turn back. And when I asked, he told me the road crews wouldn't be able to clear it out until morning. I was screwed. Late, tired, and screwed. And there I sat, cursing God's name as I flipped ass back the way I'd come from. Back toward the road that would take me up the dead stretch. The dead stretch was a narrow strip of 2-lane blacktop, slick with ice, which carved a path through the rocky, wooded Ozark Mountains. It rose at a steep incline, carrying me up into the mountains and toward my destination. I eased back on the gas, remembering the old-timer's story about that guy who wrapped his truck around a tree and drove with both hands firmly on the wheel. There was no other traffic. I was totally alone. And then I wasn't. I saw the first shape about 12 miles up the road. I'm not sure of altitudes, but I was high up. The road curved here and there to accommodate the craggy landscape, and a high-visibility metal retainer ran along the lane, my lane, which stretched along a sheer drop. The snow had thickened, well on its way to becoming a full-blown blizzard, and my visibility was shrinking to the 15-foot cone of light my brights lanced ahead. I was approaching one of those curves in the road when I saw it. The road, which was planning to take a harsh left just ahead, ended abruptly in a collage of high-visibility warning signs telling me to turn. I had plenty of time to make the curve, and had eased the gas even further back, slowing to a crawl, when I saw the spider-like shape skitter over the reflective signs. It was lithe and quick, moving on a multitude of stick-like, jagged limbs which carried its furry brown body like a monkey from here to there in the blink of an eye. My headlights caught its eyes, and they glowed, and then it was gone, slithering over the signs and disappearing down the face of the cliff. My heart shot into the red line, thudding in my chest like a racehorse. I could feel my throat tightening, could feel fear squeezing my heart in its icy grip. My truck was still shooting forward, straight towards the edge of a cliff, and the thing I'd seen. I pumped the brakes in time, skidding safely to a stop. Without the thrum of my engine, the howl of the wind tightened, beating in on the sides of my cab with a frozen fist as I sat there, knuckles white, hands wringing the steering wheel, trying to process what I'd just seen. No, I certainly hadn't seen anything. It was late, it was dark, and I was riding on empty with only cat piss coffee to keep me. There was a thump. The sound came from the roof of my cab, hollow and powerful, like something just landed above me. I waited, and I didn't hear another sound. As fear loosened its grip on my heart, I began to realize I heard scratching, razor-sharp nails scraping and clicking their way across the roof. Slow, deliberate, making their way towards my windshield. I couldn't move. The scraping was getting closer, louder, and then a raccoon, fat and fluffy, slid down the windshield and waddled off the hood of my truck, its tiny nails clicking and clacking as it went. It plunked down into the snow and wandered off into the night, leaving me feeling slightly idiotic. I looked around, wondering where it could have come from, and then something burst through the passenger window. I was showered in glass, and this thing lunged for my throat. I instinctively jerked away as its gangly sloth-like arm swung for my jugular with huge hooked claws. It was snarling, shrieking. It resembled a spider melded with a cave-dwelling bat, and it was as big as a man. The only thing that saved me is that it couldn't fit through the window. It slashed at the passenger seat and severed the radio, my only chance to call for help. I still had a phone, but experience told me there'd be no signal out here. The image of my daughter suddenly flashed across my mind, and I howled and kicked. I kicked for my life. The powerful soles of my work boots pounded down on the spider bat with all the fury I could muster. The monster screamed and began slashing at my legs. One of those hooked claws caught my thigh and tore flesh from bone. It was my turn to scream. I kicked harder and harder, channeling everything into my feet, fighting through the agony as I booted for everything I was worth. I kicked and heard a sickening crunch, like stepping on broken glass, as the spider bat's face crumpled inward. The creature howled and withdrew into the storm, its hateful face glistening with black blood, its eyes bright, as it faded off into the swirling white noise. I threw my truck in gear and eased off down the road. I hit the turn as my speed picked up, slowly and surely urging my mechanical beast into a gallop. I fumbled out the map, unfurling it over the wheel, while I split my attention between the road ahead and trying to pinpoint exactly where I was on the map. I looked down at my leg and immediately regretted it. It was bad. I located myself on the map, and I realized I was only a quarter of the way through the dead stretch, and I was quickly approaching what us truckers sometimes call a hole in the wall. I was approaching a tunnel. As I got closer, I heard another shriek, and then another, and another. Soon, I could hear dozens of them, like a band of wolves, and they were calling for me. As I approached the tunnel, which bored a 2-lane hole through the center of a tremendous mountain, I heard the shrieks getting closer. The denizens of the dead stretch were coming for me. I began to see them in my side mirrors, shapes, too many to count, racing along in an attempt to match speed with my truck, and they were gaining on me. Scores of them, like a thick stream of ants. I plowed forward up the road. The needle of my speedometer was steadily climbing from 30 to 40 to 50 as I raced toward the mouth of the tunnel. The blizzard was worsening. I had a sinking suspicion that I was still driving in an incline, rising higher into the mountains, into the dead stretch with every passing second. Blizzards were always worse higher up. The snow had become a churning wall of white that engulfed my world, snapping around with the fury of God. The gale-force wind was screaming. It was bad conditions made worse, much worse, by my rising panic, and the horde of beasts chasing me with their cries. My visibility was shrinking every second. My headlights were being blotted out by the storm. I shouldn't have been able to see the tunnel entrance through the thickening storm, but I did. I could. It loomed ahead like a pair of open jaws. And then I was inside it. I drove and never looked back. The shrieks receded into the distance before fading into the wind completely. As I continued, I noticed the things had refused to join me in the inky blackness of the tunnel. I should have stopped to wonder why. It was pitch black in that tunnel. I eased back on the gas.
Hey students, gearing up for a dual enrollment adventure this year? Secure your spot. Register now for the last ACT test of the year. Your test scores are a key ingredient to your eligibility. Register for the December ACT and get ahead of dual enrollment requirements. Ready to level up? Register today at act.org/register.
My headlights lanced the road ahead, illuminating 2 lanes of cracked, unused asphalt, bumpy, abused, long forgotten by the world. There were raw stone walls, and the ceiling. Well, I couldn't see the ceiling. I knew it wasn't low, and I wondered if there was a ceiling at all. I had a dreadful feeling that I was driving beneath a great abyss. The noise had died down, the creature's shrieks had stopped, and the wind had taken a muffler, suffocated into a distant drone by the tunnel. The familiar hum of my truck's engine was a comfort. The cold was bad, but I didn't feel it. I thought I was home free, and then I nearly crashed. The pickup came rushing out of the darkness. I slammed the brakes and went screeching to a stop just in time, the nose of my truck coming to rest softly on the bumper of the ruined car that blocked my way. It was painted an ugly crimson that had been frosted over completely. It looked like it had been there since the beginning of time. I could see claw marks on the car. The windows were blown out, and my headlights illuminated an empty interior. Icicles dangled from the ceiling like daggers. The seating was torn to shreds. None of that gave me much concern. What did, however, was the fact that I was no longer moving. I hesitated for an instant before I eased on the gas and began to push the pickup forward, trying to ease it out of my way. It was a terrible idea. As I urged the pickup forward, it began to shift sideways, both bumpers scraping the walls as it turned at a parallel until it came to rest, sitting horizontally over both lanes of traffic. It was stuck, wedged between the walls of the tunnel and completely unmoving. I stopped and just sat there, coming to terms with what this meant. It meant that in order to move, I'd have to get out of my truck, secure the pickup to my winch, and reverse until it was dislodged and out of the way. I figured I'd also have to detach my trailer. It would only slow me down and make my journey that much harder. Shit. I realized my leg was still bleeding. I hadn't severed an artery. If I had, I'd be dead already, but it was a nasty wound, and I took a moment to cinch it tight with my belt. I felt a flash of pain and grunted. Then a warm numbness settled in as the blood loss slowed. I looked back at the pickup, hesitating at the idea of abandoning the safety of my truck for the cold darkness of the tunnel. There was no point in putting this off any longer. I grabbed a flashlight and tire iron, and I stepped out of my truck. The first thing I did was angle my flashlight skyward. I was right. There was no ceiling. The tunnel walls stretched up maybe 20 feet before opening into a vast cavern. I couldn't tell you how big or small the space was. My flashlight beam melted out of existence, not finding any ceiling or walls beyond the ones to my sides. I shuddered, feeling the distant but familiar terror of a child, small and tormented by the dark in the belly of a mountain. I forced myself into motion, and 10 minutes later, the pickup was out of my way. I made tracks to my trailer, meaning to detach it, and that's when I heard the noise, a chittering, like the raspy fluttering sound of cicadas. I paused, and it stopped. And then I heard it again. It was coming from above me. It was echoing, fading off into silence like before. I swung my light upwards, and it took me a moment to realize what I was seeing. At first, I thought it was stars spread out across a cloudless night sky, but it wasn't. It was eyes, glowing, hundreds of them, yellow, unblinking eyes spattered across the darkness like pinpricks of light. And then they blinked in unison and chittered. Terror turned my legs to jelly at the realization that this was not many creatures with many eyes staring down at me. It was one creature, one incredible beast that inhabited the hollowed cavern of this great mountain. I had to get out of here, right now. My trembling hand reached for the pin that would uncouple my trailer, and that's when the tentacles shot out of the darkness above me. I ripped the pin free, releasing the trailer from my cab as a dozen tentacles, black and scaly, lanced down out of the abyss like coiled snakes snapping on their prey. They were as thick as tree branches, tipped with a sunken mouth of needle-sharp teeth. I realized the eyes were inside the mouse, sitting at the end of some awful esophagus. And then I screamed, batting away one as it shot towards me. I lunged for the driver's side door, and I felt my feet go out from under me. I was barely able to pull myself up and into the cab. I slammed the door and keyed the ignition, and I floored the gas. The tentacles were everywhere. It was like being caught in a hailstorm, the helpless feeling of being under assault from the sky. My truck picked up speed as I scraped by the pickup, the tentacles rocking and swaying my vehicle as I gunned it. I could see the end of the tunnel now, but those things were trying to capsize me. I eased the wheel to the right, pulling my truck as close to the rocky wall as I dared. I listened with a sort of satisfaction as the tentacles were torn away by the wall, and I could hear them shriek in pain. And then I shot out of the tunnel. I eyed the side mirror, and I saw a mass of tentacles lash out after me before withdrawing back into the deep darkness of their home. The blizzard had parted like a curtain, revealing the moonscape I now found myself in. I was trucking through a narrow valley carved through a rocky wood. Ugly trees, drenched in frost, pressed in like bookends. Beyond them, two great mountains spread like wings of rock up into the sky on either side of me. I was high up. I could make out the mountain's peaks dusted in cloud and could tell that my altitude had risen substantially. The road had become a bumpy one lane crusted in ice. I doubted very much if it was even a road at all. It went on like that for some time, and then the road forked unexpectedly. It split to the right through a narrow pass, and I saw a set of tracks in the snow, huge footprints dwindling off that way. The indentations conjured up images of a huge beast wading through a blizzard. What the hell could have made those? I thought to myself. To the left, The road continued on to an ancient bridge, steel and wood warped by weather, extending a finger of land across a vast cavern. I went left, toward the bridge, figuring it was a better bet. Bridge meant humanity. Humanity meant finding my way home. But as I drew closer, I saw the floor of the bridge had collapsed long ago. It was completely impassable. I slowed my truck to a crawl and then a stop, and I sat there. It was cold. I was shivering, and after a while, I threw my truck in reverse and I went back towards the narrow pass, and whatever had made those footprints. After the spider bats and the beast in the mountain, the last thing I expected to find in the dead stretch was a cabin. I'd been headed up the narrow pass for a long while, certain I'd get stuck. Rocky canyon walls eased in on either side, and there were a few points where I found myself very close to grating to a stop. I thought about those massive footprints I'd seen leading this way, and wondered what might come next. Surely something to rival the awfulness I'd encountered before. Surely something that would end me once and for all. But no. My truck crunched out of the narrow canyon, and I found myself at the base of a naked, snow-covered hill. This bore none of the ugly landmarks that had come before. It was a smooth mound of unblemished powder supporting the biggest log cabin I'd ever seen. Smoke rose from the cabin's chimney, and I could see firelight through the windows. Warmth, I thought, and I nearly cried with joy. I don't remember driving up the hill, nor staggering from my truck and collapsing at the cabin's front door. But as soft curtains of darkness closed over my vision, I found myself curled up on a welcome mat the size of a dining table. It read, "Freezed to meet you." I remember thinking that was silly, before darkness swallowed me, and I thought no more. Warmth was a strange feeling. I'd awoken in the cabin, my leg bandaged, and for a terrible moment I felt like Alice after taking the drink me potion. The world around me was far too large. The cabin, too big for any human, was barren, lopsided, and built from hand. I was on a massive moldering couch in the main room, which was sparse and had little in the way of landmarks. There was a kitchen table and stew frothing in a dented pot over the raging flames of the hearth. There was a dark hallway which split off towards the bedrooms. I only glanced over at these for a moment because the biggest man in the world was sitting across from me. He must have stood, my God, 11 feet tall? Built like an old circus strongman, with a head of wild white hair. His cheeks were rugged and snow-whipped, and frizzy white mutton chops shot out at weird angles from a face cut from granite. Big tufts of coarse, snowy hair sprouted from the cuffs of his patchworked flannel, which produced thick hands the size of catcher's mitts.
Hey students, gearing up for a dual enrollment adventure this year? Secure your spot. Register now for the last ACT test of the year. Your test scores are a key ingredient to your eligibility. Register for the December ACT and get ahead of dual enrollment requirements. Ready to level up? Register today at act.org/register.
There was only one thing I thought to ask. Are you Santa Claus? For a second, I thought he might have been.
No.
He answered.
I'm a Yeti.
He could have been a man. When he spoke, it was slow and deliberate, and I saw big square teeth, except for the canines, which were hooked fangs, tucked into fat pink gums. He moved deftly, which was oddly unbefitting of a man of his size, of a thing of his size, rather. And then he poured me a bowl of the best tasting stew I'd ever had, and he sat down, and we talked. What is this? This is delicious, I said, swallowing a mouthful of the thick, hot stew.
Snow elk stew,
he replied.
They come through in herds, fewer and fewer.
And then he told me the history of his people, and I listened in silence as he spoke of the village of Yetis who'd once ruled this side of the mountain, and how they were no more.
All gone now,
he said.
I'm the last, and soon I will join them, frozen bones entombed in ice.
I asked him of the creatures I'd encountered, and for the first time he seemed to tense up, giving a vague reply. I asked for his name.
You couldn't pronounce it,
he said. He didn't ask for mine. We talked more, and something felt off. The air was stale and ripe, and it gave the impression of death nearby. He was aloof, and at first I attributed that to his nature, but the longer we spoke, the more I suspected he was hiding something.
So, what happened to the other Yetis?
I asked between spoonfuls of stew, chewing the cubes of meat thoughtfully, savoring the flavor of the snow elk, which was sweet and somehow reminded me of chicken.
Long story,
he said, rising.
Bathroom first, stories after.
He hurried to the front door and disappeared outside for the outhouse. And then I was alone. I was suddenly aware of every sound, the thin whistle of wind outside, the crackle of warmth in the fire, floorboards creaking from the other room. Was there someone else in the cabin? I slowly rose and moved into the hallway, which ended in doors on either side. I heard the creaking again. It came from the one on the left. I moved slowly. My hand reached out, shaking slightly, as it eased open the left side door. And then the smell hit me. The hot stench of rot, thick and suffocating. I coughed, and a great cloud of frost plumed from my lips, obscuring my field of view. When it cleared, I saw meat. 24 skinned slabs dangled from meat hooks, all muscle and fat and bone, dripping blood which pooled in a sticky layer on the floor. There were several animals, some of which I couldn't identify, but 6 or 7 of them were humans, men and women, skinned, butchered, and hanging. Some of their bodies were moldy, old, and shriveled, like meat forgotten in the back of a fridge. I saw a man missing his thigh and left arm, a woman with no head, and I felt the human being stew churn in my stomach. And then a huge shadow swallowed me.
I would have let you go,
the Yeti said, the air turning hot as he moved closer.
I have enough to last winter.
I turned to look at him and was met with the back of his hand. I crumbled into darkness before I could even scream. I was floating when I woke up, and my shoulder was on fire. There was a meat hook driven through it, and I was dangling with the corpses of those who'd come before me. The steady throb of my flesh, with a cold metal barb forced through it, was unbearable. I bit my tongue so I wouldn't scream. I squeezed my eyes clear, and I looked around. The room was cramped and square, and through the human ornaments, I could see part of a grimy butcher's block against one wall. A cleaver with a blade the size of a laptop computer was jutting up from the wood. The blade was scarred and rusted, and I wondered how it would feel sawing through my neck. I felt my stomach churn, and I remembered the human stew I'd so cheerfully gobbled up earlier. I wondered if this would be my tomb. And then a thought occurred. I looked up. I saw icicles dangling from waterlogged rafters and hooks bolted to the ceiling from which the meat hooks hung, their eyelets threaded through the little rusted fingers secured to the wood. Meat hooks on hooks, I thought and grimaced. Then I saw something that gave my heart a little flutter of hope. There was an empty meat hook off to my right, hanging unburdened in the frosty air. If I could reach it, maybe I could unlock it from the ceiling. It would make a meager weapon, but any weapon was better than none. I reached for it and felt my shoulders sizzle. And then I reached further and bit down as my shoulder began to burn. My fingertips grazed the edge of the hook, and I reached further, but no, I wasn't going to be able to reach it. The only way was if I could build momentum like a kid on a swing, going up and up to get it. I was summoning the nerve to try when I heard something that made my stomach drop. Footsteps. I didn't think. I swung for the meat hook. The pain was incredible now, and the footsteps were getting closer. I swung with everything I had, and I grabbed it, and then quickly concealed it behind my back. The Yeti lumbered in, just as I was steadying myself on the body beside me. He paused and looked up at me, and just when I thought I'd been caught, I saw there was sadness in his eyes.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, and moved over to the butcher's block. He pried the cleaver free. My palm was sweating, and I tightened my grip on the meat hook held behind my back. "Please, I have a daughter."
"So did I,"
he said.
"So did I."
He waded through the hanging bodies and stood before me. "Can't you—" I choked on my emotion, hot tears sliding down my face.
"It'll be quick."
He raised the cleaver. I inhaled, and the world shot into clarity. I roared, and the Yeti paused, stunned. The meat hook in my hand came down with more force than I ever knew was in me. He looked over at the surge of movement, and the tip of the meat hook went burrowing through his eye with a wet crackle. His cleaver fell to the floor. He looked up at me with his good eye, the meat hook jutting from his skull. Blood bubbled from his eye socket. The lights in his head dimmed, and slowly he tumbled forward. I don't want to relive the hour I spent forcing my body off the meat hook, and so I'll spare myself and only tell you what came next. I found my truck where I'd left it out front, with the keys still in the ignition. When the engine coughed to life, I tried not to cry. And then I drove. I drove and never looked back. The world around me was white and pure and smooth. It was a snow-drenched moonscape. There were no mountains or trees or rolling hills. The sky was pure and black, with only an icy moon to cast my world in silver. I drove this way for a while. And then the highway came. Just like that. 2 lanes of smooth asphalt began in the snow and didn't end until I found myself on the other side of the dead stretch. The landscape changed slowly. Growing trees, mountains, and the twinkling lights of towns. I didn't see any of it. My hands were frozen to the wheel. My eyes were frozen on the road. And I was covered in my own blood. I must have blacked out. I woke up in heaven, a sterile, white heaven. It was a hospital room, but as a man who'd lived through what I had, it might as well have been heaven. It's been a long and painful recovery. My leg aches day and night. My mind does too. I still dream about the dead stretch. I can only hope that time slowly burns that away, like a night fog under the first light of dawn. But I made it through, and I got to see my daughter's face again. She visited me today. We did coloring books, and I hugged her tight, never wanting to let go. They say the devil's in the details. Well, the truth is in the details too. You can tell when somebody's making up a story when the details just aren't there, or when there's way too many of them, and they don't quite all fit together. That's why I can't tell anyone about this. Even if I wanted to hold back, it's been so long bottled up inside me, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from saying everything. And if I did that, well, they'd cart me right over to the nearest asylum, probably in a wheelbarrow. No sense wasting valuable, unleaded gasoline on a complete lunatic, after all. I like to think all of us have a story that we'll never tell another living soul. Those moments of our lives when something so unexplainable and irrational occurred that we try to tell ourselves it never happened, or I must be remembering it wrong. Sometimes just 20 minutes after the fact, even though we know that's only wishful thinking. I guess what happened to me wasn't quite as scary as some of the things other people have experienced. Alien abductions, astral projection, ghostly visitations, and a whole long list of other weird phenomena, all of which fit quite nicely outside the realm of what most would consider reality. I'm not sure if the hitchhiker fell under any of the above categories. I don't think he does somehow. I think he's something else altogether, but who knows? Anyways, since I can't really tell anyone this story, since they may decide that I'm completely crazy if I do, I'm gonna write it down, and then I'm gonna hide it somewhere no one will find it until I'm good and dead. Maybe I'll just throw it out to sea in one of those big corked bottles. I don't mind people judging me as crazy, as long as I don't have to deal with it. I don't want to get locked up in some little padded room in a jacket with no sleeves, being force-fed a dozen brain-tranquilizing pills every day. No, I like my fresh air. And freedom is nice too. So, time to get this thing off my chest, as best I think I can. When you keep something like this inside for too long, it starts to eat away at you. It started with the nightmares, the same one over and over. Back in the car with the hitchhiker, and he's smiling at me, with all those crooked, plagued teeth and his black and purple gums. He's smiling and laughing because I can't stop the car. He is driving the car, and I try to roll down my window to escape from the dead and rotting smell of him. That smell like old, wet garbage mixed with something else. Undefinable, but still vulgar and rancid, like nothing I've ever had the displeasure of breathing in before. But the window is stuck. The door handle's jammed. He's speeding faster and faster, and flying around turns, forcing me to hold on or lean clumsily off balance into the deathly smell of him. And the whole time he's talking, chatting about anything he can think of that's mundane and boring. As if he doesn't notice that I've pissed my pants, or that I'm trying with all of my being to get away from him. As if he doesn't see me banging the passenger side window with my elbow, all bruised and aching, trying to get it to smash so I can crawl out and tumble onto the highway to my almost certain death. No, he just keeps talking about the weather, how it's not the heat, it's the humidity, and how he really appreciates the ride. And as he smiles, I can see that his teeth are not really teeth at all. but just masses of wriggling maggots, jammed together, but still squirming, alive and feeding. And his gums are not really gums, but are fat pink worms instead. He leans closer to me as I notice this, and he laughs. But of course, that wasn't what happened. Dreams can mix up the details, but they usually manage to create a sense of surreal realism that makes details seem not to matter. In reality, it was me driving. Not that it made any difference. I had no control over anything that day. The steering wheel in my hands did nothing but give me a false assurance and bravado, akin to a young man in control of a speeding car, unaware of a patch of black ice just ahead. I was driving through the country, not for any particular reason, other than to get out of the house, get some fresh air, and listen to a CD I just burnt. I was as far out into the country as my usual route took me, driving down a bumpy dirt country road, which led to the paved one-lane highway back to the city. I turned right towards town. When I saw him, he had his thumb out and was obviously in need of a ride. Now, I'm not one of those people who like to think the worst of everyone, but in this day and age, I'm a little paranoid about picking up just anyone in my car. I mean, pretty much everyone I meet on a day-to-day basis seems slightly to all the way crazy to me. Why would I want one of those screwed-up strangers in the car with me? So he can pull out a knife and carjack me? Or bore me with the unnecessary details of his life? No, thank you. Maybe 30 years ago, but not today. People are just too screwed up these days. Also, I like my time alone on my country drives. It gives me time to think. And I find that I actually do some of my best thinking behind the wheel of a speeding automotive. I've come up with some of my better ideas on my country drives. I didn't want this smelly stranger getting in the car and messing up my chi, or whatever you call it. So I continued driving. As I passed him, I saw that I'd made the proper choice. His clothes looked like they hadn't been washed in years. His faded blue shirt and pants were dirty, stained, and wrinkled, and I was fairly certain I could smell him even from inside the car. His hair was mangy and looked oily and unclean, sparse on the top of his head. His weathered and worn face looked like that of a 70-year-old heroin abuser, and his sharp, bird-like features reminded me somehow of a gypsy. And he was smiling, an almost invisible smirk of a smile, but a smile nonetheless. The overall impression I got from the man was indefinably creepy. He looked like he'd just been standing there for a while, waiting for me. I drove by him with a glance in my rearview mirror. He turned as the car passed him, still smiling and holding out his thumb, despite the fact that I didn't want to give him a ride, and there were no other cars around. Then, although I can't be sure, it looked like he brought up his index finger and flicked it against his thumb. The second he snapped his fingers, my car lost all power. The speedometer needle began to drop down from 60 to 50 to 40 to 30 until I was stopped and pulled over to the side of the road. At that moment, I was already more than a little bit scared, but when I glanced back in the mirror, I saw the hitchhiker walking towards my car, and then my heart really began to hammer. I could feel the beat of it throbbing in my neck and forehead. Then it seemed like my heart seized up for a moment, and I had to calm myself down with gentle, soothing thoughts about how everything would be all right. This was just a hitchhiker. He wasn't some demon, just a friendly old man who needed a ride. The snapping of fingers and my car's sudden meltdown, well, that was a little weird. But maybe I just thought I'd seen him do that. Maybe it was just my shitty car being its shitty self. Hello. Thank you for stopping. I was waiting for a long time. I jumped a little when he spoke through the rolled-down window on the passenger side. It seemed like he should have taken longer to walk to my car. I could have sworn he'd been a good 100 yards away when I looked in the mirror just moments before. A lunatic thought swirled around my head like a brief cyclone, then was gone. Demonic visages in mirror may be closer than they appear. The rear view mirror warning label from hell. You might need to wait a little longer, I said, pretending this was a normal human being, although even then I was clearly sure that he wasn't. My car broke down, seems like. It just, I don't know, gave out on me. He opened the passenger door and took a seat, as if I'd invited him to. He kept his leg hung out the door casually, and for that I was grateful. Maybe he would take the hint and leave me alone after all. Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. The cars these days are very reliable, he said with a voice that probably sounded similar to that of the snake telling Eve that the apples were really very tasty. Most of the time you can just turn it off and turn it back on again, and it'll be good as new. Give it a try. I'd never heard of any such practice, but I was intrigued enough and frightened enough by him to attempt it. As I turned the key, he snapped his fingers and said, "Bingo, bango, tango. See? Just like I told you." It took me a moment to realize it had worked. The needles on the display all bounced up from their nap and swayed gently into their accustomed positions. The engine once again purred like a 20-year-old cat with laryngitis. I sat in stunned silence for almost a minute, checking and double-checking all the easy-to-read vital signs of the car. No oil light on, no gas light or check engine light. The car was the same as it had been before its sudden failure. I looked over at the old man. His door was now closed, although I hadn't heard it shut or seen him shut it. He had a look on his face which seemed to say, "How about we get a move on now?" His eyes looked impatient, like there was something going on which he was late for and didn't want to miss. I decided to avoid any unpleasantness or awkwardness and just give him the ride into town. I was headed that way anyways. "So, whereabouts you headed?" I asked, like the dutiful driver of any hitchhiker is supposed to, at least according to what TV, books, and movies had always taught me. He seemed to consider the question for a moment as I pulled back onto the road and picked up speed. Finally, he said, "Just up this road a stretch would be fine. I'll let you know when to toss me out. Thanks again for the ride. I really appreciate it, kid." I hadn't been called kid by anyone in about 10 years, but decided to let it slide without comment. "No problem. I'm headed this way anyways," I said. "And yet you didn't want to stop for us," he said, without any emphasis or enthusiasm. I wasn't sure what to say back. I thought about just pretending that I hadn't heard him, but decided not to, although I did pretend that I hadn't heard him say us. "Yeah, sorry. You know how people are these days. I wasn't sure if you were all right, or, I don't know. I mean, who knows? Not that you look like..." I stopped speaking at that point, unsure of how exactly to continue without insinuating that he looked like the dirty, crazy old gypsy junkie that I'd originally thought him to be. How nice that would have been. If only he'd been an average, everyday lunatic like the rest of us. "Don't worry about it," he said, and I thought I detected a hint of anger in his voice, but maybe it was just impatience. He looked over at the speedometer needle. I was driving roughly the speed limit, maybe more. Who am I kidding? Probably a lot more. He put his hand on the dashboard and seemed to caress the dirty thing with his fingertips. Immediately, the car started to accelerate, even though my foot wasn't pushing down any harder on the gas. I could feel the pedal falling away from my foot instead, as if I'd been increasing the speed using the cruise control, but of course I wasn't. So at that point, pretty much any doubt that I had of him being something other than a human being left my mind. I felt a few moments of sheer panic at the thought that this thing beside me was perhaps going to steal my soul or take me down to hell or who knows what. Of course, my first thought was to slam on the brake and throw him out, get as far away from him as possible. But how could I? If he had control over my car, as much as it seemed, what was the chance of me being able to stop, even if I wanted to? And what if he got upset that I wanted to throw him out? Did I really want to test the patience of this apparently magical being? I decided to just go with it. Sure, I was scared shitless, but what can you do when you're hijacked by a mystical, spell-weaving hitchhiker, other than take him to his destination, wherever that might be? Then, a new kind of terror struck me. Where on earth, or otherwise, did he want me to take him? He'd said, just up this road a stretch. How long was a stretch going to be for this thing? Would I be driving him up some never-ending highway into oblivion for the remainder of my life? But no, the highway was still the same. It was just the same old Highway 6 heading back into town. The houses and trees and fields, which had always been there, were still there. We hadn't been teleported into another dimension without my knowledge. People were still riding tractor lawnmowers around their large country lawns. Dogs were still running playfully through fields as we passed by. A sweaty cyclist battled his way up a steep hill ahead. The world was still slowly turning, as it should have been. Really nice day, isn't it? I asked the question, trying to sound steady and sure of myself, but it came out sounding scared and unsure, like the squeak of a baby squirrel trying to make small talk with a hungry eagle. Fine day. Fine day, he said, and pulled a dirty brown satchel out from under his seat. I hadn't seen him carrying a bag before that, when he was standing by the side of the road, or when he'd gotten into my car, and yet there it was. It was a disgusting-looking thing, stained and worn and torn like his clothes. He reached inside and felt his way around, apparently looking for something. As he was feeling around inside the bag, I couldn't help but notice a few strange things. For one, there seemed to be sounds coming from inside the bag. Some were odd enough, like the unmistakable sound of a rattlesnake hissing and shaking its noisy tail. But then there were other noises as well, strange and alien sounds, which were unlike anything I'd heard before. Cold and distant noises that somehow sounded alive and in pain. Small, childish voices, squealing and screaming, and maybe cursing in foreign tongues which I'd never heard before, but sounded almost ancient. Like ancient Greek, maybe. I'm not sure. He reached further into the bag, and I saw that he had his arm in up to his armpit, despite the fact that the bag was far too shallow to allow for that. Apparently, it was a little deeper than it appeared. Just looking at him like that, disappearing into this strange and impossible bag, it made my head hurt. It didn't make sense, and yet there it was, no more than 2 feet from my face. His head disappeared briefly into the bag, then came back out again, like a magician. Just looking for something, he said as he glanced over at me, and I realized I'd been staring. Of course, that made me realize that I hadn't been paying attention to my driving. I looked back out the windshield quickly, expecting to see us heading for a ditch or into an oncoming car, but the car was still in its proper lane, straight as an arrow, rolling its way toward town. There it is, he said, and pulled something out of the bag. He took the colorful little thing and hung it up from my mirror by a string, as if it was an air freshener. It bounced up and down and swayed from its string, and I found my eyes being drawn to it, despite my newfound remembrance that I was driving. It appeared solid at first, but then began to droop and bloat, like the bubbles inside a lava lamp. Hope you don't mind. It stinks in here a bit, doesn't it? He seemed to be talking from a great distance away. I thought I saw him put his bag back under the seat, but it seemed unimportant now. The colorful dancing thing hanging from the mirror seemed to be the only thing in the world at that point. I stared at it as it oscillated and swayed and bounced. It seemed to be speaking to me, almost, not in words, but speaking nonetheless. As I stared at it, for who knows how long, I began to notice that he was right. It did stink in the car. It was a horrible, rancid smell, like a sewer mixed with something else, like rotting food and rotting flesh. The colorful, spinning thing hanging from my mirror told me not to mind, to simply stare. And so I did. I stared into the colors, and they began to swirl together, forming new colors, ones that I'd never seen before. The new colors began to glow and hum and whisper to me. They told me to watch, to listen, to sleep. They assured me I'd be fine. The car would drive itself. And so I did as the colors commanded.
Hey students, winter break is just around the corner, and it's the perfect time to get ahead. Why not take the December ACT? Picture this. While everyone else is kicking back, you're taking control of your future. Showcase your skills and secure your college dreams. Sign up today and turn your break into a breakthrough at act.org/register.
At some point after that, I couldn't say how long, the hitchhiker put the bright-colored thing back in his bag. My eyes followed it until it was out of sight, and then I snapped back to reality like someone hypnotized. I realized with a bit of uneasiness that I'd been drooling a lot. I wiped the warm liquid off my face and neck with my sleeve and yawned. It felt suddenly like I'd been awake for a long time, and yet, at the same time, it seemed like I'd just awoken from a long nap. It was a very backwards feeling, which I found to be wholly unpleasant. The horrible smell still permeated the car and seemed even to have intensified. I tried to breathe through my mouth, but the stink still found its way into my head. The hitchhiker seemed not to notice, though. He was still sitting in the passenger seat with his little grin. I looked out the windshield and realized that the thing I'd initially feared had happened without me even noticing. We were no longer on the highway, which I recognized and remembered so well. The road we were on now looked nothing like that quaint country drive. For one thing, the highway was a big 4-lane job like an expressway. Except, this freeway was empty. There wasn't a pair of headlights or taillights as far as I could see. There were no more farmhouses or fields lining the sides of the road either. Instead, all I could see at the side of the road was blackness stretching out to the horizon. I realized abruptly that the sun had gone down. The sky was dark and starless and filled with fat purple clouds which lit up occasionally with loud crashes of distant thunder. I turned my headlights on. The road ahead became brighter, and as soon as it did, I saw the shadowy shapes which were everywhere on the highway. Thousands, maybe millions of them, were moving in the same direction as us, at roughly the same speed. The shadowy shapes were somewhat human-looking, at least for the most part. A few looked far from human, though. It was hard to see them clearly. They seemed to waver and shimmer like mirages. I noticed they were all looking back at me, with the glare of my headlights creating an evil shine in their eyes. They stared at me angrily for a moment, until the hitchhiker reached over and turned off my headlights for me. "Keep those off," he said, and I decided to listen. It wasn't like I was driving the car and needed to see where I was going after all. I looked ahead at the road again, and the shadowy creatures were gone, disappeared back into the darkness. With no light to illuminate them, they blended back into the utter darkness of the night. I looked far ahead to where we seemed to be going. In the distance, the silhouette of a dark city stood out on the horizon. There were large buildings and skyscrapers, but none had a single light on. The shadowy skyline was barely visible against the dark purple clouds in the sky. The usual glow which shone into the sky above most cities was absent here. The city seemed to be draped in darkness, and when I looked up, I could see no stars. "Is that where we're going?" I asked the hitchhiker, my voice quavering with nervousness. "That is where we're going," he replied. I sat uncomfortably for a moment before asking, "Is it hell?" "No. Hell is one town over." I looked over, and he was smiling the same humorless grin that he'd been wearing at the side of the road. I wasn't sure if he was joking, but decided not to ask him to clarify. It wasn't much of a stretch to imagine hell being very near to this place of shadowy forms and unholy hitchhikers. I noticed he was looking out his window and shaking his head, as if even he were astonished. He looked straight ahead again and said, "There sure is a lot of them this time around." "What are you all doing here? Why am I here? I don't belong in this place." The words came out almost involuntarily. He was silent for a long while, and I thought he wouldn't answer. But then he said, "I needed you to take me here. You can go once I reach my destination." "How am I going to get back? I don't have the slightest clue how we even got here." I couldn't help but wonder if maybe he'd overlooked that aspect of the journey. After all, he wouldn't be around to hang the colorful air freshener up again. "Once you drop me off, head back the way we came. When you see the lights, head towards them. Look into them. Listen to them. They'll tell you where to go." "That sounds a little messed up," I said. "Well, either that, or you can stay in the city with us," he said, and as he smiled broadly, his teeth suddenly looked very long and sharp. "Or I could let you see inside my bag for a little while." He began to reach under his seat. No, that's all right. I'll take my chances with the lights." "As you wish," he said, no longer smiling quite as broadly. We sat and drove in silence for a while. As the city grew larger and got closer, I began to feel dwarfed and small as we approached the buildings, and I realized that they were much bigger than even those of New York or Toronto. By the time we were entering the giant city, I couldn't even see the tops of most of the buildings anymore. They seemed to just fade away into the fog of the clouds. As we rolled farther into the Black City, the highway turned into Main Street. I could faintly see the shadow things moving along the sides of the road. Some huddled together in groups, but mostly they walked alone. Many of them turned to look as my car drove by, but then quickly went back to what they were doing. The closer we got to the center of the city, the worse the smell in the car became. I'd already put my shirt over my nose to try to block some of the stink, but now even that was becoming futile. I began to feel like I might pass out, as every breath I took seemed worse than the last. "You don't want to do that," the hitchhiker said from beside me, as if he'd read my mind. "You don't want to fall asleep here. You'd be better off in my bag of tricks." He looked at me like maybe I should reconsider his offer to get thrown into his bag of screaming horrors. "I'll be fine," I said, hoping that I meant it. A few moments later, he was giving me terse directions, saying left or right, and pointing hastily, and I thought that he was in control of the car. I began to wonder if maybe it was all in my head, if maybe I could easily turn around right then and head back the way I'd come. Either way, I decided, I would need to get rid of the hitchhiker first. Might as well take him all the way. As we got further into the Shadow City, the hitchhiker seemed to sink into deep thought. He cupped his chin with his right hand and rubbed at his whiskers thoughtfully. He began to make little pondering noises like, I considered asking him what was on his mind, but then decided that I probably didn't want to know. A little while later, the hitchhiker told me to stop and pull over to the side of the dark road. I did as he asked, and pulled over in front of a very large building. The shadow things were milling around outside like patrons lined up for a busy nightclub. A few of them wandered over to my car and gawked inside, trying to get a glimpse at us. They pressed their dark faces up against the glass of the windows and stared at us, all the while making strange whispering noises. Well, this is it. The hitchhiker reached under his seat and pulled out his bag. I wanted to say something along the lines of goodbye or get the hell out of my car now, please, but couldn't quite find my voice. I managed a very feeble wave instead. He seemed still to be deep in thought as he reached for the door handle. He grasped it for a moment, then took his hand away. You know, he said, on second thought, I hope you don't mind terribly, but I think I will keep you after all. It's so hard to find a ride sometimes. I'm just so sick of hitching. It took me a moment to figure out exactly what he meant, but when he started opening his bag up again, it became clear that he meant to throw me in there. Somehow I would fit. I would live the remainder of my life as a prisoner in his little canvas bag with no bottom. I would become one of the wretched, wailing voices screaming for freedom from the depths of this demon's travel bag. And I heard those voices getting closer as he held the opening of the bag up to my face. I felt myself being sucked into it, stretched out like an unlucky astronaut falling into a black hole. For a horrible instant, my face was inside the bag, and I could feel my neck and body following slowly after. Inside was darkness, but the darkness was hot and sticky and oppressing. From everywhere came painful wails and agonizing screams. It sounded like 1,000 individual voices, all begging and pleading to be allowed to die. If not for one of those voices, I would have joined them. One voice rose up clearly from the dark fog and managed a raspy, parched-sounding, "Run." I yanked my head out of the bag painfully. The hitchhiker looked at me impatiently. His eyes began to dance and shimmer, and he held the opening of the bag over my head. As he lowered it, I tried not to look into his eyes. I tried to find the door handle. He began to speak in a low rumble, mumbling ancient-sounding incantations under his breath. Mom Travisyam Bakra. The more he spoke, the more I wanted to be inside his little satchel. It became to seem like a very inviting and pleasant place. The wailing and moaning and screaming from the bag was still audible as he began to lower it over my head, but it seemed far away and unimportant now. My fingers found the door handle at that point, and it took me a moment to remember why my hand had been searching for it. Pull! The voice inside the bag screamed. Run! I pulled the door handle and catapulted out of the car. I ran without looking back. I ran through the dark streets of the city, the shadow things watching me go. I let my sense of direction lead me back the way we'd come, hoping that my memory would find my way out. My feet pounded the road beneath me, with eventually decreasing force. Still, I ran faster and longer than I ever had in my life. I ran until my head hurt and my heart felt like it was going to beat right out of my chest. I ran until my throat stung and my legs were like dead wood. The air started to stink less and less as I got farther from the hitchhiker. Still, it felt like I was running a marathon through the smoggiest, smelliest city on Earth. I didn't really think I was on Earth anymore, though, somehow. As I got closer to the edge of the city, the shadow things began to approach me more candidly. They got right up to me and spoke their strange, mumbly language in my ear. They tried to pull me and tug my arm, urging me to go with them, but their black tendril arms slipped and passed through me like smoke. When they noticed this, they would leave me alone suddenly and disappear down the streets into the darkness of the city. Finally, I found the wide highway leading back home. I ran down it and watched over my shoulder as the vast city got smaller. It took a while, but after about half an hour, it was beginning to fade into the distance, enough for me to feel somewhat comfortable walking. I was still scared enough that I wanted to keep running, but my heart and legs and throat said no. I kept picturing the hitchhiker speeding up the street towards me in my car, laughing maniacally, ready to run me down or capture me. I put my hands on top of my head to try and alleviate the pain of a bad stomach cramp and walked along the shoulder of the strange highway. I tried not to think about the fact that I would probably never see my little shitbox car ever again. It was unreliable, yes, but it was a car. There was no way in hell I'd be going back for it, though. After a while, I began to see what I thought were stars appearing in the sky. They shimmered and twinkled and began to illuminate the road where I walked. The more I looked at them, the more they looked like the colorful thing the hitchhiker had shown me. They danced and swirled and floated around like fireflies. The colors of them swirled together to make new colors, and they began to whisper. I kept walking and watching them, and the lights got bigger and bigger until they covered my whole vision. The colors blended and bled. The whispering got louder and louder. Finally, I couldn't walk anymore. I sat down cross-legged on the side of the road, and I just watched the lights. All the strength seemed to be gone from my legs. As I sat there and watched, I felt asleep and awake at the same time. The lights whispered not to worry, that everything would be okay. All I had to do was give myself over to them. I listened and obliged and felt a passing over back into our world. The light which flooded my vision quickly became blue, and I realized it was the sky. I was lying on my back on the gravel shoulder of Highway 6. The sharp stones cut into my back, so I sat up. I looked down at myself and saw that I was covered in brown dust. A car sped by, going well over 100, and honked his horn at me angrily. Someone yelled something out of the window that I couldn't quite catch. Usually that might have aggravated me a bit, especially with the long walk I apparently had ahead of me. But not that day. I was so glad to hear the voice of another person and be back to this beautiful reality that I kissed the dirty gravel shoulder of the road, not even wincing when I noticed the dead and mangled roadkill possum not 3 feet away. I got up and walked over to the grass beside the road and laid down in it and rolled around like a puppy. I hugged the ground, thinking again of the inside of that dark bag and all the voices which occupied it. That could have been me for the remainder of my existence, I thought to myself. And who knows how long that might have been. I remembered the ancient-sounding tongues which had risen up from the bottom of that bag. Those voices had sounded the most viciously angry. The most insane. I got the feeling that being inside that bag extended one's life, probably indefinitely. The thought made me cringe. I felt a horrible guilt that I hadn't been able to help those poor lost souls. They'd helped me. I tried not to think of an eternity living in the bottom of that dirty and waterless satchel, but it was impossible not to. I got up from the grass and walked back to the road. It was a quiet day on the little highway. There hadn't been another car since the one that had driven by and yelled at me. Then, a few moments later, a car appeared over the crest of a hill, heading my way. It twinkled and shone white in the sun. The hum of the engine and the sound of the tires on the road got louder as it approached. I brushed the dirt from my clothes as best as I could, and I stuck out my thumb. It was old, older than God, older than the 100-foot pines that towered above. It looked like a submarine hatch, sitting on a low concrete rise planted firmly in the forest floor. It wore a tight beard of pine needles over a rusted wheel handle with bolts the size of apples. It took both of us to get the handle to turn. Metal groaned in protest, screamed as it shaved away the layer of rust that had welded it shut. Together, we pulled the lid open. It was heavy, heavier than a house. Then, it split back on its hinge with a sigh of stale air. Darkness seemed to spill out of the hatchway, like it had been bottled up for eons and was now ready to infect the world. It looked as though a great metal mouth had opened up in the forest floor. A predator's mouth, starving and ready to feed. We peered down. A service ladder of rebar-like rungs descended the dark concrete bore into the great unknown. Hazy, overcast sunlight fought the darkness and lost, penetrating a meager 5 feet before shadow claimed the hole for its own. Sammy found a rock that looked like a cat's head, negotiated it over the hatch, and dropped it down. It whistled off into darkness. We waited, 2 teenagers in the woods of Washington, listening for a sound that never came, that rock hitting the bottom. I was spending a month of summer with my cousin Sammy at our grandma's place up in northern Washington. It was a gray, unsunny July. I'd only been there a day, but a kingdom of storm clouds had rolled in off the ocean and pitched camp over our corner of Washington, issuing unto it low, endless drizzle that left the world soggy and awful. But today the clouds had parted, pulling back in a blast of sunlight. With the weather cooperating, me and Sammy's daily dose of mischief had let us out through the trees behind Grandma's house. The woods were a wide primordial riot, not entirely claustrophobic, but dense enough that the massive pines would be warring for root space. We'd followed a thin vein of hiking trail, eventually breaking off on our own in search of some place suitable. We'd been off the trail for no more than 10 minutes before Sammy called out to me, indicating the closed hatch that would eventually swallow us whole. We brushed away a thin skeleton of branches, a great bed of moss, a tangle of brush, to finally unearth the thing that resembled something city workers in bright orange vests might descend to access a gas main, which was odd because it bore no markings to denote its origin, not even warnings with penal codes to dissuade would-be vandals. It was anonymous and disconcerting, like its lack of designation meant it didn't belong, like it was an interloper. Sammy had asked me something. I looked up at her. "What is it?" she repeated, curious gaze pinned on the hatch. "I don't know," I told her. I don't know what it is. I knew it was old, older than God, older than the 100-foot pines that towered above. The hatch was open, and Sammy wanted to go down. "Come on, Liam," she groaned. "It'll be fun. We'll poke around, take some shots for our feeds." "I'm not on that shit," I shot back. "Social media is the death of rational thought." "True," she grumbled, "but what are we supposed to do? Hang out with Grandma all day and watch Rebel Without a Cause with commercials?" I took a long, pensive drag on the stale Winston, not wanting to admit that I was kind of terrified. Not only was I worried about the hatch lid slamming on us, trapping us in, but the thought of climbing down that shadowy ladder, of disappearing into the Earth's dark, quiet belly, made me want to vomit. Luckily, I didn't have to make excuses. It started to rain. "Shit," Sammy hissed as the first spray of drizzle fell in gray sheets. "Help me close it. Don't want it to flood." The rain was a fine mist, nothing more than a sneeze, and I doubted very much if it would flood, but I was more than happy to help her seal off that dark orifice. We did, together, before heading back through the trees, leaving the hatch behind. We were soaked through by the time we made it back to Grandma's. She fixed us up plates of hot lasagna, and we all watched James Dean's Effortless Cool and Rebel, with the commercials. My grandma's house was not unimpressive. It was a 2-story Victorian rising in a collage of faded red and white from a wide lot of crabgrass. The open property hemmed by a wrought iron fence, all of it seemingly weighed down by 100 years of history. It looked like something out of a Tim Burton movie. A Gothic manor surrounded by woods, a lone raft stranded in a sea of trees. I was staying in my dad's old digs, a mess of ancient band posters and records, breezy punk stuff like the Gun Club and the Wipers. Despite all the vinyl, I was plugged into Spotify, and Bowie was wailing Moon Age Daydream when Sammy slipped in, face bright with mischief. "Come on," she said, in an excited, breathy whisper. "Let's go." It was late. Dark and late. I thought she'd gone to bed, but she claimed a spot on the edge of my bed, charged with nervous energy. I lost my headphones and shifted to look at her, her eyes wide and excited. "What? Go?" I screwed my face into a confused knot. "The thing. The hole in the ground." The mention of the hatch, the mouth, made my skin crawl. "What?" I said. "No way. It's like midnight." "It's atmospheric," she countered. "It's pitch dark out." "So? We'll vlog it or something. Record it. I don't know. It'll be fun." I groaned, shook my head. "No way." "Then I'll go without you," Sammy huffed. "Into the hole? In the middle of the night?" "Yep. Totally alone. So if I get molested by sub-dwelling mutants, it's on you, 'cause you're the older cousin and all." "Don't be an asshole," I said, feeling my cheeks flare up. She smiled, a dimple forming beside her mouth, clearly amused at having manipulated me into a stalemate of mutually assured destruction. I was caught. Either I go with her and keep her in check, or I let her go alone and something might happen. She was 15, only a year younger than me, but impulsive and brash, and it wouldn't surprise me if she got hurt. I could claim ignorance, but if something happened, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Despite being just cousins, we'd always been close. Sammy could drive me up the wall, but I still loved her, and I could see in her eyes that she wouldn't be swayed. I blew another long sigh, pushed myself off the bed, shrugged on my black windbreaker. "Let's get some flashlights," I said. I prayed for rain I knew wouldn't come. The clouds had burned off in the moonlight, leaving the heavens bright and clear. We'd found a set of headlamps in Grandma's junk drawer and navigated the low woods by the watery beams they provided. I had also taken an old Swiss Army knife. It was made of rust and looked like it had survived the Great War, but I took it just in case. I was hoping I wouldn't need it, hoping we wouldn't find the hatch, hoping it would be lost in the riot of trees. But something deep down, a high tickle in the deepest wrinkles of my soul, told me we would find it. And we did, almost immediately. It resolved out of the darkness, a small brutalist platform rising out of the still damp soil. Had it been so close before? It must have been. Must have. Sammy was recording us with her phone, posting them on Instagram or something. Who knows? My vision had whittled down to a dizzying pinprick, and all I could hear was the hot rush of blood pounding through my ears. I hoped her tug open the hatch, vaguely heard myself ask if she really wanted to do this. "Of course I do," she said with a tight smile as she pocketed her phone. "It'll be exciting." Then she mounted the ladder and started off down the hatch. That sound only could have been made by the hatch lid slamming shut. We'd been climbing down the narrow bore for 5 minutes, each rung burning, with a hot metal freeze that nibbled through flesh and seemed to lick at the bone, when there had been a loud metallic report. Thunk. We both froze on the ladder, Sammy just below me, panting like a tired dog. "What was that?" I whispered, hauling stale air through my aching lungs. "Why are—" Sammy started in her normal voice before dropping it an octave. "Why are you whispering?" "What was that?" I asked again. But I didn't have to ask. I already knew. She did too. I heard the growing scuffle of her climbing back up the ladder. I started too, one white-hot rung after the next. My palms burning, my heart beating its angry fist against my ribs. The climb up was hard. My body seemed to weigh too much, like each limb was encased in lead as I pulled myself up, nearing what I knew I'd find. And I was right. The hatch was closed. I pounded on it, screamed, knowing that the only ones to hear would be us. I chipped away at it with the army knife to no avail. We tried our phones, first mine then Sammy's, pressing the devices to the lid's rough, rusted skin. No reception. Nothing but the mouth, I thought. No one but us. 2 teenagers trapped in an awful ladder with nowhere to go but down. "I don't like this," Sammy croaked. She sounded so young, like a little girl clutching her teddy bear after an especially dreadful nightmare. I didn't like it either. It was wrong. It was so wrong. It was a pyramid of rocks. The climb down the ladder had been impossible. Time fell away, shifting into a dull blur that didn't much matter. All that mattered was finding your footing as you lowered yourself down, rung after rung, step after step. It might have been an hour or 10, but a while later, a long while, we hit a wide concrete room. It was about the size of your average backyard. The ceiling low, unblemished spare the circular opening through which the ladder ran. Shadows shifted and danced in black relief as we played our headlights across the dark space. On the wall opposite the ladder stood a wide, ruined opening. Nothing but darkness beyond it. The massive bank vault-style door that had once filled it sat in a twisted, broken heap nearby, torn free of its hinges by something. That was disturbing. It sent a sudden flood of hot dread filling my guts like boiling water. But what was worse was the pyramid. It stood in the center of the room like a shitty roadside art sculpture, a painstaking pyramid, fashioned out of countless rocks. I knew where those stones had come from. Sammy did too. They'd been dropped from the above by people like us, hundreds of them, thousands, sacrificed to the darkness of the earth. The mouth. I knew because topping the pyramid like a Christmas tree star was the rock Sammy had dropped earlier. The exact same one, no doubt about it, tucked carefully atop the mountain of stones, placed there by someone, something. A high trembling sound, like an animal in a snare, filled the room as the reality of the situation hit Sammy. She'd started to cry. She was losing it, unraveling at the seams, sitting on the floor, knees to her chest, rocking and sobbing and apologizing for bringing me down here. We had to move. My whole body was one big screaming ache, and if we let exhaustion ease its warm blanket over our shoulders, we'd never get going. I sawed air through my lungs and boiled it into authority. We have to go, I said. She sniffled. What? Her voice was nasally. She raised a trembling finger to the cracked entryway across the room. Through there? I nodded, struck one of the matches I still had from the cigarettes. The flame wavered, guttered as a breeze tugged at it. There's a breeze, I said. Airflow. Another way out. She sniffled, shook her head. No, no way. I say we wait here, wait for someone to open the hatch. No one knows we're down here, I reminded her. No one. But what if... She started, looking at the pyramid of rocks. She lowered her voice, a hoarse whisper. What if that thing that made that is in there? Where else would it be? I thought, but I didn't say that. I needed her in motion. We have nowhere else to go, I said. Nowhere. She looked at me, her face pale and ghostly in the light of my headlamp. Her eyes were puffy, red, bright with terror. Then she summoned her courage like one would a lungful of air and nodded. I hauled her to her feet, and we started off through the doorway.
Are you considering overseas adoption? Then you need to check out the International Adoption Can Anyone Hear Me podcast. You'll get strategies, advice, and the answer to your many questions like, what is needed for my child's passport? Where should I stay while processing my child's documentation? And how on earth do I handle all this paperwork? We know the answers and can guide you through the entire overseas adoption journey. Listen to the International Adoption Can Anyone Hear Me podcast on Spotify now.
There's someone following us, Sammy said in a choked whisper. The entryway had fed us into an underground hospital. It was abandoned, left to rot beneath the earth. A maze of scarred linoleum hallways, moldering gurneys with thick leather straps, blown out doorways with padded rooms beyond. No, not a hospital, an asylum. Or a laboratory, a kind of psycho mixture of both. Its construction spoke of a time before technology and the advancement of human rights. Yellowed walls and popcorn ceilings were shredded, torn to ribbons, like a feral something had been set loose. Rusty smears of dried blood textured the white darkness here and there. It was awful. Each footfall, each pull of breath, all sound seemed to echo, clang, reverberate through the white walls of this underground labyrinth. It was like a nightmarish painting. It was the mouth. Up until then, we'd been negotiating slowly, rounding corners, finding more shadow-soaked hallways, passing an overturned reception desk, more padded cells, driven forth by terror and primal survival instinct. Then, Sammy had whispered in my ear, her breath hot, her voice hoarse with terror, "There's something following us." I froze. A cold inflection of goosebumps went sprouting up over my body. My lungs were tight, empty of air. My heart was pounding with icy fear. I turned slowly, not wanting to make a sound, afraid that if I did, it might make the someone real. She must have imagined it. There was no one. There was... Then I saw the eyes. 2 dull, milky pinpricks hovering just outside the light of our headlamps. They were head level, higher than head level, unblinking, hovering, and watching. Eyes. Sammy's body was right up against mine. She was wound up like an over-torqued screw. Terror radiated from her in hot waves. I could feel fear beating through her veins. Ka-thump, ka-thump. The eyes moved so suddenly that both of us screamed. They surged forward without any warning, rushed at us. The thing, the something, the awful subdwelling mutant that would devour our hot intestines while we were still shrieking. I saw its crooked, emaciated silhouette, lumbering and lurching towards us, a tall, broken thing, its arms stick-like, and so impossibly thin. Those glowing blind eyes set into a narrow, malformed head, as molded and precise as a canine skull. Then the creature hit our pool of light, and the eyeballs popped out of thin air like the light had banished that thing, leaving only 2 marbles which clattered down, hit the floor, bounced, and rolled to our feet. They stared up at us, pale, seeing, and somehow blasphemous. Sammy and I jerked back and bolted like the wind. My cousin screamed and yanked me back just as solid ground dropped out beneath me. We'd been in a blind rush, a blur of hallways scrolling by, passing padded cells with shadows that moved within them, when the floor had suddenly stopped being. Sammy grabbed my shirt and jerked me back just as I went tumbling out over the sudden chasm. After a gut-wrenching sound of uncertainty, I found myself on solid ground, looking down at the vast, empty nothingness. There was a 20-foot canyon separating the side from the other, a thin, splintery plank board running across it. It looked like someone had shoveled out a massive, crude pit in the hallway of the underground nightmare. We peered down, hauling air through broken lungs, hearts pounding, not sure what we were seeing. A solid knot of arms and legs, interwoven and laced together, filled out the bottom of the abyss. They were gray, broken, decayed. Torn flesh hung from bone, massive boils filled with hot pus, textured, rotting skin. But this wasn't a shallow grave, and they weren't the departed. As soon as our light hit them, they slithered apart, breaking away like a hive of snakes under the burning heat of a magnifying glass. Dreadful heads, pained and drawn in agony, recoiled from the light, broken human-like things, forcing themselves off into shadow to reclaim what little salvation they had. They hissed and moaned and chuckled with insane humor, like condemned souls cast from heaven, forever banished to this pit of darkness for an existence of raw pain. "Oh my God," Sammy croaked. "Oh my God." But there was no God in this place. It was a great blasphemy, born from the sin of the unrighteous. It was awesome and awful. It was A low sound came from behind us, tucked into the cacophony of torment. Sammy didn't hear it, too taken with the pit of the damned. I slowly turned, my heart fluttering with icy dread, my stomach nodding in on itself. But the hallway behind us was empty. I blew a relieved sigh. The giant meat spider exploded out of the darkness with a throaty screech, a blur of limbs carrying it across the scuffed ceiling. But they weren't limbs. They were human arms and legs. It gasped as it rattled down the wall, hissing and pulsing with hideous life as it joined the floor and surged forward. It bubbled into the light. A nightmarish set of conjoined twins, two separate androgynous entities melded together, appendages beginning where others ended, scraps of face in all the wrong places, eyeballs and noses and mouths all scattered about its lumpy, fleshy form. It was a nightmare of terrible industry, and its head, much like a spider's, was bulbous and truly heinous. Patches of hair textured its lumpy scalp above rows of eyeballs and a wide mouth of thick razor teeth. Sammy turned, screamed, and stepped back. It was instinctive, a single misplaced move that sent her out over empty space. She reached out for me, her fingertips skimming my arm as she issued a surprised noise. Then she was gone, plummeting into the sea of souls, swallowed by the mass of forgotten bodies. I heard her shriek, heard her wail in bright agony as those things tore her limb from limb, picking her apart like a mean kid with a stunned fly. Then I looked up, and a fleshy mass of teeth and eyes and hatred was atop me. The meat spider tore me down into darkness. I awoke in a biblical spider web to the reek of death. It was a dark, sticky place, hot with the stench of dead things. The smell flooded my lungs, burned my nose and eyes. I looked around, my eyes adjusting to the gloomy haze. I'd lost my headlamp. Fibrous white nets resolved out of the darkness, stretching to and fro like an entropic masterpiece, all of it seemingly random and oddly beautiful in its precision, an incredible tapestry of psycho nature. Massive cocooned lumps textured the space, scattered throughout the nest like sleeping beauties. They were prey, and so was I. I couldn't move. I was melded to a wall of webbing by a spray of fiber, not entirely cocooned, but imprisoned in a straitjacket of dreadful string. I tried to scream, but my mouth was gagged with a shred of webbing. I issued a low, muffled shriek, the sound of despair. Then the entire formation began to tremble with a low vibration. I heard a tight hiss, saw a dark shape skitter by. The meat spider mounted the nearest cocoon and tore into it with its terrible human-like arms, craning its lumpy head to suck meat from bone. I heard congested slurping, things tearing, flesh and bone snapping apart. It was feeding, and it would come for me next. I slowly began to struggle, trying to work some slack into my binds, but they held firm. I felt something in my back pocket, I patted it desperately. The Swiss Army knife. I worked it out, popped the blade as the noise of feeding slowed, as the awful meat spider shredded its fill from one of its victims. I eased the rusty blade through the webbing and began to saw. It was like cutting through canvas. The web behind me instantly began to slacken, splitting apart, losing its tension as... Oh, God. Oh, no. The meat spider lunged, drenched in still hot blood, moving with that deliberate speed afforded only to creepy crawlies. It was coming for me, arms and legs pumping, its misshapen form throbbing with terrible heat. I worked the Swiss Army knife harder, faster, hacking away blindly, hatcheting apart the web holding me captive. And I could smell it. Oh, God, the reek of ancient rot, of things dead and decayed, and hate. And it was here. Oh, God, it was here. The meat spider lunged. For a terrifying instant, all I saw were eyes and teeth. There was a horrible intelligence in those eyes, an awful cunning that reminded me so much of the dead-eyed stare of serial killers in court. Then the web split beneath me, and I fell. I was tumbling down, down, plummeting like a stone, the ground black and solid and rushing towards me. It slammed into me like a freight train, and I crumpled like a bird. It wasn't solid ground. It was an angry rush of water. A river tumbled and heaved through a rocky canyon. The rapids frothed like a rabid dog, whipping me around like a rag doll in the hands of a brat. I snapped this way and that, barking my arms and legs and brain off lips of rock that seemed to bite out at me. Water that reeked of rotten gasoline, and the thousands of dead things it had washed away flooded my mouth, filled my lungs. I choked and fought and tumbled downstream until blackness expanded. I awoke in a drain pipe to the first light of dawn. It painted strange shapes on the curved concrete bore in which I was delivered. I folded over and vomited a warm spray of water. A thin trickle ran from the darkness of the pipe, issuing through my hands, hair, flushing me with sobriety. That darkness repulsed me, made my skin ache and crawl. I staggered towards the light, fought my way out into a rocky shore. Seagulls were honking angrily, fighting over a scrap of meat on the beach. Other seabirds twisted through the foggy air above gray waters. The ocean heaved at my feet. I looked up at the sky and cried. A trucker found me, limping along the highway like an abused dog. I didn't struggle when he dragged me to the car. I collapsed limply into his arms and let myself be taken. He rushed me to the nearest hospital. I found out I was 80 miles from Grandma's. I'm in a sterile white place now, a hospital that reminds me so much of that underground nightmare of things that should never see the light of day. I started this account hoping it would bring me peace, hoping it would help me come to terms with the trauma I'd faced. It hasn't helped at all. The police are still looking for that hatch and for Sammy's body. It's been 2 days and they've found neither. I was hoping normality would return, would burn away the nightmares that have haunted me since I've been back, but it hasn't. When I shut my eyes, I see things I'd seen out of the corner of my eyes in those padded rooms, unspeakable horrors that belong not in this world, but in a place far beyond it. God save them. It's an empty platitude, but it's all I can offer. God save them. The ocean is the mother of all mankind. I read that in an old mythology book in my school's library. It said we came from it and would return to it in the form of fish after we died, spitting death out like a bitter poison before entering the water to be forever caught in our mother's embrace. When I asked the old librarian about it, he said no one was certain as to why this belief originated, but I think it came from the feeling you get while you're in the water. The way it envelops you feels as if you're being embraced by a parent. It's a quiet embrace that calms you and takes away your worries. That, at least, is why I like the ocean. No, love the ocean. And my love of the ocean is why I'm the only one of the group that offered to sleep outside when we learned the hotel didn't have enough rooms for all of us. To be honest, I don't mind. I don't even care that much for school trips. I just go along and usually end up by myself, which happens all the time, come to think of it. Once again, I don't mind. I wouldn't want anyone else spoiling the experience of this night. A gentle breeze is blowing in from the sea and brushing against the grass further up the beach, creating a soft rustling sound. Aside from that, the only other noise to reach my ears comes from the lapping waves and my breathing. I stare up at the bunched clusters of stars, uneasy. Usually the steady sound of waves puts me to sleep right away, or at least within a few minutes. But I've been laying here for hours without even the slightest feeling of drowsiness, thanks to an unsettling fear that hides in the corners of my awareness. I roll over, watching the grass bobbing in the wind. Further beyond it is the small hotel, its porch light illuminating the darkness. The wife of the hotel owner probably turned it on for me. She seems like the kind of person who would do that. But now I have my back to the water. That shouldn't be a problem, though. It's just water. I'm guessing the chances of something crawling out of it to drag me to my death isn't high. But it feels like I just turned my back on a crouching predator, like I just invited it to come and get me. Why am I afraid? What am I afraid of? I roll back over to confront the imagined threat. Predictably, nothing has changed. The water is the same water as before, broken by the same waves and exhaling the same salty breeze. But I still feel the unease. I've learned that the only thing that can put me at ease when I'm this stressed is to go for a swim. I need to feel that comforting embrace to remind me that everything is still all right. After all, I'm probably just restless because I can't wait to get in the water. True, teacher did say that we were supposed to wait until tomorrow to do any swimming, but there's not much difference between swimming one day as opposed to another unless some natural disaster occurs or the water freezes. I tear away the sheet that's on top of me and hop up, the foam pad I've been lying on rolling up into a loose tube. I find a rock laying nearby and use it to hold the pad down in case it decides to see the world for itself and roll away with the breeze while I'm gone. Sneaking across the sand, I take care to stay out of the light shining from the porch in case anyone's awake and looking outside. I'm already in my swim trunks with my torso bare to the wind and evidently sand. The only things I need now are my snorkel and goggles. Teacher had us all put any swimming gear we brought with us into a shed to the side of the hotel, which I'm hoping isn't locked. I'd like to think that we're far enough from any big town for anyone to worry about robbery, but the hotel owner could be cautious and keep it locked anyway. I pause in front of the shed door, making sure nobody is going to catch me. Nothing stirs in the darkness. The porch light remains unbroken. I reach over and try the handle. It's not locked. Perfect. Pushing the door open, I navigate to where I think my snorkel and goggles are, based on my memory of where I put them. Please don't knock anything over. Aha! There they are. I slipped back out of the shed, doing my best to close the door as silently as I'd opened it. Now liberated from the fear that I'll be caught swiping my gear from the shed, I trot down to the beach, slipping my goggles over my face as I go. They fit snugly, pinching my nose, but I tighten them for good measure before hooking my snorkel to the goggle straps and biting down on the mouthpiece. By now, I'm already shin-deep in the cool water. I continue to wade out until the water is above my waist before turning on the small waterproof flashlight attached to my swimming trunks and submerging. The water's a little colder than I thought it would be, now that all of me is beneath it, but it's not unbearable. I give a few kicks, sending me soaring effortlessly over the seabed. A few crabs scuttle away from the flashlight's beam, but otherwise I'm completely alone. The embrace of the water, true to my expectations, calms me down. I stop kicking and float for a moment, my snorkel poking above the ocean's surface. I'm facing the open sea, which means the kelp forest the hotel owner told us about is to my right, and to my left the beach extends without any notable features. I don't want to get caught in kelp or get lost on a seemingly endless stretch of beach, so I decide to head a little further into the open water before heading back. It shouldn't be a problem, as long as I don't go too far and encounter a current that pulls me out to sea. After a few more kicks, my flashlight suddenly fails to illuminate the sand beneath me. I run my hand in front of it, ensuring it's still on. Its glare catches my hand, temporarily blinding me with a sudden brightness. If the flashlight's still on, but not catching the seabed in its beam, I must have swam over a drop-off. Swiveling around, I manage to illuminate the edge of the drop with the flashlight, a massive rocky crag jutting out into the sea. I look back down. Nothing but ink-black darkness meets my eye. But I can hear something. The source of the sound is too far away for me to hear it clearly, but that only heightens my curiosity, taking control from my better judgment. I take a deep breath, fix my snorkel's cap over the end of the tube that still stands above the waves, and dive. After descending a short distance, I stop and listen. There it is, much clearer this time. I've heard the sounds of fish, shrimp, and even a few dolphins during past snorkeling expeditions, but this sounds like none of those. I dive deeper to get a better idea of what I'm hearing. It's still there. I raise one eyebrow, my heart seeming to stop in my chest as I listen. The best comparison I can draw to describe these sounds is like the babbling of infants with the voices of adults. Several of the voices are baritone, while others sound more feminine, all vocalizing in tandem, as if a conversation is taking place. Those aren't the sounds of any sea creature I've ever heard before. My lungs begin to burn as my body signals its need for more oxygen, but I'll swim a little farther down to see if I can catch a glimpse of these speakers. As soon as I begin to descend again, the voices go quiet. I stop, my heart pounding alongside my lungs. Did they see me and get spooked? Were they that close? I shine the flashlight around. A small school of fish darts away to my right, but otherwise I don't see anything else, which doesn't reduce the panic growing inside me. If the speakers were that close, they could be watching me right now. Are they afraid of me? Do they see me as a threat? Are they waiting for me to turn my back on them? No, I can't think like that. Aquatic creatures can sound strange sometimes. Why can't there be something that sounds like a person? Dolphins can sound very similar to humans when they talk. No, that can't be it. Those were voices. No creature can possibly replicate human speech that accurately, even as unintelligible as the words were. Finally giving in to my need for air, I ascend as quickly as I dare, watching the depths below for any sign of the speakers or any other possible danger. None show themselves. I remove the cap from the end of my snorkel as it breaks through the surface. Taking deep breaths through the small mouthpiece, I continue to watch below me. Still nothing. What made those sounds? I swim to shore as quickly as possible. Those voices were there. I'm sure of it. I replay them in my head as I rise from the waves and head for the beach. There was no doubting that the sounds had been there, but what made them? There were no discernible words. Rather, it sounded like the speakers were trying to learn how to talk. Grabbing my towel from the pack I'd been using as a pillow and drying off, I wonder what disturbed me more, the sound of adult voices babbling like toddlers, or the fact I heard them in the same water in which I was swimming. I shudder as my imagination begins to play with what I just experienced. Shaking my head as if to shake these thoughts out of my brain, I sneak back to the shed to replace my snorkeling gear. What use is there in wondering about this? The likelihood of me ever discovering the origin of the sounds is probably next to impossible. Just forget about it. I return to my sleeping pad and rummage around my pack for the little bottle of alcohol solution I keep for cleaning out my ears after a swim. I drop some of the liquid into my ears, wincing at the sensation, before tilting my head and letting the loosened water fall out of my ears and splat onto the sand. But unlike the water, the sounds don't leave my head. I play the memory of them backwards and forwards as I lay on the pad once again, staring up at the night sky. The sound of them is just too unsettling to forget, no matter what excuse I feed my mind to get it to go to sleep. At this rate, good morning. My eyes fly open to the glow of early morning sunlight rising from across the water. Apparently I drifted off to sleep in the middle of my speculation, though it doesn't feel like I got any rest. Wait, was it a dream? Please let it have been a dream. The hotel owner's wife, an older woman with her thinning gray hair pulled into a bun on the back of her head, is standing nearby. I grunt and sit up, still hoping my experience with the underwater voices was just a nightmare. What time is it? I ask. Time for breakfast, she answers. We couldn't leave you out here while everyone else ate, could we? I nod silently, touching my arm. A flake of salt film falls off, but the older lady doesn't seem to notice. I rub the salt flakes between my fingers, disappointed. Apparently I was in the water last night. I look out at it, questions once again whirling about my head. I'll be there in a minute, I say. Certainly, the old lady says. Your plate will be ready soon. I hear her walking over the sand towards the hotel, but I don't take my eyes off the water. What's in there? I wonder aloud. I stand, brushing off some of the salt film, and pull on a shirt, still staring out at the water. The edge of the sun suddenly peeks over it, piercing my vision and forcing me to look. Blinking, I roll up my sheet and foam pad and stuff them under one arm. Slinging my pack over my other shoulder, I head for the hotel, stepping into my shoes as I go. Pushing the front door open, my ears are suddenly bombarded with the sound of multiple conversations taking place in the hotel's dining room, all of them made up by the familiar voices of my classmates, and, thankfully, intelligible words. It's comforting to hear coherence after last night's incident. Good morning. I turn to see Teacher standing behind me. He nods at my salt-encrusted arms. Looks like you were too close to the ocean. I hesitate for a moment, glancing at my arms. Yeah, I feel kind of crusty. You should have accepted the owner's offer of the lobby couch, he says. Go rinse off out back before coming to the table. I nod again. Yes, sir. Nodding with apparent satisfaction, he strides towards the dining room, one hand clasped in the small of his back. I head for the hoses behind the hotel. What's the point of rinsing the salt off? I'm just going to go into the water again this afternoon. Yet, I still find myself twisting a nozzle, prompting a thin stream of salt-free rainwater to flow through the hose from a rain catch on the roof above me. Rinsing the salt off my arms and legs, I glance up towards the beach. Considering what happened last night, I might not go swimming again. That decision didn't last long. As all the other students run eagerly to the ocean, I realize that my two choices for passing time were either sitting on the hot sand watching everyone splash around like maniacs or going in the water myself. Predictably, I decide to go snorkeling again. I leave my goggles up on my forehead as I once again wade into the surf. The water is much warmer than it was last night and proves to be so clear that anything on top of the water looks as though it's floating in midair. I enter the water to the left of the main group, so any peace I find wouldn't be interrupted by a classmate with less tranquil motives. When you swim with a group of rowdy people on a recreational trip, it's only a matter of time before somebody decides to hold you underwater for some reason they attribute to fun. It's thanks to this that I only swim with other people in recent years when I'm with the school's swimming club or a scuba team. At least they want to be in the water for the sake of being in the water. Pulling my goggles down over my face, I submerge myself. Sunlight, distorted by the water above, forms into strange patterns on the seabed.
Imagine everything you can do at Indiana University. The place to do it all with no limitations. Experience your breakthrough moments. Engage in life-saving research even as an undergrad. Intern with top businesses to land your dream job. Find your people and pursue your passion. Explore the world, change the world. Discover your full potential at Indiana University. Find your tomorrow today at bloomington.iu.edu/opportunity.
The illumination it provides lets me see for a significant distance, giving me a much better look at my surroundings than I had last night. Save for a couple of sand crabs and fish, nothing but the flat seabed extends around me. I can see the other students splashing about in the water, but they're far enough from me for them to be shrouded in a haze. I can hear their splashing too, like the rumbling of distant thunder. I shift my gaze back out to the blue expanse in front of me. My curiosity of what I experienced last night rekindled. I set my mind on the one thing I know I have to see. The drop-off. It can't be more than 100 yards ahead of me, so I don't think it'll be too separated from the group. At least, not by my definition. I fix the cap over the end of my snorkel and submerge completely, using the seabed as leverage to propel me forward quickly. Then, I hear one of the other students' thundering splashes, followed by what I can only describe as an underwater scream. My exploration can wait. I turn quickly and propel myself in the direction of the noise. Wait, where did it come from? I raise my head above the water's surface. Sure enough, I can see someone thrashing in the water. I swim towards them as fast as I can. When I arrive, I can see wispy traces of blood in the water. The victim, a girl, has her leg in a vice-like grip and is still yelling. "Hold on," I say, towing her towards the shore. She doesn't resist, nor does she release the grip on her leg, which is probably keeping it from bleeding too much. By the time we're almost to shore, everyone else has finally taken notice of the commotion. Teacher and the old man who owns the hotel run out to the edge of the beach, brow furrowed and that distinctive look adults get when something goes awry. The other students rush out of the water in a panicked mass, apparently fearing that whatever happened to the girl could happen to them as well. I can't say I blame them. "What happened?" the old man asks as I haul the girl onto the beach. "I don't know," I admit, loosening my goggles straps so they hang around my neck. "But she's bleeding pretty bad." The old man calls to his wife, who runs out of the hotel with what looks to be an emergency medical kit, her face draining of color as she glimpses the scene. The girl's yelling has finally subsided into whimpers of pain through clenched teeth. Blood is beginning to drip out from between her fingers. "Here," I say, trying to pry her hand away from her legs. You need to let go so we can get to it. She takes a deep breath and pulls her hand away. Immediately, the blood held back by her hand begins to flow freely onto the sand. I can't see exactly where it's coming from, but it looks like a roughly circular wound, probably a bite or scrape. The old woman presses a small cloth to it. Hold still now. In my experience, this is one of the worst things to hear from someone administering first aid, but the girl braces herself the best she can. The old woman dabs at the injury softly, though I can see each touch is sending waves of pain through the patient. Teacher turns to look at the other students, who stand a short distance away, glancing between their injured classmate and the water. Did any of you see anything? Teacher asks. Like a shark or ray. I don't catch their response, too focused on the revealed wound. Beside me, the old man and woman also stare at the injury. I don't think it was a shark or ray, sir, I say. Teacher turns back, frowning as his gaze meets the injury. Seeing his face, the girl leans up to get a better look at her leg. Her eyes widen as she sees it. It was unmistakably a bite mark, no more than 2.5 inches in diameter, engraved into her left shin. I lean closer to ensure I'm not seeing things, but closer examination only proves my suspicions. The bite mark had been made by teeth that clearly belonged to a human. Teacher whirls around, facing the other students. Show me your teeth. The students hesitate, confused. A few crane their necks to see past him. Even from behind him, I can see Teacher's muscles tighten in what I'm guessing is a glare. Now. All of the students bare their teeth at once. None of them have blood, skin, or residue of any sort clinging to any part of their mouths. Teacher turns back, raising an eyebrow at me. I bare my teeth, too, proving my innocence. Do you know of any fish like this? He asks me. I shake my head and glance at the old man. He shakes his head, too. She probably got caught in some trash that was floating around. She'll just need to keep an eye on it to make sure it doesn't get infected. The girl looks at him doubtfully, but doesn't say anything. The old woman nods as she finishes wrapping the girl's leg in a length of gauze. I put some antibiotic on it, so that'll help. Keeping it clean is the most important thing now. Teacher nods and turns back to the students. She just got caught in some floating litter. Nothing too serious. Just remember to be careful. The students relax and make their way back to the water, not bothering to see the injury for themselves. Teacher bows slightly to the older couple. Thank you both for the help. The old woman waves a hand. Don't worry about it. It's what anyone would do. I look out at the other students who have returned to their carefree splashing. Teacher nods and returns to his nearby beach chair, apparently satisfied with the old man's explanation. Here, sweetie, the old woman says, helping the girl up. Let's go inside. I didn't get caught in trash, the girl says, speaking for the first time. I stepped on something, and it bit me. I know, the old woman says quietly, patting her shoulder. But it's nothing to worry about. The girl turns her head and looks at me, her face carrying two expressions, silent gratitude and a confusion that pleads for answers. The gratitude surprises me. This isn't the first time I've been an impromptu lifeguard, but it is the first time anyone has indicated thankfulness. As for the other expression, I guess I look like I'm silently pleading for answers too, which is appropriate, because I don't have any of the answers I'm sure she's looking for. I glance at the old man. I might know where to look for them, though. You don't really think that mark was made by trash? I say quietly, more of a statement than a question. The old man grimaces. This isn't the first time this has happened. I raise an eyebrow. It isn't? The old man sighs heavily. It doesn't happen very often, but for as long as anyone on this coast can remember, people have been getting bites like this. I shift my gaze to the sea, studying the waters. What causes them? Who knows? The old man says with a shrug. We've never been able to find out. The wounds have never gotten infected, apart from one incident, so we just brush it off as trash and take care of the victims best we can. I frown. What was different about the time it did get infected? The old man frowns as well. Different? Yeah, was there anything different about that particular bite? The old man thinks for a moment, eyes squinted. I wait silently, kicking fresh sand on top of one of the clumps of blood that had dripped onto the beach. There was black liquid in that bite, he finally says. The next day, the victim died of infection. The next day, I repeat. That's not an infection. The old man looks at me. What do you want to call it then? I hesitate, then nod. What would you call something like that? We don't know what it is, he mutters, or what to do about it for that matter. I remain silent. I don't agree with the way he's handling this, but I have to admit that I can't entirely disagree with him either. He knows just as little as I do, and I have no idea what I'd do if I was in his place. For generations, this hotel has been my family's sole source of livelihood, the old man says. That's why we brush it off as trash. We don't want people to stop coming here for fear of what's in the water. I still don't say anything. I have the distinct feeling the old man needs to get this out. A confession of sorts, I guess. I'm scared, he says, his voice trembling slightly. I don't know what's in that ocean. I don't want anyone else to be scared either. I nod. I understand. The old man glances at me, his face finally relaxing. Thank you. The old woman calls from the hotel's front door, prompting us to turn. The radio says there's a storm coming, she shouts. It'll be here in a few hours. I look back over the water, glimpsing for the first time a dark line at the edge of the horizon.
Imagine everything you can do at Indiana University. The place to do it all with no limitations. Experience your breakthrough moments. Engage in life-saving research even as an undergrad. Intern with top businesses to land your dream job. Find your people and pursue your passion. Explore the world, change the world. Discover your full potential at Indiana University. Find your tomorrow today at bloomington.iu.edu/opportunity.
A big one. I'd better get things tied down, he says. I glance back at the dark line. I'll help. He smiles slightly. Follow me, then. I sit on the couch in the hotel's lobby, my bed for the night, looking out the window at the nearby storm. I'd opened the sliding metal doors that were made to cover the window during bad weather so I could see outside. You sure you don't want to come in the dining room with everybody else? The old man asks from the doorway. I nod. I never really got along with them. The old man nods as he makes his way to a chair by the window I sit at. People aren't that easy to get along with. That girl you brought to shore is really grateful, though. I can tell. I watch the grass bend to the ground in a sudden gust of wind, once again saying nothing. A second gust of wind blows in from the sea, shaking the entire hotel. Maybe we should close the storm window, the old man says. I get up slowly, keeping my eyes on the rapidly approaching storm. I grab one of the metal door handles while the old man grabs the one on the other side of the window. Then, with as much strength as we can manage, we push the two doors towards each other. During a brief pause between pushes, I look out the window, suddenly noticing that the waves have the telltale markings caused by drops of rain. As I watched, the rain visibly raced across the water, making its way to the sand. The old man grunts, face bent in a strained grimace. The hotel shudders as another blast of wind slams into it, joined soon after by the sound of raindrops pounding against the roof. The lights flicker. "You got a flashlight?" the old man asks. "Yep," I answer, feeling my shoulder joint adjust as the metal door slowly slid forward. Another gust of wind, the largest so far, shakes the hotel. All of the lights go out with an audible pop. A few surprised shouts rise from the direction of the dining room. The old man and I finally push the doors together, shutting out the dim sliver of gray light that had been shining in from outside. I hear the old man clamp the lock shut as thunder rumbles outside. "Get that flashlight of yours on," he says. "We're gonna need it." I pull the diving light from my pocket and turn it on, cutting a claustrophobic swath of light through the stale darkness. "Let's get back to everybody else," the old man says. "The only thing you can do during storms like this is wait 'em out." "It isn't too bad of a storm," the old man tells everyone as we arrive. "You just have to wait these things out." The old woman calls to me from the kitchen. I carry the flashlight over to her, making my way around the large dining table my fellow students are clustered around. She hands me several half-used candles, telling me to set them up on the table and join them. As I set them up, I notice that everyone appears to be calming down, particularly after the candles are lit and casting a warm, flickering glow around the table. Part of me is still uneasy, a feeling that I attribute to how the wind outside sounded like screaming voices. At random intervals, the screams sound less like wind and more like an actual person, reminding me of the underwater voices the night before and making me even more uneasy. Could those screams be caused by the speakers I heard last night? Could they even be the things that have been biting people? Are the screams I hear outside really screams? After all, they could just be from the storm. I try to steer my mind away from the sounds as I sit at the table with everyone else for a change. They're so at ease, laughing and chattering without any obvious fear or worry. Have I gone crazy? Am I just imagining the noises I think I'm hearing? And if I was, how would I find out? Maybe if... I'll go to the beach tomorrow morning before anyone else wakes up. If those sounds are coming from something other than the storm, then whatever it is should leave some sign of its presence outside. And if I don't find anything, I won't give the sounds or the bites any more thought. If I do find something, well, I guess that will depend on what I'll find. I open one eye, waking to absolute silence. The wind has stopped. No rain audibly falls on the roof, and it doesn't sound like anyone else is awake. The storm window is still closed, but I can tell it's early morning. I get up and make my way to the front door, pulling my swim trunks and a shirt on as I silently creep through the lobby. Sure enough, I can see light beginning to appear on the clear eastern horizon through the front door's window. I slip my shoes on and quietly leave the building, wincing as the door rattles slightly when I shut it. The entire beach is strewn with remnants from the storm. Driftwood, strands of kelp and seaweed, and several shingles from the hotel's roof dot the sand as far as I can see. I step around them carefully, keeping an eye out for anything that looks as though it could be a sign of the noises I heard last night or the night before. I reach the edge of the waves, finding a lone and evidently dead fish surrounded by shards of driftwood and torn kelp. Otherwise, I see nothing. So, it was my imagination. My fear of what I heard in the water had just made everything that happened after that more frightening than it really was. I let out a heavy sigh, shaking my head at my unnecessary worry. Then the fish gasped, making me jump. Fish usually gasp when out of water, but I've never heard one make a sound while doing so, besides catfish, and this is no catfish. I kneel down beside the fish and take it in one hand. Its eyes are rimmed with white, making them appear intelligent and almost human. It gasps again, opening its mouth and flexing its gills. My eyes catch sight of something strange in its mouth, and I peel its lips back with my other hand, exposing its human teeth. I stare silently down at the fish in my hands. The mouth has teeth just like that of a person, and a tiny human tongue to match. I measure its gape with a finger, finding it about the same width as the bite on the girl's leg. The fish coughs, a sound not unlike that of a sickly human, and a black liquid dribbles down the side of its mouth. I angle the fish so the liquid won't touch my hand, causing it to drip on a leaf of kelp. The leaf immediately curls up and crumbles into a black dust when the liquid touches it. I look at the fish as it looks at me with its white-rimmed eyes and urge to throw it as far as I can, rising in me. I want to forget that I ever saw the fish, to get it out of my sight, to go back in time and keep myself from coming out to the beach this morning, to do something to prevent myself from ever being here right now and discovering this aberration. But as I look at the fish, I can see the light of panic in its eyes, the same expression in the eyes of every captured animal I've ever seen. I blink. Maybe this wasn't the way this fish was made. Maybe it had no answers as to what was happening to it, just as I have no explanation for what this fish was. This in mind, I carry the fish to the water and submerge my hand, holding the fish loosely. He belongs in the water, no matter what I think about his unsettling appearance. The fish rests for a moment in the softly rolling waves, then darts out of my hand, a silver streak arcing through the water. I stand, looking out at the ocean. It looks infinite from where I am. It might as well be. I haven't even begun to understand what hides in the depths. Maybe the fish was becoming something. Maybe it was a new species, never seen by modern man. Maybe something had become the fish. I don't care anymore. Not about the fish, the voices, or answers about what happened the past few days. I fear that if I focus on those questions, I'll lose my love of the ocean, swimming, even water in general. For the first time in my life, I'm actually satisfied with my ignorance. After all, if I knew all the ocean's secrets, I might not want to share this planet with it.
"Are you sure, Mr. Roger?" Rachel asked me upon hearing my request. We were outside of her family home, a big but cozy-looking house in a small town near the Appalachians. My pickup truck idled behind us, parked on the side of the road, as we sat there knee-deep in snow. She'd invited me inside for warmth and a cup of tea when I arrived, but I was in a hurry, so I turned her down. I wanted to get it over with as fast as possible and be on my way. "We don't rent out the cabin during the winter. The area is too dangerous during this time of year," Rachel said, trying to dissuade me from my course of action. And she wasn't wrong. The thick snowfall turned the world into a white, shining, slippery mess. One wrong step, one daring turn of the steering wheel, and I'd be in big trouble. But I wasn't worried about the weather or the cold. They'd be the least of my issues. "Some friends told me you do. They said your family rented them the cabin for Christmas the past few years." I said, feigning ignorance. They must have gotten us confused for someone else, Rachel said. My parents haven't rented the cabin during winter for as long as I can remember. How so? I asked, curious to see what her answer would be. Did she already know? Did she have me figured out? Did she see through the fake name I provided her? From what I understand, a group of people rented it from my grandparents some 30 years ago. The weather trapped them up there for a week. They ran out of supplies and firewood, and all of them died of hunger and hypothermia, Rachel answered. So she didn't know. Not about the avalanche, not about me surviving, and most importantly, not about what we found up there. I couldn't fault her grandparents for hiding it from her. That week is better left forgotten. I know that. And yet I can't bring myself to do it, to uproot these memories and cast them aside. Their roots are too deep. That sounds terrible, I said after a short pause, with a sad expression that was all too real. But we'll be careful. I promise. Look, I have supplies for 2 weeks and an emergency GPS beacon. I jabbed a finger over my shoulder as I talked, pointing at my truck. Its bed was indeed filled with supplies and covered by a tarp that gathered snow. It'll be me, my 2 sons, and their families. We just want a quiet place far away from the city to spend Christmas together, but it's difficult to find one with this pandemic. I understand, Mr. Roger, Rachel said sympathetically. But I can't. My parents were clear on it. I'm sure you'll find someone else more than willing to rent you a cabin. This close to Christmas? I asked. I doubt it. Look, what was your rate? $140 a night? I'll pay triple, with a promise to leave the cabin spotless. I hoped that this would convince her, since this stunt would blow through all the savings I had left. Rachel gave me a surprised look, but seemed to be thinking the offer over. Fine, she said after a few tense moments. No triple rate. I don't want to rob you of your money, but I have a few conditions. Shoot away, miss, I said, faking a dumb old man smile. Your security deposit will be triple. I know how wild Christmas parties can get, she said with a half smile. Her lips curled just enough to denote that she wasn't malicious, but that she wouldn't take crap from me either. And I will come up there unannounced to check on you guys. Sound fair? Sounds perfect, I assured her, keeping up my facade. We shook hands, and Rachel invited me inside to take care of the transaction away from the prying eyes of her neighbors. I wanted to refuse her at first, seeing as the sun was racing towards the horizon, and I was losing precious moments of its protective light. But I gave in. The last thing I needed was for one of her neighbors to call the cops and risk having them crash my little outing. So I followed her inside, shaking my boots of snow and taking off the layers of clothes that protected me from the biting cold. Rachel led me into the living room and had me sit at a small yet comfortable table next to a raging fireplace. She made herself unseen into the kitchen with the promise that she'd be hasty and would return with warm tea. Left alone in the room, I looked at the countless family photos adorning the walls. There were a lot more of them than the last time I passed through here, but the centerpiece was the same. An old family portrait depicting a large group of people, hung in the same place above the fireplace. Although the yellow sheen it had picked up over the years was new. A Christmas carol began singing gently from another room, and Rachel was humming along to it as she returned. In her hands, she carried 2 ceramic cups painted with winter scenes, with steam rising up and out of them, and spreading a festive smell. She handed me one, depicting a snowman going down a steep hill atop a sleigh, while she kept the one showing a lumberjack swinging a heavy axe at a fir tree. I took a tentative sip, careful not to burn my tongue on the hot liquid. Clove, cinnamon, orange, I listed, and made a show of smacking my lips while taking another sip. and it's subtle, but I'd be willing to bet apple cider. Rachel gave a short, courteous laugh. She blew air into her own mug a couple of times and took a sip as well. "Good thing we weren't betting then, Mr. Roger," she said with a soft smile. I shrugged my shoulders, returning her smile in kind. 30 years of making tea and cooking Christmas dinners for everyone will do that to a person, I said. And oh, how much I wished for that to be the truth, for me to cook for a large family, toiling between stoves and pots, only to see their smiles around the dinner table. How I wished for my reality to be different, for me to not cook dinner all by myself, no matter the occasion. But reality is cold, bitter, and apologetic. It never cared much for my wishes. "I bet," Rachel said, her smile extending a little. "And you'd win that bet," I said, burying the painful memories that threatened to surface under sweet lies. After all, in that moment, I wasn't Aiden. I was a 50-something-year-old man and a widower with no family to speak of for the last 30 of those years. No, I was sweet old Mr. Roger, with a large family waiting for my word back at home, hoping to spend Christmas together at this particular cabin that claimed everything from Aiden. A sweet lie, a masquerade so convincing that I wanted to believe in it myself for as long as possible. "Say," I spoke before Rachel got to talk, "is that portrait over there of your grandparents?" I asked, pointing at the photo. "Yes," Rachel said, and I could feel her love for them radiating from her words. "My grandparents, my young mother and father, and all of the aunts, uncles, and cousins on my father's side." She looked at it longingly for a moment, and it didn't take me long to realize why. Her grandparents were about my age when that photo was taken. They were probably no longer among the living. Regretting the scars I opened up in her, I steered the conversation in a more cheery direction. "So I take it that sweet little girl in a summer dress is you?" I asked. "Mr. Roger, do you have a sixth sense by any chance?" Rachel asked with amusement, and I took her jab with a proud smile. "Right again. That's 5-year-old me holding my mother's hand. I was a clumsy kid and needed the support." I wanted to tell her that she'd grown into a splendid woman since the last time I saw her, that the fire she carries in her eyes right now is something she's always possessed, passed down from her mother, who got it from her grandmother. But I abstained. "Oh, don't worry about it," I said. "Most young kids are like that. I should know." We exchanged some more pleasant small talk after that. I was enjoying my time with Rachel so much. I was so engrossed in the Mr. Roger persona that the passage of time escaped my notice. The grandfather clock in the room striking 3 in the afternoon was what opened my eyes, and I realized it was too late to make the drive and the trek up to the cabin today. Nightfall would catch even a young lad in his prime on that attempt, of which I was neither. "My, how time has passed," I said. "I'm so sorry for taking so much of it from you, miss. Let's conclude the payment, and I'll be on my way." "Oh, it's not a problem," Rachel reassured me. "Your company is a pleasure, Mr. Roger. You're not holding me back from anyone, don't worry. I'm all alone in here." I didn't want to probe her on the matter. It wasn't my place to, and I had no interest in it either. But the sad expression that flashed across her face for a split second told me everything I needed to know. She had no husband or children to speak of. With her parents away to spend Christmas somewhere else, she was left to spend it alone. With a knowledge of the craft that only comes with time and practice, Rachel calculated my security deposit in rates for 4 days, up at the cabin in a heartbeat. She displayed the total for me and wanted to walk me through the process to assure me that she wasn't asking for a single extra penny, but I refused, partly because math was never one of my fortes, and partly because I believed her. I pulled out my wallet,
handed her the money down to the last dollar, and got up to leave. "Well, it's been a pleasure, Miss Rachel, but it's getting late. I'm afraid I have to go." She got up to see me to the door, following with delicate steps that pitter-pattered on the hardwood floor. I reached the coat hanger where I'd left my padded jacket and went to retrieve it, but Rachel stopped me. "Are you planning to go up to the cabin right away, Mr. Roger?" she asked, making no attempt to hide the worry in her voice. "Yes," I lied. I wouldn't try to. I reconciled with the idea that I would spend the night in my truck, but that was something that sweet little Rachel didn't need to know. "Don't you have a place to stay around here? It's almost dark outside. It would be too dangerous for you to attempt it." "I don't," I admitted, knowing full well where this was going. The only thing I didn't know for sure is if I was on board with it or not. "Then stay here until morning," Rachel offered, beaming at the prospect of company. No, I can't," I said, though at that point I would have regretted her taking me up on my words and retracting the offer. I've been enough of a bother for one evening. "Oh, don't be silly, Mr. Roger," Rachel said, reaching for my hand and cupping it with both of hers. Small, warm, soft things, so out of place around my burly, calloused palms. For a moment, I felt like a grandparent accosted by a loving grandchild. "There's plenty room in the guest bedroom, free of charge." "Well, how can I argue with that?" I said, smiling down at her. "I'll just go to the truck quickly. I have to turn off the engine and call everyone." "I'll fix us up another batch of tea then," she said, and took off towards the kitchen with a newfound spring in her steps. "Oh, and pull the truck into the driveway. Wouldn't want to risk a ticket." What a lovely woman, I caught myself thinking as I dressed up. Just like I said I'd do, I walked out to the truck. I pulled it into the driveway like Rachel asked me to, and faked a short phone call in case she watched me through a window. Though, thinking back on it, I did it more for myself than for her, to help the lie along in the vain hope its roots would dig deep enough tonight to uproot my reality. Back inside the house, I heard Rachel calling for me from the kitchen. Her words guided me towards the well-furnished and equipped room, and I found a chair ready for me at the empty table. I sat down, picking up the Slaying Snowman cup that she refilled with fresh, steaming tea. Rachel had put on an apron while I was gone, a frilly black thing that would have been right at home in a housewife cooking show. Not that I watch any of those. She did laps between cabinets and the double fridge, retrieving pots and pans and ingredients that she carefully gathered on the table. It didn't take me long to guess the menu based on the items in front of me. "Let me help with that," I offered. She stopped dead in her tracks, perched on her toes as she tried to reach a high cupboard. A quick swivel had her facing me, and I could see she hadn't grasped the exact meaning of my words. "Sure thing," she said, taking a step away as I walked over to her and retrieved the box that her fingers could barely touch. "I meant with the cooking in general," I clarified. Her fingers paused briefly around mine, her attempt at getting the box from me cut short. "Considerate payment for the room, and the plate I assume I'll be getting." "Correct assumption again, Mr. Roger," she said, her deer-in-the-headlights look vanishing in favor of her smile. "You're on a roll tonight, and fine, but just know that I'll feel bad about accepting your help the entire time." Another playful jab, this one a bit more daring, but not any less obvious. I took it with a grin, and helped her pick out the final bits and bobs. We stood side by side, taking in the chaotic assortment of ingredients laid out haphazardly in front of us. Whatever we make, it has to be both fast and flavorful, I decided, taking the lead from her, which felt disrespectful, yes. I was in her kitchen after all, but it didn't look like she was making any progress on pinpointing any particular recipe. "True," she admitted. "Any suggestions?" We went back and forth for a few minutes. bouncing ideas off of each other until we settled on a menu that we were both satisfied with. Buttery mashed potatoes, an assortment of roasted veggies, roasted turkey breast, a spiced cranberry sauce, a gingerbread trifle for dessert, and a quick and dirty eggnog to get tipsy. For the more culinary literate ones among you, yes, all of those things are anything but fast, especially the turkey. But here's a quick tip while I'm at it. Butterfly your turkey breasts. It'll cut down on your cooking time considerably without sacrificing any of the flavor. At any rate, I'm not here to host a cooking show. After spending a few more minutes discussing the details of the recipes, which is a crucial detail if you cook along with someone else, we sprang into action. Rachel tackled the mashed potatoes and roasted veg. I took on the turkey, the cranberry sauce, and the trifle, and we decided to meet in the middle for the eggnog while helping each other out here or there when an extra pair of hands was needed. Dashing between the pots by her side was a lovely time, to the point I didn't mind how long it took for everything to cook. And by her smile and dancy demeanor, I figured she didn't mind either. We were both having a blast, one that we didn't know we desperately needed until we received it. Taking a short breather after I deposited the well-seasoned turkey breast in the oven next to Rachel's veggies, I couldn't help but watch her for a while. The smile on her lips, the way her hips swayed as she kept on her toes, her warm presence that brightened the atmosphere. She reminded me so much of my Jennifer, my sweet, lovely Jennifer. The fun times we had as young, reckless kids, all the hikes and traveling we did as young adults. She'd been the soul of the party wherever we went, and more than that, she'd been my soul, the integral part that made me, me. She was my one and only, the person I wanted by my side through thick and thin, the woman I wanted to age with. My mind threatened to sink like a cannonball, down into the murky waters of what-ifs and could-have-beens, and I was entirely unprepared to stop it, just as always. I was about to go on a stroll down memory lane, to watch my being slowly splinter into a million pieces while I peered uselessly at the resulting shards that I didn't know how to pick up and put back together into the whole they'd once been. I guess Rachel noticed my 1,000-yard stare, the way my eyes fixated on a point millions of miles away. She froze, looking at me with worry from the other side of the kitchen. "Mr. Roger?" she asked, taking a tentative step towards me. "Are you okay? Do you need to sit down? I'll fetch you a glass of water." As I came to my senses, my mind easing back into the present, I caught my reflection in the smooth surface of the refrigerator. Blurry as it was, I could still make out just how pale my skin went. I said, the words leaving my throat weak and frail. "I'm fine, Jen. No need to worry. A glass of water would do me plenty good." I went around the table, sitting down in my chair as I tried to regain my composure. Rachel got a clean glass from a cabinet and filled it with ice-cold water from the fridge. She rushed over to me, putting the glass in my hands and leaning over me as she checked my forehead with the back of her hand. A sweet gesture, but completely misguided, since panic attacks don't bring about fever. "Thanks," I said, taking the glass from her and taking a hearty swig. "And please stop calling me Mr. Just Roger is fine." "Okay, Roger," Rachel said. "Are you okay? Do you have any medication you need to take?" She knelt in front of me as she talked, staring into my eyes and cupping my hand with both of hers. The amusement in her eyes was gone, its place taken by an urgency and worry for my well-being that I didn't like nearly as much. No, I'm fine," I reassured her. "I'm not that old. It was just a harmless panic attack, that's all. I'll be right as rain in a few." She didn't seem convinced by my words, but she got up. The food didn't care about my panic attack. It kept boiling and threatened to burn regardless of my mental state. She did another lap of the kitchen, stirring what needed to be stirred, tasting and adding salt to what needed more of it. But it was clear that she got scared by my episode. "Hey, look," I said, when I could take it no longer and got to my feet. "I'm fine. Promise. I'll help you finish up. It's too much for a single person."
In a car accident, if you want a lawyer who fights for you, call J-Rock at Blakely Law Firm. 800-602-5000. 800-602-5000. That's 800-602-5000. Offices Dade and Broward. J-Rock.
It's just that she stuttered. "If I feel bad, I'll sit back down," I said, getting back to my cooking duties. "Pinky swear?" Rachel asked out of the blue. I turned to find her next to me, with her hand extended and her pinky finger wiggling around. "Pinky swear," I said, twisting my own pinky finger around hers. "I'll be fine." "Okay," she accepted, and her smile made a shy but welcomed comeback. "I promise I'll watch you more carefully to make sure you're fine." With the strain of my episode hanging in the air, we continued cooking. Rachel warmed back up after a while, and by the time dinner was ready, she was cracking jokes again. We met up in the middle for the eggnog like we initially planned, poured ourselves a healthy glass of it, and played it up. Dinner was tasty, but I didn't expect any less from the two of us at that point. She proved she could hold her own in the kitchen, next to a veteran cook like myself. "You're an amazing chef," she said, as she tasted my contributions to the menu. "Mrs. Jen is one lucky lady, getting to eat like this every night. That's if you do all the cooking, of course. I didn't mean to." No, I said, but did a double take as her words finally hit me. "Where?" I stammered, feeling myself go white again. "Where do you know that name from?" Rachel looked taken aback. She fumbled her utensils, dropping her spoon into her bowl as she tried to form words. That's what you called me when I came to help you earlier," she stuttered. "And I figured, I assumed, did I?" I said, waving a hand through the air to diffuse the situation. "Don't mind that. I just tend to get a bit confused at times. Mixing up times and places, you know." I returned to eating, hoping Rachel would drop it. To my dismay, she didn't. Her curiosity was mounting to levels beyond her ability to hold in. But don't get me wrong, I don't blame her or anything. I would have just preferred if she didn't try to dig deeper. I'm sorry for prying," she said timidly. "I hope I didn't cause you discomfort by assuming there's a Mrs. Jen." I sighed, finished what was already scooped up in my spoon, and placed it down next to my plate. "There was a Mrs. Jen," I corrected, and felt the mood sour right away. "A long, long time ago." "Sorry for bringing it up. Thank you for the delicious meal." Rachel instantly went as cold as the snow outside, but I couldn't fault her for it. The turns this evening took were probably as confusing for her as they were numerous. Not knowing how to feel about me anymore was only natural for her. I reminded myself that I was still a stranger in her house, no matter how well we clicked up to that point. And I was a seemingly mentally unstable stranger to top it off. She cleared the table, gathered the leftovers into airtight plastic containers she placed into the refrigerator for later, and began washing the dishes. All of the wind in her sails was gone, and I couldn't help but feel guilty, both for blowing said wind and for leading her on like I did. I didn't want to admit it. I intentionally misread her signals in my deluded attempt to find out what having a child or grandchild would feel like. And to top it all off, to my complete and utter disgust for myself as a person, near the end, I did start seeing her for the beautiful, flirtatious woman that she was, and I liked what I saw. I excused myself from the table, asked for the bathroom in the guest room, and followed the directions Rachel provided. By the time I was done splashing cold water into my face in order to help me sober up, she was done in the kitchen and heading up to her own room. She only briefly paused by the half-open door, handing me the keys to the cabin. I might sleep in a bit late, she told me. Help yourself to the leftovers in the fridge. You'll need the strength for the trek. I'll come to check on you and your family like I promised. Good night. I wished her as she left, but my words went unanswered. The only thing I heard was her locking the door to her room from the inside. I made it to the guest room a few minutes later, finding a tidy bed with a nightstand and a drawer next to it. The space was cramped but homely, and most importantly, it was warm. I dressed down to my shirt and boxers, seeing as I had no pajamas at hand, and walked over to the large window after folding my clothes neatly and placing them on the nightstand. Free of my soft boots, my prosthetic left foot clicked against the floor at every step. I said that this was a small town, but I'm partly wrong in that assessment. It's just 2 lines of houses, one on each side of a central road, populated entirely by people, with land up in the mountains and cabins for rent all year round. The window of my temporary abode faced the backyard, which ended with a sturdy fence that kept out the countless miles of untainted forest that sprawled behind it. I had a nice view of the breathtaking wilderness, and I put it to good use for a while, standing by the window and peering out. I had one question that desperately needed answering, so I reached for the window's handle and opened it wide. The cold winter winds invaded the room right away, sapping it of warmth and sending chills down my exposed body. But I didn't pull away. I pushed into the frigid air, allowing it to freeze me further as I sharpened my hearing. The minute background noises of the pine forest grew more apparent until I could make out the distant sounds of critters going about their nightly business. A few minutes later, on the verge of hypothermia, I heard what I was waiting for. The forest went quiet for miles and miles across, and a howl descending from the highest mountaintops claimed that silence for itself. It was such an ugly, soul-rending call that it managed to chill me in a manner that the coldest air couldn't hope to match. A warped, unnatural mix, somewhere between man and the lowest form of beast to walk this earth. The scream of endless hunger and agony, aimed solely at me. I jumped back from the window, having gotten all the confirmation I needed. After closing it, I turned the radiator up all the way and all but nearly hugged it to warm myself faster. The stunt I pulled was risky. So long as I was cold, the beast could find me. But it was the only way I knew to drag it out of hiding and have it make its presence known. When sensation returned to my toes and fingers, and I was sure I was warm enough to not be found anymore, I went to sleep. I covered myself with a thick blanket and succumbed to a fitful sleep. Morning came fast, leaving me surprised when the sun's first rays reflected off of the spotless snow and into my room. It had been a long time since I last slept without an eye open, 3 decades now to the day. Feeling well rested, I got dressed and left Rachel's house. As tempted as I was, I didn't take any of the leftovers. By 8 a.m., I was already driving. The furthest point up the mountain I could reach with my truck was about half an hour away, and I had a 3-hour brutal trek through knee-deep snow to look forward to after that. I wasn't exactly enthused about it, but I was hasty regardless. I parked the truck in the clearing where the road ended, locked it up, and took to its bed. The first thing to come out from under the tarp was a sleigh, followed closely behind by the harness I'd used to pull it. More items came, and I strapped them all firmly to the sleigh. A Dane axe with a silver-coated blade, a chainsaw, a shotgun with both normal and silver pellets, a couple canisters of gasoline, a few jars and vials of my own blood that I gathered and kept refrigerated over the last month or so, and some other miscellaneous items like changes of clothes and a first aid kit. Starting through the snow, I soon hit the incline that would only grow steeper as I advanced. The path I took was one I knew, and I used familiar landmarks to guide my way. A weird-shaped tree here, a large boulder that hasn't moved in millennia there. They jolted memories in me, and before I knew it, I found myself reminiscing of better times as I trudged ahead. Laughter and banter among friends spawned between the trees, echoing through my mind as if they were real and not merely echoes from a different era. Snow crunching beneath our boots as we merrily made our way towards a much-expected vacation. Jennifer by my side, me inhaling her intoxicating perfume with each labored breath, the sensation of her warm skin against mine. It was enough to bring me to tears. In the middle of the forest, hours away from anyone, I cried. The salty drops running down my cheeks froze in the frigid air, threatening my skin with streaks of frostbite. After a while, seeing that the cabin was about 2 miles away, I wiped the tears and refocused on the task at hand. It's a good place to start, I mumbled to no one in particular. I pulled out the first vial of blood and bit down on its cap to remove it. With an arching motion, I spilled it over the pine needles and fresh snow behind me, careful to not get any on the sleigh. My speed faltered as the incline grew beneath me, but I kept going, marking the forest behind me with blood every 500 feet or so. After 20 vials, and the realization that I miscalculated the distance, I opened one of the jars as well and dipped my gloved fingers into it. 3 more markings later, I reached the clearing that the cabin was built in. I expected another flood of painful memories when I laid eyes on it, but I was pleasantly surprised to find out it wasn't the case. The cabin itself looked nothing like I remembered it, but then again, why did I think it would? After that week we spent in it, of course it needed to be rebuilt. And rebuilt it was, bigger and better than its former incarnation. I pulled up to its porch, releasing myself from the sleigh's harness and leaving it behind as I entered. The inside had a slight smell to it, which along with a fine layer of dust that settled on everything, was a dead giveaway that the cabin hadn't been used since the first snowfall this season. After a hasty check of all the rooms, I looked at my wristwatch. It read 1 p.m., which meant that the trek took me longer than expected. Now, if I may be allowed to toot my own horn for just a bit, I'm in great shape for my age. I'm my own cook, so I eat well. I'm my own personal trainer, and God knows I've not gone easy on myself. Most nights I can't find my limbs after strenuous bouts of workout. I don't drink, I don't smoke. In fact, the last 30 years of my life have been spent solely on preparing for tonight. Time used to better my mind, body, and arsenal, all so I could see this one night through. But even with all of that, I can't compare to a man half my age. Despite my best efforts, the passage of the years robbed me of my vigor little by little. The only aspect of me that hasn't faltered in the slightest is my determination. If anything, it only grew stronger, and I put it to good use. After lighting the fireplace in the cabin to warm it up, I went outside, checked and fueled the chainsaw, and took to the forest. It had a wide selection of trees just ripe for felling, so I got to work. The hours passed, flying by me like summer birds as I cut and cleaned a dozen trees of their branches. With great effort that my back was more than unthankful for, I dragged their trunks through the snow and piled them up in the clearing around the cabin. As the sun kissed the horizon and the night threatened to engulf me with its all-consuming darkness, I finished constructing the enormous pyre that I'd need. I doused the wood with the gasoline from one container, allowing it time to soak up the fuel, and had the other container ready next to the pile. The last thing I did before going inside the cabin to warm myself up and catch my breath was to open the 2 jars of blood, leaving one at the edge of the forest and the other one next to the pyre on a log. The sun slowly disappeared, and from my vantage point next to the fireplace, I could see the shroud of nighttime settling across the forest. I waited, biding my time for as long as possible, until every last ray of light was gone. My mind was eager to spring into action, but after a grueling day of manual labor, my body had other plans. I soon fell asleep on the chair, lulled into it by the heat of the fire. To my displeasure, my sleep wasn't as restful as it had been at Rachel's house. The night terrors I'd grown accustomed to returned to haunt me again, offering me a sweet release from the present, only to tear it away from me. I was back down the mountain, trekking through the December snow with my friends and my soon-to-be wife. The date was the 24th of December, 1991, and I was a strapping young lad of only 25 years of age, with my future looking bright and my fiancée next to me. I felt invincible, king of the world as far as I was concerned. Seeing as we were planning our wedding, and our years were slowly advancing beyond parties and travel, and into settling down, finding good paying jobs, and starting a family, me and Jennifer decided to throw one last party, like the good old times. We saved up money all year round, and got 4 more of our closest friends to join us in what might have been our final outing as a group. We found a cheap cabin, far away from civilization, so we wouldn't disturb anyone's Christmas night with our loud music and drinking. The hike took hours, but with Jen by my side to keep me going, I felt no cold or exhaustion to speak of. Michael, David, and myself, the 3 men in the group, pulled the sleighs with supplies. Jennifer, Kelly, and Lori followed us closely, talking between themselves about anything and everything that they talked about when they weren't pestering us. David and Lori were getting ready for marriage, just like me and Jen, and Michael and Kelly were already married with a kid back home, just wanting to break free from their busy lives for a few nights. By the time we reached the cabin, evening was only hours away. Me, Michael, and David were hasty in setting up the battery-powered cassette player, and before long, music was blasting out of it. The girls warmed up the pre-packaged food, drinks were being passed around from the portable cooler, and by nightfall, we had a proper party raging on, one we planned to extend into the early hours of the next morning. I'm tempted to say that it was the best party of my life, but I know I'd be lying. I only see it that way now because it was the last party where I actually felt good. The fun reached a crescendo around midnight. We were all properly drunk by then, dancing and bumping into each other in the small cabin. Michael needed to relieve himself of surplus liquids, so he went to the outhouse. He was barely gone for half a minute before he barged back inside, his eyes wild and fear plastered across his face. "Guys, come outside right now." By the urgency in his voice and his out-of-character attitude, we knew he wasn't messing with us. We dropped whatever we were doing, and we followed him into the clear winter night, flashlights at the ready. Hushed murmurs rippled through the group. We were all worried and wondering what the hell had scared Michael so bad. "There," he said, and pointed towards one of the mountaintops. "What the hell is that?" Our collective sights followed his finger, settling on the peak looming above us, but none of us could make anything out. "Turn off the lights and the music," Michael ordered. David complied. He was in and out of the cabin in a heartbeat, leaving us stranded in soul-crushing darkness and silence. With nothing left to pollute my senses, my eyesight and hearing sharpened. Against the spotless white snow and ice that engulfed the cliff faces, I saw a shadow emerge. The longer I stared at it, the more I could feel my mind fracture, as if it wasn't something that my mortal eyes were meant to witness. Still, from this far away, I couldn't make out much of it, save for its eyes that seemed to glow in the night like a pair of bloody stars. "Why is it so quiet?" Jen asked. I hadn't even noticed her get next to me and wrap her arms around mine, pushing herself into me in her startled state. But as soon as she brought it up, I could hear it as well. A complete and utter lack of sound, except for our own breathing and shuffling through the snow. "Do you guys see it now?" Michael asked. We didn't get to answer him. The thing, the creature, let out a howl unlike anything I've heard before or since. The call of endless winter, of bone-shattering cold and gut-wrenching hunger. Its voice reverberated down the mountain, echoing through the valleys and piercing our ears with its volume. It lasted for what felt like a lifetime, forcing images of fates worse than death into my mind. I saw all of us, huddled around a dying fire deep in the forest, cupping our palms around the dying embers in a last futile attempt to warm up. The days and nights passing, with no hope of salvation, growing ever more hungry and thirsty until we turned feral and set our sights on each other. I saw the bloodshed, the bodies, flesh rendered from bone and shoved between greedy, clacking teeth. But it wasn't real. None of it was real. We wouldn't do that. We couldn't do that. Lost in the visions, I didn't see the creature wave an arm towards us. I didn't see the sheer force of its action tear through the layers of snow, feeling it in slabs that slid down the slope. The others told me of all that later. "Avalanche," one of them said, though I can't for the life of me remember which one. Their cry, and Jen pulling at my arm with desperation, was what finally broke the creature's spell over me. With the avalanche picking up speed and mass as it plowed down the mountainside towards us, we took shelter in the only safe place around for miles. We huddled in the center of the cabin, hoping that the structure was sound enough to withstand the assault. When it finally hit, the avalanche sounded like a thunderstorm mixed in with an earthquake. The world around us shook from its very core, sending us flying every which way as we tried to hold steady against it. And then, as soon as it had started, the calamity ended, leaving us gasping in terror. A scream reverberating from outside the cabin woke me up before the nightmare got to the worst part. I jolted in the seat, strangely thankful for being spared of the horror that would have followed. With the axe and loaded shotgun in hand, I got outside into the quiet night. My hairs stood on their ends right away, as a feeling of deep anxiety welled within me. This was it. The moment I'd been preparing for the past 30 years. My life's goal was within reach, and yet I feared I was woefully unprepared to face it. I walked around the pyre, checking the clearing for signs of the beast. The jar of blood left on the log had been thrown into the snow, licked clean of every last trace of the crimson fluid. Even the snow around where it had landed was gone. The beast was hungry. Leaving the axe next to the one remaining fuel canister, I raised the shotgun in front of myself, and marched towards the forest slowly. The beast ran around between the evergreen trees, using them for cover, but I could tell that each one of its steps brought it closer to me. My heart pounded away wildly in anticipation, preparing my body for the fight that would shortly ensue. "Come out," I said into the night, stopping halfway to the tree line. The skittering stopped, sending me on edge. Bouts of laughter emanated from the forest, its echoes making it hard for me to pinpoint the source. "Come out." The beast repeated my words back to me, only they were twisted and slurred, uttered by lips that had grown unaccustomed to human speech. "I'm not screwing around," I pressed. "Come out. Now." "Me neither," the beast said. In one final leap, it flew through the air from the branch where it had been squatting. With a heavy thud, it landed a few feet from the edge of the clearing. My body froze when I laid eyes on it. The skeletal frame that betrayed its decades of malnutrition. The sunken eyes, the retracted lips that exposed diseased gums and teeth charred by decay. The skin turned to a blue and black mess from constant hypothermia and countless frostbites. Clothes torn to rags, and a once beautiful head of dirty blonde hair reduced to 6 strands barely hanging onto its scalp. I couldn't take it anymore. I could feel the beginning of another panic attack writhing beneath my skin. My heart rate reached a maximum. My body trembled from its core, and cold sweat poured out of my pores, chilling me to the bone. The mix of impending doom and all-consuming fear sent adrenaline surging through my veins, and I tried to latch onto it, to let it help me through the ordeal soon to follow. Letting go of the shotgun with one hand that I reached towards the beast, with my voice catching in my throat and coming out a hoarse whisper as my rapid breathing cut it short, I uttered a single word: "Jen." The first thing we did after the avalanche ended was to take stock of our situation. We were all accounted for, and besides bruises and stumbling and falling, we weren't injured. All of the cabin's windows, as well as both doors, had caved in from the weight of the snow pressing down on them. The puffy white death invaded the already small space, reducing it further and making us feel claustrophobic. "We have to dig our way out," I told the others after we regained our bearings. Seeing as everyone ran around like headless chicken and no one was taking charge of the situation, I decided to do it myself. We got our hands on anything we could use as improvised shovels, which mostly meant plates and cups, and shoveled snow from the front door. But where we took away 1 cup or plate worth, 2 flooded in to take their place. We kept at it, fear and desperation pushing us from behind and stoking the fires of our efforts. When my hands felt like they'd freeze right through and shatter, someone else took my place. We tried for hours and hours until the snow pile that gathered behind us threatened to reach the ceiling, but we made no progress. The avalanche appeared supernatural in scale and intensity, leaving us trapped under a puffy white sea in our little bubble of air. "Stop," I said. "We're wasting our strength. We have to wait this one out." "But we'll freeze to death," Michael interjected. Still, his voice lacked the determination and rebelliousness to drive his point home. He was just as tired and defeated as the rest of us. "The owners will notice we're missing," I said. "They'll send help when we won't come back down the mountain." "They won't," Kelly said from behind me. "They said they'll be out of town until after New Year's and asked us to leave the key under the cabin's porch." Lori added, "Do you guys ever listen to the people around you?" "No," David said. No. That's a week away. We can't stay in here for an entire week.
Hey students, winter break is just around the corner, and it's the perfect time to get ahead. Why not take the December ACT? Picture this. While everyone else is kicking back, you're taking control of your future. Showcase your skills and secure your college dreams. Sign up today and turn your break into a breakthrough at act.org/register.
He devolved into panic, dragging everyone else down with him. Worried whispers grew in intensity, soon turning into an incoherent shouting match. We'll freeze, we'll starve, we'll suffocate. Those were just a few of the worries made vocal. Calm down, I said, but my voice was drowned out by theirs. Calm down. Hearing me louder, everyone fell silent. Their gazes turned to me, expectant and oddly accusatory. We have some drinks left, and we won't starve to death in a week. If we hunker down together for warmth, no one will freeze either. We'll see through this, okay? What about oxygen? David asked. This place is small and really high up. There's not enough of it for a week. Yeah, I answered. But physical effort and panicking will burn through it faster. Look, we don't have to make it an entire week, okay? Just a day or two before help comes. I could see they weren't satisfied with my plan. They huddled together away from me in a silent statement of opposition. And if we start running out of oxygen, we can give digging another try as a last resort. Besides, we'll stand a better chance later when the snow settles and freezes. Fine. David gave in. I'm so cold, Jen said, echoing everyone's sentiments. My toes will fall off. Here, Kelly offered. Let's do like Aiden said. Let's huddle together. Lori followed them, and the three of them did just that, going over to one of the cabin's corners and hunkering down. When I say the place was small, I'm not kidding. It was very small, an all-in-one kitchen, dining, and living room, with a small pantry and a bedroom connected to one side of it. Let's fetch all the pillows and covers we can, I told the other men. They agreed, so we wordlessly started searching, which didn't take that long. In half an hour, we had a fake bear rug in the corner to isolate the room, and all of the pillows and blankets in the cabin to keep us warm. We used the bedroom as a changing room, doubling the layers on our skins. And yes, that meant double boxers, pants, blouses, jackets, double everything. We put on all of the spare clothes we brought along. And yet, as insulated as we were, holding each other tight in a collective bear hug, we were still cold. Jess and Lori fell asleep fast, the mix of fatigue and alcohol in their veins doing them in, and I could see the others weren't far behind. Let's sleep in shifts, I whispered to David and Michael. The girls need their rest, but someone needs to be awake at all times, in case something else goes wrong. Yeah, Michael said, though by his voice alone, I could tell he wouldn't be the first on guard duty. Sounds good, David agreed. I'll take the first shift, I offered, seeing as it had been my idea. I wiggled my way free from the arms holding me tight and got to my feet. Taking a single blanket to wrap myself in, I went and sat down in the chair next to the fireplace. It was one of those boxy things made of steel and suspended off the ground by lanky feet, and we'd kept the fire burning in it for a while last night. Yet, as I reached my hands toward it to rob it of the last residual traces of warmth it should have held, I found it completely cold. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The cabin had been warm and cozy just before we saw the creature on the peak, and the avalanche blocked us in. No way in hell could it have been so cold already. But it was. Even our own bodies, under all the layers of clothes and blankets, couldn't keep us warm as they should have been able to. I pushed those thoughts aside in favor of thinking of our immediate survival. The others fell asleep, leaving me alone, so I needed to keep my senses sharp and my wits about me in case help arrived. Checking my wristwatch, I saw it was nearing sunrise outside. I'd been awake for nearly 24 hours by that point, but I didn't feel tired. No doubt the result of the shock, but I was thankful regardless. By noon, I'd kept busy by climbing up in the attic and turning off the generator. Damn thing consumed more oxygen, so we couldn't afford to keep it on. It only powered the lights in the cabin anyway. There were no outlets for us to make use of in any meaningful way. With the shoelaces of my spare pair of boots tied into a hangman's knot, I hung one of the flashlight sets on low power from the now dead light bulb, and I decided I'd done enough for the day. The cold robbed me of my will, making every move feel strenuous. Even thinking about anything in particular left me short of breath. So, I simply existed, listening to the others breathe and shift in their sleep. Michael roused from his rest at about 1 in the afternoon. Shivering from his core, he got free from beneath the sea of blankets and got to his feet. He wanted to unwind, to stretch his body and joints that were sore from the uncomfortable sleeping position on the floor, but he abandoned that course of action when his blouses and jackets threatened to expose his skin. He dragged another chair next to me and sat down in it, rubbing his gloved hands together. "How the hell is it so cold already?" he asked, as the water vapor in his mouth condensed on his wool gloves. "I don't know, man," I admitted with half a mouth. "You tired yet?" he asked me. His teeth clattered, slurring his speech. "Out of my mind, yeah. I'm hungry as hell," he said. "I'll grab a bite to eat and take over. Go catch some shut-eye, too," he said. I couldn't argue. "Thanks," I said, and pried myself free from the seat. His mention of food made me notice my own peckishness, but I was in no mood to eat. In a matter of moments, I was wrapped in Jen's arms, drifting off to sleep. It felt like a short nap, a blip in my stream of consciousness, before I was awoken by screaming. Jolting to my senses, pushing blankets and pillows aside to get to my feet, I saw the source of the commotion. Michael was on his back, down on the floor, with David on top of him, hurling fists at his face. "What the hell?" I yelled, jumping on David's back to pull him away. He was crazed, outputting more force than I'd ever seen him to. "Son of a bitch ate all my food," David said to me, elbowing me in the face to get me off of him. I stumbled back and crashed to the floor, bringing my hands around my nose. The hit felt like a lightning strike to my face, the cold amplifying the pain of the fresh wound. My gloves came back bloodied, warm liquid soaking through them and reaching the skin beneath. "David, stop," Lori said. The sound of her voice broke David's violent spell. His eyes went wide, darting between his bloodied fists and Michael's disfigured face. David stuttered. "I woke up. I found him eating all our food. He didn't leave anything for us. Not a crumb." I got up and placed my hands on David's shoulders. Having calmed down, he nearly melted under my touch. I guided him to his feet and slowly pulled him aside, and in the ensuing silence, I heard Michael muttering something behind broken teeth. Kelly got on her knees next to him, tears streaming down her face, but she kept quiet, trying to hear him. "Hungry. I'm so hungry," Michael chanted. "Why'd you beat him up so badly?" I asked David a bit further away, where the others wouldn't hear us talk. Jen got down next to Michael as well, helping Kelly in her efforts to clean and treat him. Lori just hung out away from everyone, with a 1,000-yard stare in her eyes and shock plastered on her face. "He ate all the food, okay? But that's not—" "I'm sorry," David said, cutting over me. His voice quivered, and I knew he was on the verge of crying. I don't know. I don't know what got into me. I didn't mean to, but I snapped. I couldn't control myself. "I think it's that thing, that creature," I said, I think it's messing with us somehow, with our minds. I didn't know if I should bring up the visions I had, but seeing as the situation was quickly devolving and suspecting outside interference, I decided to do it. I turned David around, signaled for the girls to pay attention as well, and spoke up. Outside, before the avalanche started, when I looked up at that thing, I said, deliberately making my words slow, when it screamed, it showed me things. Everyone's eyes went wide when they heard that, which was all the proof I needed. Us huddled around a dying fire, David asked. Freezing and going hungry, Lori added. Eating each other, Jen completed with hesitation. I nodded my head at all of their questions. We'd seen the same thing, the same fate in store for us, and that was all of the confirmation I needed, that we were dealing with something beyond the natural and logical, that we needed to be extremely careful if we hoped to make it out alive. The girls finished treating Michael, and we talked some more, swapping theories and comparing notes. We came to the consensus that, given our circumstances, we were much colder and hungrier than we should have been. But beyond that, all seemed normal still, or as normal as things could be right then. Michael remained catatonic after the beating, not answering us or reacting to our presence in any way. Probing and prodding him had no effect, so we decided to leave him be. Not because we didn't care about him. We did care, but we'd done our best with what we had. He needed to rest, to heal, and to let the shock clear from his system. Consumed by guilt, David decided to move to the opposite corner of ours, and naturally, Lori followed him. Afraid for Michael's life and plagued by paranoia, Kelly moved him and herself to another corner of the room as well. Just like that, our group was splintered, bringing down our chances of survival considerably. Despite our better judgment, distrust had been sown, and it managed to take roots in our minds. I'm so hungry, too, Jen whispered to me after a while, her stomach growling ever so often. And I'm so cold. Me too, babe, I admitted. I saw her shoot daggers at Michael and Kelly whenever they weren't looking our way, but I lacked the energy and mental fortitude to say anything of substance that might dissuade her and quench her mounting hatred for the two. The mere act of thinking became harder by the second, and I was so out of it that I didn't even think of blaming it on the dwindling concentration of oxygen in the air. More time passed like that, with us growing more and more quiet. Our shuffling stopped, and as our minds suffered under the intense hunger and the slow but agonizing suffocation, moments became melting into each other. After a while, I found myself unable to tell minutes apart as longer and longer portions of time slipped between my fingers. For how long had we been in there? A day? A week? A lifetime? How long ago had David's attack been? Hours or days? My brain could barely bring itself to ask these questions, and it couldn't answer them when it did. Sleep came in bursts that were hard to measure or distinguish. I found myself slipping in and out of consciousness more and more often, with Jen's cold arms wrapped around me. Over the eternities I spent awake between bouts of darkness, I felt her chest heave slower as her breathing grew labored. I tried to check up on her, but my body's reserves were so low that it refused to even let me speak. In an uncharacteristic moment of awareness, I heard Kelly whisper to Michael. In the all-consuming silence, her words reached me loud and clear, but their meaning eluded me. I urged my mind to focus, to make out letters and syllables and words, to remember enough of the English language for me to understand her. It eventually did, but not without plenty of protesting. Michael, Kelly said, shoving her palms against his chest. I saw air puff out of his nostrils each time she did, turning into fluffy clouds that dispersed as they rose to the ceiling. Please, she urged him, stay with me, babe. Don't leave me alone. Seeing their state broke my heart. My mind cobbled itself back together enough to spit out misshapen memories of our past together, which only served to deepen my distress. I'd known Michael ever since we were children, having grown on the same quiet street in our small town. He'd always been a great guy, and we made fast friends, spending our summers playing outside way past the bedtimes that our parents failed to enforce. We stuck together through thick and thin, the roots of our friendship extending all the way back into preschool and kindergarten. When it came time to enroll into elementary, we fought our parents tooth and nail to make sure we'd go to the same school. Bratty as we were, our parents caved in. Michael's folks were more than happy to enroll him into the local school, but my parents wanted better for me. They wanted to find me a nice school in the nearest big city. But I'd have none of it, and after countless tantrums and threats that only a 6-year-old can come up with, they relented. Elementary school came and went, filled with its own misadventures. Michael's parents did much better for themselves, and we were both able to afford going to the city for middle school. That's where I first met Jen, and from the first moment I laid eyes on her, she was my ray of sunshine. Not thinking much of it, viewing relationships as nothing more than games, we soon declared ours official. As young love always tends to do, no one expected ours to last, thinking we'd grow bored of each other and of the concept in general. But we didn't. Jen and I were joined at the hip from that day forward, even as our small group steadily grew and we advanced in age. By high school, Michael had found Kelly, and let me tell you, courting her was a nightmare. Me and Jen were his wingmates through all of it, though, and our help paid off when Kelly finally agreed to go out on a date with him. We, of course, made it a double date, and we all had a blast. After that day, Kelly joined our group as Michael's girlfriend. More friends came and went, but none stuck around for too long. I don't think I could list them all, for the simple fact that I can't remember them all anymore. David and Lori are the clear exception to that rule, however. Transfer students from the faraway land of, I can't remember the names of their towns. They arrived in separate boxes that were soon a bundle deal. Desperate as they were to fit in with any group, they ended up in ours, and we welcomed them with open arms. In all of our time together as a group, we had our fair share of arguments and drama. It's human nature, it's unavoidable, but it was never anything serious. Just petty squabbles that got resolved and helped strengthen our bonds, which is all a very long and convoluted way of saying that we'd never been as divided as we were during our time up in that cabin. I watched Kelly try her best to comfort Michael for a while longer, but my mental acuity soon faltered again. More time passed without my notice, and when I came back to my senses once more, I checked my wristwatch. It was one of those fancy ones, the ones that also display what day of the week it is and the current date. I was taken aback to find out that it was Thursday, the 26th of December. Had 2 days really passed me by like that? Feeling parched, I decided to get up and grab a drink. We still had some beers, a bottle of wine, and half a bottle of whiskey left in the cooler, but I wasn't dumb. Even in my impaired state, I knew that too much alcohol would only dehydrate me faster, so I went for a beer and left the stronger stuff alone. I got one of the bottles out, undid the cap with much effort, and pressed my cracked lips against it. The liquid inside was on the verge of freezing as I tipped the bottle up, and it felt like thousands of sharp razor blades down my dry throat. But I don't think I've ever appreciated a drink more in my life. As soon as it started flowing, it was over and gone, so I discarded the bottle. Feeling a tiny bit better, I checked up on the others. They'd gone just as motionless as Michael, and I was worried that not all of them were alive anymore. "Guys?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "You all still here?" Kelly cracked her bloodshot eyes open and shot me a look of pure exhaustion. She probed Michael with her elbow, and he produced a few puffs of air out of his nose. Lori snuggled tighter against David, and he simply stated, "Where the hell else would we be?" That only left Jen. "Jen? Babe?" I called out, the words coming out as mere whispers. She tossed in her sleep, so I decided to let her be. But I wanted to get a closer look at Michael, who I knew was pretty banged up, and whose wounds would only get exacerbated by the cold. I shuffled over to him and Kelly, seeing her eyes dilate with fear as I approached. She nearly hissed at me, scared like a cornered animal faced with a mighty predator, so I stopped a little distance away. Michael looked horrible. His face was purple and bulging, lips split open, and the bridge of his nose broken. The worst areas were covered in bandages and Band-Aids from the first aid kit, and the places where David's fist ruptured his flesh open were caked in dried blood and long since evaporated iodine that left a yellow tinge on his skin. His eyes were swollen shut, his hair fell out in clumps, and the remnants of his teeth that I could glean between his parted lips were jagged and sharp. He wouldn't last much longer. I was aware of that, and by the looks of her, neither would Kelly. I fetched 4 of the 5 remaining beers, tossing Kelly 2 of them and handing David the other 2. "Make Michael drink one as well," I told her, and went to lie back down next to Jen. She shuffled away from me when I got under the blanket, balling up against the wall. I wrapped myself around her as best as I could, but it felt like I was hugging a block of solid ice. Despite my stupor and the alcohol now racing through my veins, I had enough mental clarity to be surprised that we were all still alive. By all accounts, we should have all died by then, either to the cold or to suffocation as our oxygen slowly depleted. But we were all still hanging on, even if only by a thread. By now, you might be wondering how no one had found us yet. The answer is simple. Cell phones weren't as prolific back then, so it was normal to be out of touch with family and friends when you traveled. With 1 day's worth of driving to get here, a 2-day stay at the cabin, and another day to drive back home, no one would notice that something was amiss until Friday evening at the earliest. Factoring in things such as delays because of potential traffic and possible detours, our families were unlikely to sound the alarm earlier than Saturday morning, until word reached here from all the way back home, until a rescue unit would be scrambled together and sent to check on us, until they'd find the cabin buried under metric tons of snow. We could expect evac to happen around Saturday night at best. Somewhat rehydrated, and with the alcohol and the beer squeezing a bit more heat out of my muscles, I was lulled back to sleep. It was another fitful bout of rest, my mind half awake at any point throughout. I heard the others move around, pulling their covers, and I felt Jen squirm in my arms every so often. But by the time she got up, by the time she began moving around, I was too out of it to notice it. I woke up to the heavy smell of smoke burning my eyes and nostrils. When I got up, I found Jen knelt in front of the fireplace, struggling to ignite the wood inside of it by using a torn book and some matches. With the chimney blocked and nowhere for the fire to draw breath from, it bellowed waves of smoke back inside the cabin, cutting our already short oxygen supply even shorter. I bounded to my feet, my mind sent into overdrive as I fully realized what was happening. Without thinking, I went to the pile of snow and grabbed handfuls of it. I rushed to the fireplace, shoving Jen aside, and smothered the flames with the snow. "No," she yelled in protest, springing to her feet and clawing at the back of my neck. I ignored her, focusing my efforts on the embers. When I was sure that none of them survived my assault, I turned around to face her. "What the hell are you doing?" I said. She stopped her assault and pulled back a step, fearful of my justified outburst. "Were you trying to kill us all?" "I'm too cold," she said, and I could see the madness in her eyes. She wasn't thinking straight anymore. The stress of the hunger and the low temperatures pummeled her mind for too long and drove her into a delusional state. "Too cold, too hungry," she murmured and collapsed into a heap on the floor. "We'll die. We're all gonna die," she said, gripping the sides of her head in desperation. Hearing her blabbering, new life was breathed into Michael as well, though just barely. He began chanting in sync with her, proclaiming his hunger and our impending doom with slurred words. "Everyone okay?" I asked, leaving Jen behind for a moment. I planned to get her back between the blankets, but I wanted to make sure that we weren't in danger of suffocating from the smoke before that. "I'm fine," David told me when I got closer. "We're both fine." "Kelly, what about you and Michael?" I asked her, but I was hesitant to approach her. She didn't say anything. Her eyes opened wide, big and shiny, peering right through me. One of her hands left the blanket, pointing finger jutted out, and she motioned for me to look behind. I didn't get to turn around in time. Something hit the back of my head, sending waves of pain up my scalp and down my spine. I fell to my hands and knees, disoriented, and heard David scream. Kelly and Lori joined him, their combined forces birthing a cacophony of yells that only exacerbated my headache. Before I got the chance to make sense of my situation, Michael kicked me in the ribs and sent me sprawling. I rolled on the floor from the force, stopping on my back, and managed to catch a glimpse of the room. Jen was on her feet, axe in one hand and a log of wood in the other. Michael had gotten up as well, scaring Kelly in the process, and he was now looming over me. "This whole shit show was your idea," Jen accused, lobbing the wood at me and hitting my left shin. It exploded with more pain, but when I tried to reach for it and grab it, Michael kicked my hands away. For someone that was half dead, he all of a sudden had a lot more strength than he should have. "Your idea. Your fault," Jen said. She grabbed the axe tight with both hands and slowly walked over to me, stopping at my feet. "Jen," I said between clamped teeth. "Don't," she replied. You think that I don't know? That you're waiting for us to die?" She trembled as she spoke, her head jolting from side to side, and her words sounded like those of a madman. "The beast, it didn't show us the future. It showed us a way out. It taught us how to survive." "Survive," Michael echoed her words. "Jen," David spoke up. He got to his feet while she stammered her nonsense and approached us with his hands in front of himself. "Calm down, please. Aiden didn't." "He knew," she said. "He knew, and he didn't tell us." Without warning, she lifted the axe up in the air. Its blade came down, so fast and vicious that it splintered the ceiling above when its tip connected. In a heartbeat, Michael dropped to his hunches and got a hold of my left leg with both hands. I tried to jerk it free, to dodge the blow, but his strength was superhuman. And then, in a fraction of a second, The axe made contact. It passed cleanly through flesh and bone and sinew, stopping in the floor below. I let out guttural screams, so loud and frightened that they threatened to tear my vocal cords to shreds. Blood shot out of my amputated leg, squirting and staining the floor as it spread a coppery smell in the air. "Another one," Michael said, but Jen ignored him. She grabbed my severed foot, quickly taking off the boot and sock as she scampered away. Even through the pain and suffering, I heard the crunch of her teeth as she bit down into it, pulling flesh and veins and bones away, greedily swallowing without even chewing. "You bitch," Michael said, infuriated. David tackled him from behind, sending him flying face first onto the floor. And through all of that, I was still screaming, holding on to my severed leg with all my might. David undid his belt with shaking hands and wide eyes, looping it around the stump as many times as he could. He wanted to make a tourniquet, which was smart, but he didn't get to finish. Michael jumped him, and the two of them flew away in a flurry of blind punches and kicks. I grabbed a hold of the belt, and with my last ounces of strength, I completed the tourniquet and tightened it as much as possible. The blood flow slowed, but it was far from stopping, and I knew I needed to act fast. David and Michael were still duking it out, their attention focused on each other, but Jen was nearly halfway through my foot, and I feared she'd be coming for seconds at any moment. Cauterize, I thought. Only chance. I turned on my belly and crawled towards the fireplace, one agonizing pull after another. The blood trail extended behind me, slicking my pants and robbing me of what little warmth I had left. When I reached the torn book and the matches, I quickly bundled it around the wound. Striking a match with how wild I was shaking was a nightmare, and my bloodied hands dampening the wood only made it harder. The first match broke, the second as well, but the third was the charm. It ignited, and I pressed it against the paper. It burst into flames and singed my flesh, spreading the disgusting smell of burning skin and hair in the air. I nearly gagged, gritting my teeth so hard that I feared they would splinter. I wanted to scream out, to curse and fight and just die. Anything would have been better. But I got through it, ripping pages in bulk from the other books and adding more paper to the fire as it burned away. And when the deed was finally done, when I ran out of paper and strength to keep going, I propped myself against the fireplace. David and Michael were still going at it, with no clear victor to their brawl. Jen finished eating my foot, tossing away the head of the tibia and rubbing the blood from her lips. By the look in her eyes as she gazed back at me, I knew she wasn't yet satisfied. She dropped down on all fours like a wild predator and bounded towards me. To my surprise, Kelly and Lori came to my defense, intercepting Jen and standing between her and me. "Jen, please," Lori said, raising her arms in defense. "Stop." But Jen didn't answer. Her manic eyes darted between the two, and she let out a growl. With moves so fast that I could barely see them, she lunged at Lori and pushed her aside. Lori crashed to the floor, hitting her head hard against the wood, and she began convulsing. Kelly tried to dash away, but Jen jabbed her hand into her throat, gutting her windpipe with her bare fingers. To this day, the sounds that Kelly made as she choked on her own blood are the worst sounds I've ever heard. She tried to suck air in, and when her gushing blood invaded her lungs, she tried to heave it back out. Her death wasn't fast, and it was anything but painless. Jen simply watched her drop to the floor, reaching for her own windpipe in a last desperate attempt to cling onto life. She didn't even wait for Kelly to die, just grabbed her foot and pulled her away into the bedroom. I got one last look at Kelly before the door swung shut, and the terror in her eyes pierced my soul. She was still conscious through all of it, and to this day I shudder at the thought that she was also mostly conscious through what followed. With the door closed behind them, Jen feasted on Kelly. I heard the sound of skin and flesh being ripped apart, of bones dislocating and breaking, and the gnashing of her hungry teeth as she took bite after bite. My attention was dragged back onto David and Michael when they landed only feet in front of me. I saw them struggle against each other, tossing and turning as they both tried to get the upper hand. Michael got his feet beneath himself and pushed, throwing David off and jumping him again. He pinned David's hands to the floor and headbutted him once, then twice, then a third time, and I saw his forehead coming away stained with blood. David's nose was crooked and leaking, so badly broken that it rested on his cheek. Michael tried to bite down on David's face, but he dodged the attempt. Another one came, this one connecting with David's chin, and Michael pulled away a chunk of skin and flesh that he chewed on. Barely able to move, I realized that David wouldn't survive without help. Whatever possessed Jen and Michael imbued them with superhuman strength, and they became too much to handle. I forced my way on all fours, or, well, all threes, and limped over to the axe. Behind me, I heard Michael take another successful bite out of David's face, which spurred me on to move faster. Grabbing the axe and pushing to my feet, I used it as a crutch to walk over. Preoccupied with David, Michael failed to notice me. I raised the axe high up, steadying myself on one leg, and I brought it down with all my might. I swung it so hard that it whisked me off my foot, but it hit Michael right in the crown of his head. He jumped as if struck by lightning, spazzing out with the axe still impaled into his skull. He stopped after a few moments, wheezing as he drew his final breath. I toppled next to David, feeling my muscles burning from the effort, wanting nothing more than to pass out from the pain. But hearing Jen ravage Kelly's body in the bedroom, I knew I couldn't do that just yet. "David?" I asked quietly. "Yeah," he answered. "Still here. Can you move?" "More or less," he said, slowly getting to his feet. "Barricade the bedroom door before Jen comes back," I asked of him, which I knew was inconsiderate of me, but short 1 foot, I couldn't do it myself. "Why?" David asked. He got next to Lori and knelt in front of her, gently checking her pulse. "What's the point anymore?" "Come on," I urged. "Don't go suicidal on me, please. We can still make it out alive." David turned to look at me, and as his face came into view, I couldn't help but gasp. 3 chunks were missing from his face where Michael managed to bite him. 1 from his chin, the skin and flesh gone to reveal the bone beneath. Another 1 from his cheek, leaving a hole big enough to expose his molars. And the final 1 from above his left eye, making him unable to close it anymore. He was probably in quite a bit of pain, but if he was, he didn't show it. "If you say so," he said, though I could tell he didn't believe me. His spirit was crushed. He was already defeated. Still, he got to work moving the few pieces of furniture in the room to block the bedroom door. He limped and struggled against them, in an effort that was nothing short of titanic in his condition. In a few minutes, even the fireplace had been dragged along the floor, aided by the slick blood that pooled pretty much everywhere. After he made sure that the pieces were stacked properly and wouldn't fall, he hoisted Lori in his arms and got back in their own corner, holding her tight against his chest. I, too, crawled back to my own corner, though I didn't feel the need to hide under the blankets, either because of the shock, or the effort, or the beast relinquishing its influence over us. I didn't feel as cold anymore. I watched David close his eyes, whispering reassuring words into Lori's ear, and lost myself to the fatigue and blood loss. In my near unconscious state, I heard Jen try to open the door, giving up when she couldn't. I heard her scratch and heave and yelp for a while, until even those sounds faded away. Before I succumbed entirely, I heard one final scream, a pale imitation of the beast's call that wasn't any less frightening. When I came to again, after an untold amount of time, I couldn't even open my eyes anymore. It felt as if every last ounce of strength in my body was being used up on the simple act of breathing. Voices resounded from the bedroom, 4 in number, and easy to distinguish from one another. "Hello?" One of them called out. "Anyone alive in there?" They attempted to open the door, but failed against the barricade. I heard shuffling and groaning, but soon they gave up. "Out of the way," another voice said, before loud bangs claimed the relative silence. I managed to crack open one eye, barely enough to see in the dark. Part of the door splintered and broke as the men on the other side assaulted it with axes. Hands reached in through the resulting holes, pushing away the furniture that toppled to the floor. Between the gaps, light shined into the room from the other side, bright and blinding to my eye. The door opened after a few minutes, and I saw a figure enter the room. "My God," the man uttered. "It's a bloodbath. Help me," I croaked out. "Someone's still alive," he yelled to the others, and they rushed into the room. 2 of them knelt by my side, and the other 2 went straight to David and Lori. They checked up on me, gave my leg a proper tourniquet, and then they hoisted me out of the room. I got one final look at David, seeing that he'd slit his own throat and died while I was unconscious. His arms still wrapped around Lori. The mountain rescuers brought me into the bedroom, where I also saw the state of Kelly's body. She'd been so thoroughly mutilated that she was completely unrecognizable. Her face was a bloody mess of bare bone, her clothes had been torn to shreds, and her chest and abdomen were picked clean of flesh, ribs protruding from the carcass. But I was too drained to cry, too drained to even care. The rescuers tied me to a stretcher and got me out through a tunnel that had been dug out, leading from the window to the surface. A tunnel of blood-stained snow, one dug by Jen as she escaped, for she was the only one of us missing from the buried cabin. I was officially out by Friday evening, and after a helicopter ride to the nearest hospital, I got medical care that same night. The next few months were a tough battle, my days riddled with sessions of physical therapy and countless court hearings. Given that I was the sole survivor, everyone's families came at me, one after the other, trying to pin all of the murders on me in their misguided attempts to bring justice to the departed. David's case was the first to get thrown out, since they found a suicide note in one of his pockets, and the wound was self-inflicted. Lori's death was declared an accident, caused by acute brain hemorrhaging that resulted from her falling and hitting her head. Kelly's murder was pinned on Jen, who was still missing. The only murder to which I admitted was Michael's, but after the autopsy revealed David's flesh in his stomach, I was acquitted on grounds of self-defense and defending another. The disaster was deemed as a tragic case of cabin fever, and it quickly got swept under the rug, an effort helped by the fact that none of us wanted media attention. I couldn't even attend any of their funerals. Their families wouldn't let me. As ashamed as I am to admit it, I contemplated suicide on an almost daily basis, desperate to be free of the guilt and nightmares. But I could never go through with it. A few years later, when home computers and the internet began spreading to everyday consumers, I found a small forum built around accounts of the paranormal. I told my story there, asking if anyone knew what the beast could have been. Most users either called me a LARPer, with comments such as, "Nice story, bro," or gave me the same answer that the court provided, blaming cabin fever. I was ready to give up my search for a resolution and accept their verdict, until I received a PM from an anonymous user that only said 4 words. It was a Wendigo. Those 4 words spurred me into months of research. I read all the online resources I could find, and when they became insufficient and repetitive, I took to searching for books on the beast. When even the books failed me, I began traveling, seeking Native American shamans for their legends and first-hand experience. All of my guilt and hate and fear morphed, turning into determination, with my sole goal in life being that of slaying the beast that took everything from me. Armed with knowledge about what I faced, I began to prepare, decades spent on this single-minded objective. Which brings me to the Christmas Eve of 2020, the moment when all of my training and prepping culminated into my one and only attempt at fulfilling my life's goal. And yet, standing face to face with Jen's disfigured visage in that clearing, I began doubting my ability to finish what I had so eagerly started. Wendigos, mythical beast originating in the Algonquin people's folklore, described by them as monsters and evil spirits, drawn to hunger, greed, and the cold. They can push people to acts of murder and cannibalism. As humanity's knowledge and experience with these beasts increased, we came to understand that they possess many more abilities than that. Weather manipulation, possession, and metamorphosis, just to name a few. But through all of that, through all of the variants and permutations of these spirits that humanity has conjured up, one fact has remained constant: their hunger. The same hunger that radiated from Jen's eyes as she faced me after 3 decades apart. She began circling me at a distance, observing me, plotting out her next move with care. I held my hand extended in her direction, my hope dying with every call of her name that went unanswered. "Jen, please," I pleaded, feeling the panic attack reach its peak. "It's me, babe. It's Aiden." Her beady eyes narrowed at the mention of my name, and she stopped pacing. "I recognize that sweet taste," she garbled, extending a blackened tongue out of her mouth and licking her lips. "My sweet, sweet Aiden." Her mellow, angelic voice was but a shell, emptied of its warmth and filled back up with hatred. It sounded raspy and gruff, a far cry from the voice that used to soothe my heart. If Jen's essence was still trapped in the monster she'd become, I couldn't see any portion of it rising to the surface. Putting my free hand back around the shotgun, I doubled down on my goal of ending the existence of this miserable creature and freeing Jen's soul. She deserved no less, and my biggest regret was that it had taken me so long to bring myself to face her. In a flash of realization, she dropped down to all fours and bounded towards me through the snow. Fighting back the panic attack, my labored breath hitching in my throat, I aimed the shotgun. The echoing shot claimed the silence of the night, pushing the stock into my shoulder. The smell of burnt gunpowder, mixed in with the shock of the recoil, helped set my mind back on track. The flurry of buckshot connected, hitting Jen's ribs as she tried to dodge it. Animalistic screams of pain left her throat, but she was undeterred. With
renewed anger, she kept running towards me. I let out 2 more shots before she jumped me, but the bullets wouldn't pierce her tough skin. With a final leap, she landed on top of me, and I toppled to the ground. My world reduced itself down to the smell of death and decay emanating from her, and to her claws and teeth, desperately trying to dig into me. She viciously tore through my clothes, drawing blood that welled from my wounds and stained the both of us in our struggle. I tried to roll away, to break free and gain the upper hand, but her strength was much greater than mine. She kept me pinned down in the snow and latched her jaws around my left shoulder. I felt the muscles and tendons get crushed under immense force, but her jaded teeth couldn't pierce the jacket. Letting go of her center mass that I failed to push away, I gripped and maneuvered the shotgun until its barrel rested against her exposed abdomen. I pulled the trigger, and the force of that shot made her let go. She jumped away, off of me and on her feet, growling as she held her bleeding stomach. The point-blank shot managed to pierce and wound her, but I could see her flesh bubbling and weaving back together. In a matter of moments, the damage was as good as gone. My only chance was to ignite the fire and use the flames to my advantage, but I couldn't be hasty. The light and warmth of the blaze would have scared her away, forcing me to hunt her down or abandon the attempt, neither of which I wanted. She needed to be on the pyre. I walked back towards it, keeping the shotgun trained on her, letting out more shots whenever she got too close for comfort. When I finally got close enough, and one of my feet snagged on the logs, I feigned surprise and pretended to topple backwards onto it. She took the bait, jumping me without hesitation. Her hands tore the zipper of my jacket, exposing the shirt beneath. Before she got a chance to dig into me, I struck the side of her head with a shotgun's butt and let out another shot in the small window of time when she was disoriented. The buckshot cleaved through the left side of her neck, almost disconnecting her shoulder. I grabbed her torso, hoisting her up. She screamed and struggled in my grasp, her rapid healing kicking in and giving me only moments to act. I tossed her onto the pyre, as far up as I could manage, and I pulled the lighter out of my breast pocket. Her eyes widened as I struck it, but she didn't manage to run away. The lighter landed on the gasoline-soaked wood, igniting it as the flames spread rapidly upwards. It wasn't like in the movies, let me make that clear. It was wood soaked in gasoline, not high-yield explosives going up in a blaze of glory, but the spread of the flames was still fast. All I needed to do was to make sure that Jen wouldn't escape before the fire consumed her. The flames reached Jen's feet, setting her off at a supernatural rate. The fire clung to her skin like napalm, engulfing her in a matter of moments. She tried to jump away, to save herself, but I shot her back down. Weakened by the heat, her skin couldn't stop the buckshots anymore, and her left leg was blown away at the knee. She screamed and convulsed, cursing my name as the flames ate her little by little. You see, there's a reason why Wendigos prefer winter and the cold it brings. Warmth weakens or outright negates the natural armor that is their skin, and fire has the potential to kill them. I never needed to reload. By the time I shot the second shell, she could barely bring herself to stand. By the time I shot the third and final one, she was more bone than flesh. Her skin fell away in large chunks, exposing the muscles and organs beneath, to be charred into ashes that dispersed in the breeze. After a few minutes, as the fire reached its peak, Jen was nothing more than a blackened skeleton. Her form was dead, and I hoped that her spirit would finally go to rest. With my job done, I took a deep breath and let my muscles relax. I would need to stay awake throughout the rest of the night to make sure that the fire wouldn't spiral out of control, but the worst of it was over. Or so I thought. until I heard countless screams just like Jen's resounding from all around the mountainside. I hastily reloaded the shotgun as I turned to face the forest, and I found dozens of pairs of eyes peering at me from the cover of darkness. I was a fool to believe that Jen would be the only Wendigo in these mountains. But none dared approach the clearing, afraid of the fire raging in its center. Having seen me dispatch Jen only drove home the point that they shouldn't be messing with me, so they kept to the shadow of the night. A few of them tried taunting me into action, repeating Jen's words in her voice and thrusting themselves into the light before quickly retreating. But I didn't budge. With midnight having just passed and 7 more hours until sunrise, I hoped I could prolong the fire's life enough to see the night's end. That hope was dashed the moment all of the Wendigos fell silent, looking up at the peak that loomed above us. My sight followed theirs, slow and afraid, because I knew what I'd find. The real beast, the Wendigo spirit in the flesh, was in the same spot I'd seen it all of those years ago. It let out a howl that put the others to shame, and it jumped with so much power that it turned into a black dot flashing across the moon's image in the sky. Above the cabin, above our heads, over miles of forest, landing in the valley below with such force that it sounded like a stick of dynamite going off. I heard it let out another howl before barreling up the slope towards me. It sounded like 1,000 horses galloping at once, and it moved just as fast. Knowing that the normal buckshot wouldn't leave a dent in it, I reloaded the shotgun with silver slugs in the little time I had. As the last one slipped in, and I pumped the shotgun, I saw a tree flying towards me through the air. I ran, dodging the slam of branches and the rain of pine cones. The tree fell on top of the pyre, scattering the burning logs into the snow around and killing the flames almost instantly. As they melted the flakes into water that quickly evaporated, filling my surroundings with steam that condensed into a thin fog. The light died down to almost nothing. I turned to face the forest and saw the immense shadow of the true Wendigo loom over the canopy of the evergreens, dwarfing them in size. It stopped at the edge of the clearing, slowing down, but still advancing towards me, a show of its confidence, of its abilities, and of its certainty that I posed no threat to it. It towered over me in the cabin, 2 stories tall, without measuring the antlers on its head. Its center mass resembled a desecrated deer. Its hind legs were like that of a goat, and its forelimbs were wolf-like in nature, ending in paws with enormous claws. Its head was a deer skull devoid of flesh, with leathery skin hanging off its sides, and a mane of thick hair running down its spine. That was until it stood upright and began to morph. Its back straightened with sickening pops of dislocating bones, the hind legs shortened, and the paws slowly turned to hands before my eyes. It took on a smaller appearance, but not any less threatening or terrifying as it approached me. Seeing it in action, I finally understood what I was up against, and the severity of my predicament left me paralyzed in terror. Over years of research into the Wendigo's myth, I came across many variants of this creature, each with their own description of its appearance and abilities. In my pursuit of the truth, I mostly ignored the accounts of the settlers, which were much more outlandish, and focused on those of the native people. The people I believe had the most experience with the Wendigo. The people I believed didn't blow the beast out of proportion. And I'd been wrong, as every story tends to have a seed of truth to it. The beast I was now facing, this force of nature. It was the real Wendigo, a spirit of the land, and the humans imbued with its power and twisted by its madness were nothing more than pale imitations, possessed puppets for it to commandeer as it pleased. The most outlandish claim about it came to mind, the fact that the Wendigo grows bigger and stronger the more people it consumes. And seeing its true size for myself, seeing all of the possessed that surrounded us, I now knew that to be true. I trained the shotgun on it, ready to shoot at a moment's notice, and began walking sideways back towards the pyre, not to reignite it, but to get the axe, so that I might stand some chance. From the look in its eyes, I knew that it had me figured out, and yet it allowed me to retrieve the axe. Another show of confidence, I realized, as if it wanted to say that the silver-coated toothpick would do nothing to help me. It let out a huff of air through its nose and began moving again, closing in for the kill. With the axe at hand, I struck the other gasoline canister, piercing it and sending it flying. It landed on the dying embers as I dashed away, and this time there was a bang. Still not a Hollywood-style bang, but a bang strong enough to reignite the fire and send flaming shards of the canister flying. The Wendigo took a step back, giving me enough time to put my plan into action. I ran for the sleigh, picking it up and holding it against my chest. Turning back around towards the slope, I ran by the beast, shooting 2 shells at it as I passed. The slugs impacted its body, creating fist-sized holes in its flesh and making it burn from the contact with the holy metal. It let out angry howls, but I didn't stop or turn around. I jumped to my belly, landing on the sleigh and pushing myself downhill. I quickly picked up speed through the fresh snow, but it wasn't exactly a well-used skiing track. I'd only go so fast, and it wasn't fast enough. Behind me, the Wendigo dropped back down on all fours and gave chase, with its puppets following closely behind. I maneuvered into a thicker part of the forest, weaving the sleigh between trees, in an attempt to make it slow down. But it was agile for its size, easily copying my moves and gaining on me fast. The few trees it couldn't dodge, it simply headbutted, uprooting them and sending them flying down the slope. Halfway down, with the incline beginning to falter, it caught up to me. I raised the shotgun with one hand and fired again, but it braved the slug without slowing down. Its antlers pointed my way, and it tried to shove them beneath the sleigh to upend me, but I switched to the axe. The moment it got close enough, I struck the blade in its neck with all the strength I could muster. It embedded in the Wendigo's flesh, but I couldn't push it deep enough. As it thrashed around, the handle got torn out of my grip. A new sound appeared in the distance, barely audible at first, but growing in intensity until I could make it out over the gusts of wind and the Wendigo's loud steps. The sound of an engine of some kind. Turning my head around for a split second, I saw headlights some 300 feet away and gaining on us fast. In a matter of moments, a snowmobile driving recklessly was on the Wendigo's heels, and I got a look at the driver. Rachel. She pulled out a gun of her own as she neared the Wendigo, a small pistol that I couldn't make out, and she let a few shots fly at the beast. The bullets bounced off, only angering the monster. It swatted a paw at her, catching the snowmobile's front and sending it flying. I saw Rachel land in the deep snow. And then the Wendigo approached me one final time, and seeing that I was out of slugs, it charged me. Its antlers caught the sleigh in my right side, sending me crashing into the first tree in my wake. The muscles along my back got crushed from the force, sending pain up and down my body. The beast slowed down, one of its paws morphing into a hand again, and it used the hand to pull the axe out of its own neck. and cast it aside. Black, putrid blood flowed from the wound, unable to heal the damage done by the silver. It stained the beast's mane and chest, and it approached me slowly as I turned on my back. I knew I was done for, but surprisingly enough, I didn't feel scared. Do your worst, I told it, in what I was sure would be the final show of defiance on my part. I already got what I wanted, I said. The Wendigo slowed. Its eyes, like burning embers, made contact with mine, and it narrowed them. The possessed caught up to us, forming a rough circle around me, their attention completely focused on what would follow. Peering deep into my soul, the Wendigo showed me the fate it had in store for me. I saw myself in a state similar to Jen's, haunting the mountains during the countless eons to come. Never sated, never warm, never at rest, my soul slowly getting corrupted as it fueled the Wendigo's magic. Damned for all of eternity, with no one to come and set me free like I'd done for Jen. The Wendigo bit down on me and pulled back, ready to take me off into the woods with it, but my prosthetic foot came loose. It stumbled backwards under its own force, surprise thick in its eyes, as it held a mere piece of plastic and metal in its mouth, not the flesh it was expecting. I was in such a state of shock, my mind so strained by the stress and fear, that I couldn't help but laugh at it. Loud, crazed laughter, echoing through the forest as the Wendigo simply watched, not knowing what to make of the situation. As my laughter picked up, it abandoned the attempt to make heads or tails of what happened. Its jaws opened, letting the prosthetic fall into the snow, and I saw all of its muscles tense up as it pounced on me again. I retreated away from it on my elbows, and it lifted its head high up, ready to bite down on my midsection. Another yell, one I'd never heard before, freezed time in place. A shining streak of metal swung from behind the Wendigo, hitting it in the neck and stopping in its flesh. The beast let out an ear-piercing scream, but I didn't allow it a moment of reprieve. I kicked at the axe's head from below it, driving it deeper into its neck as I felt the bone of my leg crack. I kicked again and again and again, the Wendigo jolting from each hit, unable to run away. It tried to skitter away, but it fell on its side, bleeding profusely onto the clean snow. The shadow of my savior moved, looming over the Wendigo, and she grabbed a hold of the axe's handle. With all of her might, she pulled it free before swinging again. I saw the Wendigo's body convulse with each chop until the blade made it all the way through its throat and separated its head from its body. And all throughout it, Rachel kept screaming, scared out of her mind. "What the hell?" she asked, collapsing to her knees. I slowly crawled next to her, under the attentive gazes of the possessed. With their master weakened, they didn't dare approach. "Here," I told Rachel, who was drenched in blood from head to toe and trembling with fear and adrenaline. "Give me the axe." Her hands relinquished the handle, and I took it from her. Even decapitated as it was, the Wendigo wasn't dead yet, and only the axe's silver-coated blade could pierce it. I swung at its chest, hearing its ribs crunch and break as I pulled the pelt and flesh away. The whole ordeal felt liberating and cathartic, consuming the decades of pent-up hate and regret in me. By the time the Wendigo's chest was spread open, revealing its icy heart, I couldn't even bring myself to despise it anymore. I was spent. I brought the axe's blade down on it one final time, cleaving its heart in two. Darkness rushed out of it, spreading through the forest like a shock wave. As it reached the possessed, it set their souls free of the beast's influence. Their bodies crumbled to dust in an instant as decades or centuries of decay came rushing back, no longer held at bay by the Wendigo's magic. I collapsed into the snow, breathing heavily, but thoroughly satisfied with myself. "Roger," Rachel said, jumping next to me and shaking my chest. "I'm fine," I stuttered. "Give me a few. I'll be right as rain." Her eyes went wide as she saw my grin, and she punched my chest weakly. "I saw the fire from all the way back home, and I got worried. I jumped on the snowmobile to come check on you. The cabin was empty, and I looked down the slope, and there was a big tree flying, and I hear that damn thing scream. I thought you died." In my defense, I nearly did. I said, "Where's your family? Are they safe? What the hell was that thing?" "There's no family," I answered. "Never was. I don't have any. No sons, no grandkids. Nothing. I came here alone to kill that thing. I'm sorry I lied to you." She grabbed my hand and helped me into a sitting position, our faces inches from each other. She draped one of her arms around my neck, closing her eyes and leaning in, but I stopped her. "I'm not done yet," I said, and I pushed past her. I crawled towards my discarded prosthetic and shook the snow off of it. The plastic was cracked, the metal beneath was bent, and there were clear teeth marks on its surface, but it didn't matter. I put it back on and got up, helping Rachel to her feet as well. "We have to burn the body and get the heart into the silver box I left back at the cabin before the Wendigo reforms," I explained, walking over to my sleigh. I picked it up out of the snow, finding it had survived the assault unscathed, so I took it next to the body. "I don't know about you, but I don't want to fight that thing again. Explanations can wait." "How can I help?" Rachel asked. "Go check on the snowmobile, see if it works. If not, we'll have to make another fire here." She did as I asked, trudging through the snow towards her wrecked vehicle. A few minutes later, I was done hoisting the Wendigo onto the sleigh and tying it down. The sound of the snowmobile's engine starting up reached me all the way down there, making me let out a sigh of relief. Rachel returned. We tied the sleigh behind the snowmobile, and we carried the Wendigo's corpse back up to the cabin. The fire still raged on, and I pushed the body into it, sleigh and all. Just like Jen had done earlier, it erupted into flames, churning into ash in mere moments and scattering in the wind. I locked the heart into a silver box, which I planned to deliver to a shaman who could properly kill the beast, and I sat Rachel down in front of the fire. I told her the entire story of my life up to that point, just as I have told it to all of you. She listened with bated breath, but I kept going, digging out the memories and laying them bare. For the first time in my life, someone was not only willing to listen to my story, but they also believed me. I needed to release it. I needed to vent, and I felt all of the pent-up emotions leave me bit by bit with each word I spoke. When I was done, we stood in silence for a while, neither of us knowing what to say anymore. Sunrise came, and we rode off into it on Rachel's snowmobile. She dropped me off at my truck, but we couldn't bring ourselves to part ways. I guess I should be going, I said, unusually fidgety. I have to deliver this to a shaman. Yeah, I guess you should, Rachel said. She had her arms around herself, rubbing her own shoulders for warmth. With a defeated look, she turned on the spot and began walking towards the snowmobile. I had my own hand on the truck's handle, but my heart fought my mind and won. Hoping I wouldn't regret this decision, I took off after her, catching her arm and turning her around. And we kissed. Now, I know you probably expect something awesome, that we went on to become a bombastic duo of monster hunters, or something of that sort. But we didn't. I left to deliver the Wendigo's heart and hung my rhetorical cape away, ready to close that chapter of my life. But we are dating. In fact, she's with me right now, reading every word that I've written. She says hi to you all, and I bid you farewell. It's been a long time since I've reveled in the fears of those I used to prey on. It could be said that I reformed my old ways. Well, the old ways of my kind, not just my own. There was a time that I enjoyed the hunt even more than the meal, but I suppose I matured sometime over the centuries. Oh yes, I am ancient. Ancient to your perception of the word, anyway. To my kind, I'm still quite young, and there are even far older things than us. I can promise you that. Humanity has barely scraped the surface of the mysteries this world truly holds, and mine are only slightly ahead of you in such knowledge, truth be told. There are many things that you got right about us, yet so many things that you've gotten wrong. First and foremost, we're not attractive by your standards. To my people, I am a fairly average-looking individual, one who can easily blend into a crowd. I would find it significantly more difficult to blend in with your people, but it can be done. It does take focus, mind you. We are not shapeshifters, but we can influence how you see us. It's not easy at first, but I've grown quite talented in the act, as I do enjoy walking in the human world when I can. Perhaps that's what's led me to my, shall we call it, rehabilitation? Oh yes, in my younger years, I would feast on you by the dozens, without batting an eye. Over time, however, I think humankind began to grow on me. It was the children, I believe. Regardless of how sinister I may have appeared in your eyes, I would never feed on a child. Even when I saw you as little more than cattle, I could never end the life of an innocent. Perhaps I just never had the appetite for the taste of the pure of heart. It could be that the dregs of humanity had a more potent flavor. That being said, I will not pretend that I've never quenched my appetite on a harmless adult. Very few were off limits to me in my youth, as I considered your kind beneath me, as a farmer would his herd, I suspect. Though there are aspects of society that still disgust and confuse me, I no longer think of you all as such. There are some, of course, but I no longer take the life of anyone unless I feel they deserve it. There will always be filth to serve my needs, and I do enjoy the flavor. It's probably been some 300 years or so since I adjusted my outlook. I even took a human mate for a time. Her children were a delight to spend time with, even though they could see behind my illusion, perhaps not the entirety of the real me, so to speak. Pure hearts can figure out the truth of things so much easier than the corrupt. Adulthood inherently brings with it a certain degree of corruption to even the most innocent of souls. It's just the nature of things, I would think. We see the world for what it is when we grow up, no longer just how we want it to be. I grew very fond of Abigail, my mortal companion, and her two little ones. I stayed with them for many years, but ultimately I would leave them before the years weaved their unfortunate spells on the frail mortal shell. I think it was curiosity more than anything that led me to live in the mortal world for those years. I was fascinated by your ways, though I didn't fully understand them. My people have little in the way of emotions, though we're not blank slates, as many would believe. I think we have many aspects that would appear quite foreign to you, aside from just the obvious physical appearance. We do not age in the same manner that you do. I suppose that can be taken for granted from the words I've spoken so far. We do have disease and mental ailments, but they differ greatly from anything you could relate to. Another misconception about us is that we cannot transform your kind into ours. Our blood can carry pathogens that can lead mortals to crave that which we feed on, but it's more of a condition than an alteration. It frees the soul from the body, leaving only a walking shell. This remaining husk requires living sustenance to survive. My community has actually taken great offense to cults who have formed from such a disease. They would claim to be our equals, but they have no manner of understanding how far off they are in their assessment. Yes, should they continue to feed, they will live indefinitely. Surely they will be more impervious to bodily harm, along with the ability to heal certain wounds after suffering damage. It's still something more likened to donning a costume and playing a part than becoming anything like my kind. We can go without feeding for many years, should we choose. Unfortunately, this would render us with similar weaknesses to those of your kind, but it has been known to happen. We can even feast on the traditional delicacies of the mortal world, should we choose, though we would reap little benefits from it. I must confess, I'm quite fond of such things as your fried chicken and the occasional steak. Although I do like to walk amongst your people, the focus it takes to keep my appearance hidden requires a great deal of effort the longer I maintain it. This is why I've grown to thoroughly enjoy the festivities of All Hallows Eve. It's the only time of the year that I can allow my true face to be observed and cause no more than a fleeting fright to those who may look upon it. It's a manner of freedom that my kind rarely gets to experience. I enjoy walking the streets and enjoy the laughter of the children, though I find my eyes rolling at the sight of the older youths. The late teenage girls dressed in their skimpiest of outfits, regardless of how cold the outside air feels to them. The teenage boys wearing idiotic parody costumes that only serve to make fun of others. The smaller children show so much more class than the older ones. In recent years, there's grown an unsettling trend amongst some of the young people who attend a nearby university. They've proven to be quite the foul and useless examples of humanity who enjoy bringing anguish to others. I've observed them from a distance over the months in an attempt to understand their motivations. They call their actions practical jokes, and they even record them on their little devices that are rarely far from their grasp. They publish their clips on a variety of your internet pages, and I have observed others marvel at their works. I watch your world, and I attempt to understand your ways, but some things make very little sense to me. I must say, I've grown quite fond of your World Wide Web, though. Many of my peers mock my interest in your society, but most of them still cling to the old ways. They see you as little less than animals who have overtaken the land and forced us underground. I've attempted to convince them that we may still share the surface world, but they refuse to use our inherent abilities to blend in amongst you. They know all too well how mankind treats those they do not understand, and we have lost legions over the centuries to your fearful throngs. Those tales may lie in your books of fables and myths, but they show so much more clearly in our encyclopedias. Regardless of our shared history, I bear you no ill will. Were my kind greater in number, though, I imagine they would force you all away from the light and into the caverns that we dwell within. There are so few of us left, and I believe it would be best if we could find a common ground after all these years. The group of miscreants I spoke of have apparently grown tired of badgering their own peers and seem to have set their sights on the children of this city. As the Halloween season approaches, I have witnessed some of the youths in masks leaping from the trees to terrify young boys and girls who happen by. They succeeded in causing a little girl to cry while I watched on from the shadows one evening. She fell to the ground and tore a deep gash into the flesh of her little knee. She wept while a taller child, presumably her older brother, crouched beside her in an attempt to calm her down. The teenagers in the grotesque masks only laughed at the two of them and slapped their hands together, seemingly celebrating their defeat of such an innocent victim. I donned my most innocent and friendly face before making my way out of the darkness to greet them. I attempted to reason with the older youths and convince them that scaring little ones was no way to feel better about their own miserable lives. This only served to bring them more levity as they strolled away, reveling in their victory. I helped the crying little girl back to her feet and attempted to assist her brother in calming her down. Unfortunately, I only scared her more at first. She could see the shadow behind my veil, though just a hint of it. After a moment, she could sense that I meant her no harm, and she offered me a delightful smile for my efforts. She asked me what I was, which caused her brother to study me more. He also saw beneath my mask, but he did not flee in terror either. I basked in their wonderful presence over the passage of mere moments in time as I escorted them back to their home after a small stop off at the nearby ice cream shop. It's truly magical to me that children can have the ability to see beneath the flesh. I know my appearance can tear into the bravest of men, but to a child, I am but a curiosity. Before I bid the two good night, they spoke of the variety of attacks these immature teenagers had been inflicting on others. It had become a tradition of theirs these past few Halloween seasons. The two children seemed to regain their fear of me for a moment when I bit into my own thumb before their eyes. I'd learned to control the toxins running through my veins over the centuries, so I would be able to repress any contagions should I choose. I allowed one single drip to fall from my fingertip into the little girl's opened wound. She and her brother marveled at the sight of her gash closing shut, leaving no scar behind or any trace of damage to her flesh. She wrapped her tiny arms around my neck and rewarded me with a small peck of her lips to my scaled and hardened cheek. This caused a warmth to spread through my chest that I'd not felt since I played in the fields with Abigail's son and daughter so many years before. I assured the two that the pranksters would learn the error of their ways very soon. I continued to observe the group of older teenagers over the following days. I watched them afar as they harassed so many more of the town's children. I watched on while the five of them laughed so much harder when they caused the little ones to fall to the ground. I felt a rage build from within me that I'd not felt in decades. Though their actions angered me, I had no intention of bringing them any more than a simple fright. That was until they provoked a throng of small children to flee from their display, causing a few of them to slip and fall down a nearby hill.
2 small boys and 1 little girl tumbled down the steep hill and became silent when they made contact with the ground below. I leapt down after them, still hearing the laughter of their attackers from above. My bloodlust boiled over, and I fought against the building urge to strike. I reached the trio on the lumpy ground at the base of the hill. All of them had gashes and cuts across their faces and limbs. The smaller boy had broken both of his legs, while the other boy and girl had suffered fractures of wrists and shins. Once more, I allowed droplets of my blood to fall into open wounds. Their small bodies twisted and contorted as they repaired themselves from within. Though the bones would heal, I had to assist in snapping them back into place before my blood fixed them at the unusual angles they lay in. The 3 were unconscious, but they still winced and moaned from the pain I was forced to inflict upon them. This was only to help them, but I still felt a stab of guilt for causing them harm. The children would heal and remain unaware of my involvement. But this would not quench my thirst for vengeance. Perhaps I will return to my old ways one last time.
Hey students, winter break is just around the corner, and it's the perfect time to get ahead. Why not take the December ACT? Picture this. While everyone else is kicking back, you're taking control of your future. Showcase your skills and secure your college dreams. Sign up today and turn your break into a breakthrough at act.org/register.
The night of Halloween had arrived, and the hateful teenagers spread their malice to any children who crossed their path. I followed close behind them, having taken the form of vapor to remain unseen. Every fright they caused, and every torment they provided, only served to fuel my rage. I would stalk them through the night, but I would not strike until they were far away from the children. I fought against my desire to shred their throats in front of the little ones, but my intent was not to traumatize the innocent. I had not felt such a craving for blood for so many years. I've watched men wage wars and inflict so much cruelty against one another, but I would not feel the need to intervene. The malice of adults does not bother me. It is neither my business nor my concern who rules which land and who doesn't. I have become no more than a watcher, and I would only feed on the foulest of individuals, though I gave little concern to their actions. I would not tolerate the torment of children. Simple pranks may seem trivial to some. To a child, they cut so much deeper. The pack of hooligans made their way into the woods. Perhaps they sought to find more prey behind the cover of the trees. Maybe they had their fill for the night and decided to take the shorter route back to their dorm rooms. Their reasons made no matter to me. This would be where I'd strike. They enjoyed bringing fear to the innocent, but I adored bringing terror to the hateful. I followed behind, still in my misty form. I reached out to snap the occasional tree branch to revel in their alarmed glances behind them. All 5 of them were draped in tattered robes and rubbery masks. The tallest one pulled off his face covering to reveal widened eyes when I snapped a long branch from a tree only feet behind them. As they quickened their pace, I knew my plan was proving fruitful. I spread my vaporous form as widely as I could to sever a circle of dry, rotted limbs around them. They all cascaded to the ground, landing in intermittent intervals after bouncing in and out of other branches on their descent. The quintuplets stopped and darted their heads around them in all directions. They spoke softly to each other as they turned around, seemingly intent on making their way back out of the forest. They moved quickly, but I moved faster. I scattered limbs before them and to their sides, causing them to travel the path that I desired. They would not be leaving this forest until I was finished with them. With my guidance, they buried themselves deeper and deeper into the dense woods until I was satisfied they were safely away from prying eyes. Now the bloodletting can begin. They'd all pulled off their masks, as the rubbery material had apparently restricted their flow of oxygen, while their pace hastened. This was good. I wanted to see their expressions on their faces. I severed one last small and slender tree branch, and sent it flying towards the tall one, who was the first to remove his false face. He screamed in delicious agony when the jagged limb penetrated his left thigh. I made sure to avoid any arteries, as I'd not yet decided if they would be allowed to survive this encounter. The boy fell to his knees and gripped his hands tightly around his leaking wound. The other four ran to his side, while darting their eyes across the darkened trees. I wanted so badly to make my appearance and introduce them to all the horror they could fathom. But the moment had not arrived just yet. They still sought rational explanations for the broken slice of wood that sprouted from the oozing thigh. I split a variety of many sizes of limbs and caused them to shatter into splinters. I rained them down upon the 5 waiting victims like a storm that had erupted from above them. They all screamed in unison as thorned slivers buried into their flesh, bringing thin streams of crimson to leak slowly down their faces and arms. The thin strips were not strong enough to penetrate their extravagant clothing, but severe damage was not the purpose of this. Oh, yes, they were afraid now. They screamed into the night as they gathered their friend from the forest floor. They all wore wounds now, but none were significant enough to cause any more than light scarring. They all fled in the same direction, and it was just about time for me to introduce myself. Though my body was gaseous at the moment, I could still feel the tingles of anticipation. It had been so long since I hunted for anything more than sustenance. I forgot how thrilling it could be. I shot ahead of them to prepare my arrival. Turning myself to vapor did not allow my body to be clothed, as inorganic material could not be transformed. What would they notice first, I wondered? Would it be my yellowed eyes glowing in the moonlight? Perhaps my rows of jagged teeth behind the grayed flesh of my lips? The claws that tore through the skin of my elbows and knees, or the twin spikes of my shoulders? It may even be the talons on the tips of my 3-fingered and dual-thumbed hands that would catch their eyes. I was enjoying this way more than I expected to. I stood several yards in front of them when I made my body corporeal again. Transforming back to flesh would always leave my skin slick and moist as though layered in sweat. I held my arms slightly outwards with my talons spread wide. I kept my head down so that my thick, dark hair would hang low on my face, revealing only the glow of my eyes through the strands. I even erected the fleshy wings from my veined and muscled back to allow my vast wingspan to prove that what they were seeing was far from human. I felt the ground beneath my feet vibrate as they skidded to a halt before me. Every one of them began to tremble, and a couple of them allowed their bowels and bladders to give into the fear. Huddled together, they began to gradually back away, as if they thought I may not have noticed their arrival. I allowed my voice to devolve back into the guttural and wailing sounds of the golden age of my kind.
Do not turn away from me,
I said, feeling my own body shake with anticipation.
If you flee, you will never leave this forest again.
Of course, they still attempted to run, but I would have hoped for no less. This is where the real fun begins. I chose to soar towards the two who ran together first. The long-haired boy kept his arm wrapped around the taller one, with the twig still protruding from his leg. I picked them both up with my taloned feet, and I raised them high above the trees. They screamed and writhed in my firmly grasping toes until I released my grip and allowed them the freedom they fought for. Their blood still dripped from my talons, which had pierced into the tender flesh of their shoulders. I briefly entertained the notion of letting them crash into bloody heaps on the firm ground below, but they would never learn their lesson through a terminal series of broken bones and twisted meat. I quickly descended towards them and regained my grip on the already shredded tissue I had grasped before. We were close to the forest floor when I caught them, but I slowed their approach before releasing them once more to shatter bones against the hard bark of the trees. They lay still and unconscious, but I could still hear their beating hearts. I retracted my wings and sprinted on all fours towards the three others who had escaped into the forest. I could smell their fear, so they wouldn't stay ahead of me for long. I leapt on top of the heavy boy with the shaggy hair, snapping both of his shins as I pinned him to the ground. He spat as he screamed, an assortment of curses, and I watched several strands of his hair turn pure white when I disjointed my jaw and allowed it to fall wide and open like the gaping maw of a hungry shark. The pure joy I felt in this terror was momentarily interrupted by my desire to bite out his throat. I fought the urge, as these foul individuals did not deserve a bloody death for their insults and pranks. They did, however, deserve to observe firsthand what fear truly looks like. I twisted my jaw back shut, while the boy prayed to whatever god he found holy to allow his life to continue. I wrapped my hand around his face, allowing my talons to tear holes into his forehead and cheeks. I pounded his head into the ground until he lost consciousness, leaving a bloody reminder of what he saw this night. Only the pair who took the foreground on the prank against the little girl and her brother remained. The others had watched and laughed at their actions, but I saw this final couple to be the leaders of this band of hooligans. They always began the assaults and reveled most in the tears and injuries of the children. Their price would be the steepest to pay. Would I take limbs, perhaps? Leave them horrifically scarred and unfit for life among other humans? The options were many, but my time was short. Maybe we start small and see how it goes. I vaporized again to continue my pursuit in silence. I needed to get them together again. A nudge here and there should do the trick. I scattered more branches to guide their path. Once more, I even allowed parts of me to solidify, to gently push them in the direction I wanted. The woods were quite dense in places, so I would lead them to a clearing. I would even allow them a moment to think they'd eluded me. This was the most fun I'd had in centuries. As planned, the two found themselves in a wide-open area in the center of the forest, having the belief that they'd arrived here of their own volition. I chose to observe from high above after they stopped running and caught their collective breath. They embraced each other and spoke of what they'd seen. They spun theories of elaborate makeup and costume design while taking no time to inquire about the condition of their associates. It was as though they had completely slipped from their memory. They perched down beside the thin stream that ran through the clearing, washing their faces and drinking from the water in their cupped hands. The forest had fallen silent, as my presence often had that effect on the wildlife of such places. They sensed what I was, and they kept themselves hidden when my kind were nearby. Had these teenagers the same instincts, they may have been able to shield themselves from me. I softly allowed my gaseous form to descend to where the two sat side by side. The parting of the trees allowed the moonlight to illuminate the clearing and reflect in the water of the stream. I began to solidify once more, but remained silent behind my waiting prey. They sat by the stream, gazing into the night. If all went as I hoped, they wouldn't notice me until their eyes met the reflective pool bearing my image behind them. I watched as their posture stiffened, as one by one they felt the presence of something at their backs. I watched the water reveal their eyes gazing down upon it. They appeared too frightened to even move, which both delighted me and caused my heart to sink ever so slightly. My pursuit had come to a close, and this would be the final act of the night's festivities. The taller of the two slowly turned to face me. He turned his head gradually upwards to stare into my face. I wore a wide smile that bared each and every one of my razor-sharp teeth. Drool seeped from my mouth and dripped from my chin onto my chest. It joined with my scaled flesh that was still moistened from my transition back to a solid form. I heaved with mimicked breath, as I had no need of oxygen to fill non-existent lungs. I wanted to appear feral and ravenous to the two cowering teenage boys who had brought such misery to the children of this small town. I looked on as they trembled in more visceral and blood-curdling terror than their little minds knew how to reckon with. I drank in their fear, and it nourished me more than any meal could ever hope to. Both of the boys faced me now. They adjusted their posture to prop upon their knees while they begged their gods to spare their worthless lives. I stretched one single arm out in front of me. They wailed and bargained with me to spare them, which only drove rage deeper into my ancient soul. With one single grasp, I snatched the quivering lumps of flesh before me from the ground on which they knelt. I gouged both of the taloned thumbs of my left hand into one of each of their eyes, and they screamed in agony and shock. I did not push my fingers deep enough to penetrate their fragile brain tissue, though I can't say that didn't cross my mind. My immense and powerful wings beat against the air of the clearing as I lifted them high above the tree line. The two writhed and wailed while I held them still outstretched before me. I watched the fear grip their remaining eyes as they begged harder than before for me to spare their worthless lives. For a moment, I found great temptation to feed on their fragile bodies, to bury my sharp teeth deep into their flesh and quench my thirst on the life force they still held within. But a fresh meal was not the purpose of this endeavor, nor was ridding humanity of these trembling specimens. The deep gashes I'd clawed into their chests and midsections while we hovered above the forest below was only to allow them to always remember our meeting. They would never be able to read the words I'd carved into their skin. It was an ancient and long-forgotten language that only my kind would be able to decipher. Roughly translated, their flesh now bore variations of the words filth and free meal. I even sliced my name into them, like a painter autographing their work. I swiftly dropped back to the earth below and released the two above the rocks and pebbles that surrounded the stream. When they awoke, they could clean their wounds in the rippling water, but they would always bear the marks I branded them with. Their newfound lack of depth perception would also remind them never to revisit their old and immature ways. I stared at their twitching bodies next to the deceased and dried leaves of the woods. I felt proud of the deeds I'd accomplished this night, and I rewarded myself with a snack. The two fresh eyeballs that still sat impaled on my taloned thumbs. I plucked them off, and I chewed them up, savoring the delicacy I had not enjoyed in many moons. The hour had grown late, but I still had time to stroll through the city streets and breathe in the remaining hours of my beloved Halloween. Tomorrow I would don my mask again, but tonight I would walk proudly among the people of this world. It has been almost a year since that night, and the 5 teenagers still remain in one of your mental facilities. Of course, nobody believes the tale they spun of the terrors they experienced, but they do tell an interesting story. I still look in on them from time to time. I even allow them to see my face peering through the window when I feel like I could use a little levity. Their reactions are truly priceless. I still watch over the wonderful children of this small town, and their smiling, playful faces continue to remind me of why I gave up my ancient ways. Halloween is upon us again, and all I ask is that you remember this. Should you choose to prey on others this season, pay attention to those walking the streets beside you. Perhaps not all of the grotesque and monstrous faces you will look upon are made of latex and plastic. Maybe some of them are not as forgiving as I.
Is it me, or is it unusually slow tonight? My coworker asked. We all looked at each other and agreed. We worked in a very small hospital emergency room, and there were 7 of us on that night. 1 doctor, 4 nurses, and 2 ER techs. The hospital had no inpatient wards like an ICU, so no one stayed the overnight. It was just us in the entire hospital. If patients needed to be admitted or have emergency surgery, we had paramedics on standby, ready to drive patients about an hour away to a larger hospital system. They usually stayed out in their ambulances sleeping. We had in-house radiology, lab services, and 1 housekeeper, which made everything convenient. A janitor would be somewhere in the hospital cleaning and getting the hospital ready for the next day. The clock hit 2 a.m. Shit, I thought to myself, 5 more hours. It's not that I was tired necessarily. It was more so that there was nothing to do, and that level of boredom, how quiet it was, and my sleeping coworkers made it difficult to stay awake. The housekeeper on tonight was Dua. Dua is mute and deaf, and sometimes that communication barrier can make her job difficult. They say she used to speak, but something happened a long time ago in her past, and she stopped. Most of us learned some basic ASL to communicate with her. Things like, hello, how are you, and some work-specific signs. She was so sweet, and almost always brought us in food. Tonight, she brought in lumpia and chicken noodles. She even made her own homemade sweet chili sauce. She would always make much more than we could eat, but we were so grateful. She was like a mama bear to us. Hello. She signed to me. Hello. I signed back. How are you? Good. She signed, with that sweet smile of hers. She took out her notepad and wrote, help? I smiled back and nodded. Dua often asked us to go down into the basement where the laundry area was with her. I think she liked the company. I can see how it must be hard to work solo every night. Dua grabbed the bedding storage, and we started rolling it out of the ER and down the hall. The halls would be dark at night, but as we walked down the hallways, each segment would activate the lights with our movement. We had 2 elevators in the hallway, with only one going into the basement, and it was on the other end of the building. Dua motioned me to push solo, and she took out her notepad and wrote, busy? I shook my head no, and made a doozing off face. I wonder if she ever gets offended with any of the facial expressions we make. I motioned for her to push solo, and we traded. I wrote, it's been a struggle staying awake. I'm sure you saw everyone falling asleep. She grinned and nodded. We both were pushing again, and arrived at the elevator. On the way down, the lights flickered. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, my heart skips a beat, thinking it's going to get stuck. I couldn't imagine being stuck in an elevator in a building built in the 1920s with sleeping coworkers on the other side of the building. I pulled out my cell phone, and sure enough, no service. The elevator door opened, and we made our way to the laundry area. We were greeted by an awful-looking brick exposure, and you had to turn a corner into the only hallway that led to the different rooms. The basement had a few different operations. The laundry room, the sterilization room, and an old morgue that hadn't been used in decades. We used to have an operational ICU and a surgical suite. But budget cuts apparently shut all of that down, and now everything gets passed off to the city. The laundry area was the last suite on the right. We passed by the sterilization room, and it reminded me that before I leave for the day, I have to bring down the used equipment from the day shift. As we were walking by the morgue, I saw something in the corner of my eye that looked red. I briefly paused in our walk and looked, but nothing was there. Dua made eye contact with me, with a concerned expression on her face. What? She signed. I shook my head with a smile and made the crazy sign by rolling my finger at my temple. Her expression was now a mix between concerned and borderline scared. I started to feel guilty for spooking her. We walked into the laundry room. Before she got started with her tasks, she turned on an old boombox and music started to play. Some pop song filled the room with techno beats, and a robot sounds girl singing about her wild party life. I walked over to Dua and started to help. She grabbed my arm and motioned to me that she didn't want my help. I nodded and went and sat in a chair. The wave of needing sleep came over me again. I felt myself doze off suddenly, and I stood up. I motioned for Dua's notepad and wrote, thirsty? She shook her head. I'm gonna go grab a pop from upstairs. I need caffeine. I wrote. Her eyes darted to the doorway of the laundry area and back to me with that borderline scared impression again. She seemed to reluctantly nod. Are you good? I wrote. She took a deep breath and nodded. Her bright smile flashed across her face, and she motioned for me to go. I smiled back and made my way out of the laundry area. As I made my way down the hallway, I looked into the morgue by putting my hands over my forehead and peering in. I swore I saw something red before, but the room was completely empty. I kept walking down the hall and made it to the elevator. I pushed the button, but the door didn't open right away. A few more seconds passed by. Someone must have used it, probably the janitor. I waited for what felt like forever, and then the doors opened up. A lady in a red dress greeted me, with a dazed look. Her hair was unlike most fashion I'd expect from a woman to have in 2021. It was pulled back into an old-school-looking bun. She had a feather hairband on with black flats, Her red lipstick matched the dress. I held the door open, expecting her to step out, but she stood there with her eyes to the floor. I don't know why I expected her to step out. There was nothing for her down here. You, looking for the ER? I asked. She looked up at me with that dazed look. I think I'm lost. Yeah, I said. Looks like it. If you're looking for the ER, I work there. I can take you there. Nothing else is open, I'm afraid. She looked back down to the floor and kept silent. Okay, I thought to myself. The elevator started beeping, wanting me to make a decision. I stepped in and hit the L button to get to the main floor. As the elevator started to go up, the lights flickered again, and the elevator stopped. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt my pulse slowly start to rise. Sorry about this, I managed to say. Our building is super old, and sometimes this happens. I wasn't sure if I was lying to her or myself to make the situation better. So, you looking for the ER or anything specific? She turned her head and rose her eyes to me. Her head slowly turned back, and she looked to the floor again. My husband is here, she said softly. Is he in the ER? I was just up there about 20 minutes ago. No one was there, I explained. Do you know which hospital he went to? Mayo Clinic is about 45 minutes from here. Is he there? She kept quiet for a bit, and then said, No, he's here. Got it. Well, you can come with me to the ER, and we can take a look. Maybe he got there shortly after I came downstairs. If he isn't there, then I'm afraid you've come to the wrong hospital. There isn't anything else open right now, and we don't keep patients overnight. She didn't respond. The elevator still wasn't moving. I started to feel very uncomfortable, partly because of the elevator, and partly because of this woman. Something seemed incredibly off about her behavior. The nurse in me started to think she was in the middle of psychosis. Either way, if her husband is here or not, I think Dr. Evans should see her, just to make sure nothing's going on with her. The lights shot back on, and a few moments later, the doors opened to the lobby. The ER is down the hallway. You can follow me there, and we can see if your husband's there. I stepped out and began walking, and I noticed she wasn't following. The doors began to close. I rushed to them to stop them from closing, and the lady looked up to me before they shut, and she was smirking at me. The hairs on my neck stood up. She's screwing with me, I thought. I headed back to the ER and went straight to Dr. Evans. He was slumped over in front of his computer, sleeping. Hey, Dr. Evans, I said softly. There's a woman in the building who I think needs to be checked on. He lifted his head up from the desk. Why, what's up? He asked. Either she's screwing with me, or this lady needs mental help, I explained. He had a puzzled look on his face and shrugged. Guess you'll have to go looking for her. Why not radio to the janitor and give him a heads up? Yeah, definitely, I said. I grabbed the radio from the nurse's station and radioed to the janitor that there was someone in the building walking around. No response, but that was typical. I still needed caffeine, so I went to grab that first before beginning my journey to track down this lady. I grabbed a Monster from the vending and noticed no one was walking around. She was going up in the elevator, so I decided I was going to start on the second floor and work my way up. The hospital was so small, it wouldn't take very long. I went to the elevator, hit the button, and noticed it was coming up instead of down, which meant someone had took the elevator downstairs. I doubt it was the janitor. It must have been her. I quickly made my way in and hit B to go down. As I went down, sure enough, the lights flickered again, and I jerked in a circle to look behind me. Someone was there, but nothing was there. I felt goosebumps all over my arms and legs You're psyching yourself out. Stop. Relax. Why are you tripping over nothing? The doors opened back up, and I quickly turned the corner and made my way to the laundry area. As I walked in, I found Dua working on the laundry. She greeted me with a smile. I motioned for her notepad. Did you see anyone down here? A puzzled look came over her face. She grabbed the notepad and wrote, Janitor? I shook my head and wrote, Lady, red dress. She glanced at my note for a few moments and shook her head. She immediately turned around and began to take everything out of the dryer. The washing machine was still going. She took the notepad from me and wrote, ER. She put everything into her laundry bin and headed for the doorway. I followed her out, and we turned into the hallway to find the lady in the red dress standing in the hallway, looking into the morgue. Dua immediately stopped, and a horrified expression washed over her face. She grabbed my arm, and I could feel her sweaty palms and heavy grip. Hey, I called out. You okay? Do you need medical attention? She turned to us and shook her head oddly slow and looked back into the morgue. I think you should get checked out. Are you on any... I suddenly felt Dua pulling on my arm. I gave her a confused expression. She lifted her notepad, and it said, Devil. The goosebumps, chills, and hairs on my neck were all back. What? I said, my voice shaky. I looked back to the lady in the red dress, and she was looking at us with her head turned again. Her expression was no longer dazed, but something closer to blank. I started to hear Dua whimper. I don't think I've ever heard sounds come from her before. I looked to her, and she was frantically signing to me, but I couldn't understand. She then put her hands on the top of her head, and a look of desperation came over her face. She began pointing down the hall. She pulled out her necklace containing a cross and gripped it in her hands. She made the holy cross motion and closed her eyes, and she began to pray. I looked back to the lady in the red dress, who was still peering at us. Her hand went to the handle of the door that led into the morgue. It was locked. Can you let me in? She asked. Dua's hands were gripped back onto my arm, pulling. I turned to her. She began pointing down the hall, away from the lady in the red dress. I wasn't giving in to her pulls at first, but then she began violently pulling me towards her. I took a few steps with Dua down the hallway and looked back as we were turning the corner. She was smirking at me again. Dua flung the double doorways leading to the loading dock open and ran out into the parking lot. Her breathing was heavy. She was sweaty, and she looked pale. She wrote on her notepad and aggressively pointed to her note and handed it to me. Devil, it said. I took a few deep breaths. I pointed towards the ambulance bay to the ER and started walking. Dua began to follow. We made it back into the ER, and everyone was still the way they were before, sleeping. Dua sat at the nurse's station and rested her head on the desk over her hands. I could still see her jaws moving, probably mouthing prayers again. I pulled myself together, reflecting on the situation, and suddenly Dr. Evans came out of the physician hut and asked, So, where is she? Dua's head shot up from the desk, and she quickly stood up and walked into a patient room.
Hey students! Winter break is just around the corner, and it's the perfect time to get ahead. Why not take the December ACT? Picture this. While everyone else is kicking back, you're taking control of your future. Showcase your skills and secure your college dreams. Sign up today and turn your break into a breakthrough at act.org/register.
I stalled for a moment before saying I couldn't find her, clearly lying. Have you seen the janitor? Nope, he said, and went back into the hut.
I went into the room where Dua was. I mouthed, "You okay?" She shook her head. She was sitting on the edge of the bed with a cross still gripped in her hands. I motioned for her notepad, and she handed it to me. I wrote, "Why is she the devil? How do you know her?" Dua shook her head. "You don't?" I mouthed. She shook her head again. She took the notepad and again wrote, "Devil." I struggled to know what to ask next. Dua only ever wrote one word when communicating. I decided to be blunt, and I wrote, "It's just some crazy woman messing with us." Dua looked up at me with a firm stare into my eyes. She shook her head, grabbed the notepad, and wrote, "Devil." I gave her a hug. She hugged me back. I felt so bad about the entire situation. Dua is so scared. I don't know if I've ever seen someone so horrified and scared like that before. We sat there for a few moments, just hugging each other. I let go, grabbed the notepad, and I took a step back. I wrote, "It'll be okay," and I showed it to her. She looked up at me, as if to say, "I hope you're right." She nodded slowly and laid back on the bed. I wrote on the notepad, "Lay here and rest as long as you want." She nodded again and got up fully on the bed. Her necklace with the cross was gripped back into her hands again. She made the cross sign over her body with her hands, closed her eyes, and began mouthing phrases again. I walked out of the room and went to the nurse's station. Everyone was still asleep. I began to pace. I felt anxious. I started to think about the lady in the red dress and those smirks. I started to wonder if I actually saw the smirking, or if in my anxious state and Dua's panic, my mind made it up. I went into an empty patient room and splashed water on my face from the sink. I looked into the mirror and saw the heavy bags under my eyes. My eyes were bloodshot. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. I began to think about if I should go back down there and confront the lady in the red dress. She needed to leave the hospital. I could threaten to call the cops. Yeah, that's what I'll do. And while I'm at it, I'm going to take the bucket with the items that needed sterilization. I noticed there was a large scalpel. I looked to see if anyone else was awake and put it in my scrub pocket that was over my chest. Just in case I got to defend myself, I thought. I took a very large, deep breath. I held it in for 4 seconds and released my breath over 8. I have no reason to be scared. It's just some lady screwing with us. I'm going to go down there, and I'm going to tell her to leave. If she doesn't comply, I'll call the cops, and they can deal with her. I walked down the hallway to the elevator. I stalled for a moment, and then I hit the button. The elevator came up and opened. Empty. I stepped inside, and the door shut behind me. I hit the B button and began the descent. No lights flickered. I hit the bottom, and the doors opened. I took a step and peeked around the corner. Nothing there. I stepped as lightly as possible towards the corner leading to the hallway, where I last saw the lady in the red dress. A sudden confidence rose within me. It's just some person who needs medical attention. Or it's someone who's going to bail once threatened with the police. There are people out there who do shit like this and screw with people for a rush. I got closer to the corner, paused, and peeked around. The lady in the red dress was faced towards the opposite end of the hallway. I slipped the scalpel under the end of the bin in my right hand. "Hey," I called out. "If you don't need medical attention, you need to leave or we'll call the cops." My heart was racing. My palms were sweaty. My fight-or-flight response was turned all the way up. She stood there, without moving or saying anything. The silence was deafening. I could hear my heartbeat. I could hear my breaths. I could hear my internal panic. I took a deep breath and confidently asked, "Do you need medical attention?" She began to slowly shake her head. Suddenly, She began to heel over, as if she was laying over something at the waist. Her arms were dangling. She slowly turned towards me. What I saw next made me realize that Dua was right. Her eyes were white, as if rolled back into her head. Her jaw hung open, but it was at least 1 foot open towards the ground. No human could open their jaw like that. Her legs looked as if they were cracked backwards. Her arms rose and were reaching back and forth towards me. A choking voice, gargling, quietly moaned, "Help me." I was frozen. I felt nothing. I didn't feel there. The bin of equipment dropped to the floor. I didn't hear anything impact the ground. I felt the scalpel in my hand shaking. Was I breathing? The lady in the dress had blood suddenly dripping from her abdomen and onto the floor. She moaned again. Her intestines slowly collapsed out of her stomach. They were dangling from her. She took a small step towards me. I could hear her legs cracking. I took a step backwards, and another, and another. I had a horrified look on my face. I was looking at the most disturbing thing I'd ever seen. My back hit the wall behind me. I was trying to push myself back farther, but I couldn't get any more back. She took another step towards me. The cracks filled the hallway. Blood was spilling out all over the floor around her. Her jaw, her lower jaw, was so low. I couldn't see her neck. Her head began to tilt. She began to cough, and blood sprayed out. She was gargling on her own blood, blood still pouring out. I next heard something I could not define or see the source of. It sounded as though something had moved. There was a loud screech, a long tire squeal, and then I watched as all of her internal organs spilt onto the floor. I couldn't move. I was frozen. The only things that were working were my eyes. I didn't know if I was breathing. I was seeing something horrifying. If it wasn't real, this was a dream. She was moving towards me, cracking bones with every step. She was stumbling from side to side. There was a trail of blood behind her. She was feet away from me now. I was looking into her eyes. They were completely white. I could see all the way into her throat. I could see the blood gargling in her mouth, dripping onto the floor. With each step, I could see her swinging intestines. And then she was right in front of me. I felt my vision narrow. I wasn't breathing. My heart felt like it would explode. I could only feel my heart. The scalpel was in my hand, trembling. My eyes were deadlocked onto her. I scanned her entire body one last time. Her white eyes, her open jaw, the gargling blood in her throat, the intestines dangling, the blood pouring out, her bent back, cracked legs. Her eyes and pupils suddenly dropped. She was looking at me with them. The lady in the red dress roared a deafening, demonic, demented roar, blood spraying across my face, her breath blowing into me, and I came to standing in the ER. I was violently shaking. Sweat was dripping from my eyebrows onto the floor. I was hyperventilating, and I was choked up. My knees were weak. I was crying. My eyes were glued to the bloody scalpel in my hand. It wasn't bloody before. I looked around the ER. No one was in eyesight. With all of my might, I tried to take a step forward and collapsed onto the ground. The scalpel dropped and slid across the floor. I brought myself to sit against the wall. The nurse's station was directly in front of me. Everyone must still be asleep. How did I get up here? I looked down, and in my lap, I was drenched with blood. Was it her blood? Guys, I called out. My throat was so dry. Nothing. I managed to bring myself standing. I felt the whoosh of all my blood dropping to my feet. I thought I was going to pass out. I stumbled my way around the nurse's station to see everyone as they were before, slumped over their desks, sleeping. I inched my way to one of my coworkers and shook their shoulder, attempting to wake them up. As I did, their head slumped to the side. His throat was cut open. Horrified, I jumped backwards with a gasp. As I looked around, there was blood everywhere. All of them. They were all dead, their throats slashed open. I peeked into the physician's hut and saw his throat was cut open too. Blood poured out all over his chest, his lap, his legs. His eyes were open, dead, and looking my way. Dua came into mind, and I rushed to where she was before I left. I lost my breath. All sound disappeared. I felt lightheaded. She lay there, her arms spread out to each side, hanging off the bed, her throat cut open, the bed soaked in blood. Hanging from her left hand was the necklace with the cross. I took a few steps back.
Hey students, gearing up for a dual enrollment adventure this year? Secure your spot. Register now for the last ACT test of the year. Your test scores are a key ingredient to your eligibility. Register for the December ACT and get ahead of dual enrollment requirements. Ready to level up? Register today at act.org/register.
To my left, in the bay, was the janitor laying in a pool of blood, his throat cut open. In a state of shock, I went to the sink, turned on the water, and attempted to wash the blood away. It wasn't coming off. I used soap, and I scrubbed harder, and it still wouldn't come off. I looked at myself in the mirror. Blood covered my face. Hair had been pulled out. I had scratches, a black eye, a busted lip. Was there a struggle? Suddenly, a voice spoke behind me, one I hadn't heard before. How did it feel? It was a woman's voice. I turned to see Dua sitting up, blood draining from her cut throat. I choked. "You can talk?" I said. She fell back onto the bed. This wasn't real. None of this was real. I slowly turned to exit the patient room, and I saw her, the lady in the red dress, but she was back to how she was before when I first saw her. She was grinning at me. What? I choked out. Is happening? Her grin disappeared, and now she was blank in the face. She crossed her arms, and keys were dangling from her fingers. I remember, she said. I didn't remember. Remember what? I managed to say. She was looking dead into my eyes. She stepped forward. I remember when your ambulance hit me, pinned me against that tree. I remember. My husband was driving. He hit me on purpose. He wanted me dead for a long time, at least since 15. The coward waited until our 10-year anniversary in 1922. I was walking home from a party. He knew when I'd be leaving. They unpinned me from that tree. My stomach ripped open, my innards falling out onto the grass. My legs cracked. I didn't do that. I didn't do anything. They brought me to this hospital.
I shook my head, and I said, "I would have helped you." She rushed towards me and grabbed my throat, pushing me against the wall. "You did nothing," she said through gritted teeth. She was looking straight into my eyes. I felt a disturbing presence. Dua was right. The devil. I woke up in that morgue. I wandered these halls for years looking for him. For them. I never found him. I never found the other man driving that ambulance. Those doctors. Those nurses. I never found any of them. She let go of my throat, and I fell to the floor, her standing over me. Your friend. The one in the bed. I felt my throat closing. Dua. I found her first. Then her friends. They were the first. I watched them from the morgue. I waited for a long time before coming out. I found the strength to open the door, and I walked out, finally able to. I tried to leave the hospital. I did, but I couldn't. So, this hospital is mine now. She's dead, I thought. She died a long time ago. This hospital, those employees. How did it feel? She asked. I was shaking. Was I dying? I'm scared, I said. I'm not talking about downstairs. She said. What? How did it feel, killing all of your friends? She was grinning ear to ear. My eyes went straight to Dua. I looked out of the doorway to the nurses' station, knowing they were all dead. I looked at the blood all over my body. I remembered the way I looked in the mirror with black eyes, scratches. I've never felt my eyes so wide. I remembered. I was rocking in bed, wringing my hands together. I haven't said a single word in 2 years. So, when are you going to talk about what happened? The psychiatrist asked. It's been 2 years today, and you've never said a word. Trauma does that to people, but if you ever want to move past this, I need you to talk to me. I was rocking. I didn't have thoughts. I heard his words, but they came through a narrow tube. They were meaningless words. I can't think. Just because you murdered them, you still have a right to live. He said, I'm here to help you with that. I want to help you move past that. I said nothing. The psychiatrist sighed. There was a knock at the door. He went to the door and opened it. We need to talk, a voice said. In the middle of a session? He asked quietly. It happened again, the voice whispered. Another mass murder at a hospital. I looked over to the two of them. The psychiatrist looked over to me. He nodded to the other employee and closed the door behind him. He sat down in the chair, and we locked eyes. Are you ready to talk? I heard him. I heard both of them. This was the first time I looked at him. He raised his eyebrows with a smile, as if to encourage me. I tried to say a word, but it didn't work. Nothing came out. I cleared my throat, but I couldn't talk. Hey, that's the first step, he said, elated. You can do it. I felt an anger inside of me that I hadn't felt since I was found guilty of 8 counts of murder. I reached for his clipboard, took it, and he handed me a pen. I wrote and showed him the note. Hospital. Yes, you're in a hospital. I shook my head. I wrote, Grady? The hospital you worked at, where the murders happened. I shook my head again. I took a deep breath.
It happened again. The lady in the red dress did it again, this time to someone else. Innocent people. She will keep doing it. The cycle will continue. First, Dua. Who knows who else it happened to? I wrote one final note for the psychiatrist. This was the last time I will communicate with anyone here. I will wait until the pattern is noticed. They'll see it. They'll make the connection. And once they do, I'll be ready. I'll leave this place, and I'll figure out what happened. I will try and make things right. The psychiatrist took the clipboard and looked at the note. There was only one word. Devil. What do you picture when someone says secret government facility? You probably imagine soldiers guarding top secret projects, or mass scientists dissecting aliens. I don't blame you. That's what movies and games have told you to think about. But tell me this, how many scientists or soldiers, after a day of hard work, will pick up a mop and bucket and go clean up the toilets and the corridors? I'd wager there aren't many. That's where I come in. The world's highest paid janitor. My name is Robert, Rob for short. I spent 20 years of my life working at a regular army base before some higher up noticed I could keep my mouth shut and got me transferred to wherever the hell all this happened. Before I was given the job, I signed enough non-disclosure agreements to bury myself under. Even then, they transported me to wherever the hell I was to work in a windowless truck to make sure I can never find the damn place. To hell with all the secrecy. My employers messed up big time, and I almost got paid the price for their failure. People have to know what happened. So here goes. It was supposed to be a quiet day. I was doing my work as usual, mopping floors in a computer room on one of the upper levels of the facility. The compound extends deep below the ground, and the lower you go, the more protocol and secrecy there is. In the outer levels, however, life is almost normal. We're even allowed to fraternize a bit. So I was casually chatting with one of the computer scientists, a young man in his early 30s I knew as Peter. I was asking about how he ended up working here. At university, they called me a programming prodigy. Peter told me. It got into my head, and I started doing some shady stuff with those skills. Eventually I got busted, and the powers that be gave me a choice. Either I'd work for them, or I'd go to a maximum security prison. He smiled. You can probably guess which one I chose. Ever regret that choice? I grinned. Oh, all the time. He laughed. After all, this place is essentially a prison, except I have to work all day. We both laughed. What are you working on anyway? I asked. I knew I wouldn't get a meaningful answer. Firstly, because it was strictly forbidden for anyone to talk about their work. Secondly, because no one at this level actually knew what they were working on. No one was allowed to see the big picture. They just received tasks, finished them, and sent the finished work down to the lower levels. Peter smirked. Hell if I know, Rob. I just program stuff and send it down into the pit. Right now, I'm finishing up a program to simulate radiation spread, but it'd be a whole lot easier if I knew what the hell its purpose even was. We both laughed again. Humor was the best way to cope with the reality of our work here. What about you? Peter asked. Any top secret projects you're working on? Without warning, the lights in the room suddenly flickered and went dark for a second before buzzing back to life. I looked around in confusion. In the years I'd been working here, the power had never failed. Not once. Programmers were shouting in frustration, hitting their desks, and cursing about all the work they'd lost. Peter looked at me, a worried expression on his face. What just happened, Rob? He asked. I don't know, I answered. Maybe we should... I was cut off and winced as the facility announcement system turned on with a screech. A voice echoed through the room, firm yet with an undertone of barely contained panic. All employees evacuate immediately. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Proceed to evacuation stations and... The feed went silent, then whined back to life. The speaker was speeding up, his veneer of calm slipping as panic took control. He was practically shouting now. Don't use the computers. Don't use the terminals. Don't... Suddenly, the voice went silent. The lights in the room turned off again. It took several seconds for them to blink back to life. The workers were looking around, confused and scared. Peter looked over at me, worry written in the lines of his face. What's going on, Rob? I don't know, I answered. We should probably get moving, though. Evacuation stations for this level are in the canteen. We moved to exit the room with the other researchers, but had only gone a few steps towards the door when the announcement system whirred to life a third, final time. A robotic voice, bland and featureless, echoed through the room. Containment Protocol 3 Alpha 7. Engaging in 30 seconds. There was a second of silence. Then, panic began to spread. Scientists and programmers jostled, trying to reach the door, not knowing what was happening, but desperately wanting to escape it. Peter was calmer, but only just. What's happening, Rob? He asked, panic threatening to overwhelm him. What's Protocol 3 Alpha 7? I wasn't sure, but I had a suspicion. Every air duct on this level contained a thick metal pipe ending in a blocky dispersal unit over each vent. 3 Alpha 7 meant gas. I grabbed Peter by the shoulder. Come on, run, this way. We tore out of the room and down the corridor. My mind raced as I tried to think of anything I could do to save us. Where could we be safe? The air ducts were everywhere. Every room had one. Every room. Get to the service elevators, I said. Quick. We sprinted down the corridor towards the elevators. How much time did we have? 20 seconds? 10? Less. It was only blind luck that saved us. When we arrived, we found one of the elevators waiting at our level. We jumped inside, breathing heavily as the twin doors slammed closed. I quickly took off my janitor's overalls and shirt, stuffing them into the small line where the two metal plates of the door connected. What the hell is happening? Panicked Peter. No idea, I answered. I think the rooms will be flooded with some kind of nerve agent. What? Why? Why would anyone do that? I was about to answer, but outside the door, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. The hiss of escaping gas. We waited, barely daring to breathe. Cries and screams came through the door, muffled but unmistakable. They went dead quickly, and silence fell on the facility. We trembled in our sanctuary. Peter began hyperventilating, on the edge of a panic attack. What the hell? What the hell? What the... I grabbed him by the shoulders, forcing my own fear down. Listen to me, Peter. I don't know what's happening, but we can't stay here. Those doors and my clothes won't hold gas out for long. Peter's breathing slowed down, and I silently thanked the heavens. I'd been on the verge of breaking as well, and we would need to remain calm if we were to survive whatever was going on. If the containment protocol's activated, Peter began, that must mean the entrance to the facility is locked down. We can't escape that way. How the hell do we get out then? I asked. We're on floor 3 right now, said Peter. I once did some work on floor 6, 3 levels down. There's a control room there with computer access to pretty much the whole facility. Maybe I can use it to lift the lockdown. I paused for a second, considering our options. I had no idea what containment protocols had been enacted on floor 6, There were no gas pipes in the air ducts there, so it couldn't be gas. You're right. Let's go. I pressed the button for floor 6, but the elevator remained in place. I cursed. The lockdown must have disabled them, said Peter. Looks like we're stuck here. All those years programming and hacking, and I can't even get a bloody elevator to work. A flash of inspiration hit me. We don't have to get it to run, I began tentatively. We just need to get into the shaft. Then we can use the elevator ropes to climb down to floor 6. Peter looked at me, puzzled. In place of an answer, I reached up, sliding aside a ceiling panel and revealing an entrance hatch. My friend whistled quietly. Looks like I chose the wrong profession, Rob. Janitors seem to be beating programmers today. With Peter helping me up, I managed to open the hatch, revealing a long shaft illuminated by a fitful red light. Climbing out of the elevator, I pulled my friend up after me. The elevator shaft was wide, having to accommodate 3 separate cabins. Thick steel ropes led down past us, disappearing into the dark below. Is this a bad time to admit I don't really like heights? I said. Peter laughed, though it was a hollow, mirthless sound. Better than staying here, he answered. Carefully, he climbed over the side of the shaft and grabbed hold of the thick rope dangling next to our lift. I followed, trying not to look down or think of the fathomless fall over which I was now suspended. I hadn't been lying when I told Peter I didn't like heights. We began descending. Soon, my muscles were burning with the effort of hanging on. Once, I glanced below, and I felt my heart speed up. The red-lit shaft stretched down, its end out of sight. I quickly looked up again. After what felt like an eternity, we reached the entrance to floor 6. A narrow ledge, used for maintenance, ran around the circumference of the shaft, and we carefully edged our way along it, backs to the wall. The floors to floor 6 were shut, and I began warming my fingers in between them, trying to pry them open. Next to me, Peter peered down and whispered, Rob, do you see that too? Despite my fear, I looked down. There wasn't much light to see by, but as I peered downwards, I could see something moving far below. A chill ran down my back. I couldn't make out details, only rough impressions. A glint of steel, the click-clack of long, spindly legs, a glow of red eyes. The rope next to us suddenly swayed as something grabbed hold of it and began climbing up. Shit, I whispered through clenched teeth. Desperately, I turned back to the doors. Hurry, Rob, whispered Peter. Panic had crept into his voice. It's coming. Finally, the door cracked open and a sliver of light pierced the shaft. There was no time to open it fully. I forced myself through the gap, Peter behind me. With fumbling fingers, I forced the doors back together, just as something long, thin, and gray reached up from the shaft below. We fell to the floor, exhausted. Through the shut door, we heard something scraping on the door we'd only just closed. After a few seconds, it was replaced by a clicking sound, which moved further up the shaft. Slowly, it went silent. What the hell was that? I whispered. Peter looked at me with wide eyes. I don't know, man. Who the hell knows what they're keeping down in the lower levels? It's not just programmers here. Biologists, doctors. There's not a discipline of science which isn't here. I contemplated his words in silence for a few seconds. We need to move. Before that thing comes back, I said finally, getting up. Lead the way, Peter. We set off down the winding corridors of floor 6. We crept on through the dark corridors. The only source of illumination were red emergency lights, mounted on the walls every 10 meters.
Deep pools of shadow lay between them. There were bodies on the ground everywhere. Some had died from gunshots, but most were covered in strange boils and skin lesions. These we passed by with pieces of cloth held over our faces, scarcely breathing. "What the hell happened here?" whispered Peter. "What could possibly do this?" I shrugged my shoulders. "I don't know. There's no gas pipes in the vents on this level. I would have seen them while doing maintenance. Who knows what other containment measures were used here? Whoever or whatever did this, let's hope they're gone now," muttered Peter. I couldn't help but agree. Slinking silently down the corridors, we passed through several security checkpoints. They were all unmanned. Whatever soldiers had held them, long gone. We'd been creeping through the corridors for about 10 minutes when Peter froze in front of me. I caught up, whispering over his shoulder, "What is it? What's wrong?" He turned his head and held a finger up to his mouth. The message was clear: "Be quiet." I waited, and soon I heard what had made Peter stop. From up ahead, I could hear a strange tapping, clattering, like the tread of many thin, spindly feet. And it was getting closer. My heart began hammering. Shit. We looked around desperately, looking for anywhere to hide. With a rush of desperate hope, I spotted a metal grill, 1/2 meter by 1/2 meter, set in the wall a few feet behind us. Some great impact had dented it, almost knocking it out of its casing. "The air duct," I said to Peter. With fumbling fingers, I began prying the grill off. It came loose with a metallic clang, and we clambered inside. Once Peter had entered, I quickly replaced the grill cover, crawling on my hands and knees, and backed away from it. Several terrified minutes passed by in silence, and then movement. Through the gaps between the bars, I could see something pass by our hiding spot, silhouetted by the crimson of the emergency lights. Something tall, gaunt, and long. I caught a glimpse of many shining eyes, almost spider-like, neon red. It passed by us with a metallic clack of limbs and disappeared further down the corridor. We lay quietly for a while, barely daring to breathe.
Joe Coy, Just Being Coy Tour. Mentally, I've become my dad. My dad was like, "Oh, you listen to that hippity-hoppity?" And now I'm sounding like my dad because I'm like, "You're listening to that mumbly-mumbly? You're listening to that mumbly-mumbly-mumbly? They don't even say words. Mumble-mumble-mumble." Saturday, November 16th, Santander Arena. Tickets on sale now at joecoy.com. Don't miss him, Reading. Joe Coy, Just Being Coy Tour.
Finally, Peter broke the silence. I think it's gone. "These vents go all around this level of the facility," I answered. "Maybe we can use them to reach the control room. Better than going out onto the corridor with that thing out there." Peter nodded. "You're right. Can you navigate these ducts?" "I think so. At the very least, I can get us closer without risking using the corridors." A sound behind us made both of us start and turn around in panic. In the gloom, we could see a vague human outline, hunched and curled up, lying in the vent before us. Who are you?" whimpered the figure. Crawling closer, we could see it was a man, probably in his late 50s. A broken pair of glasses hung off his nose. "We could ask the same of you," said Peter. "I'm Samuels. Dr. Jordan Samuels, Level 8 Biocomputation," said the man. He was obviously in shock, listing his clearance level as if this were a security checkpoint. "I'm Peter Wolf, Level 3 Programming," answered my friend. "This is Rob. This is Rob." I crawled closer to Samuels. "Do you know what's going on, Doctor?" I asked. What caused the lockdown? How do we get out? Samuel shivered. Our project, Chimera. Today, it was supposed to be a test run. Just a test run. It shouldn't have remembered the past lives. It shouldn't have. He trailed off, sobbing as panic and shock overcame him. I looked over at Peter. He shrugged hopelessly. Let's start with the basics, Doctor. I said, what is Project Chimera? Is that what's chasing us? Samuels looked up at me through red-rimmed eyes. There was a suspicion and a growing horror lurking behind his gaze. Chasing you? What's chasing you? We don't know, I said. We've barely seen it. It's like some sort of insect. It's... Samuels cut me off before I could finish. Oh, no. Oh, no, no. What is it? But the doctor was beyond reason. The thing from Cell 17, the failed prototype, the bladed horror, the... He didn't get any further. In the dark behind him, a cluster of neon red eyes suddenly ignited. The long, spindly appendages grasped out from the shadows. They were thin, many-jointed, and each ended in a narrow blade. They curled around the doctor's torso and tore him backwards. He disappeared, cursing and screaming, into the darkened vents. Peter swore, and I cried out involuntarily. We clambered backwards in abject terror, struggling and colliding with each other in our confused flight. My back hit against the vent we'd entered through, and it gave way. We tumbled out onto the corridor. For a while, horror overcame us. We just ran, knowing not where we were going, and hoping that wherever it was, it would take us far away from those bladed legs and red eyes. Finally, reason returned to us. We halted at a crossroad of corridors, the floor covered in the massacred remains of a security team. They'd been mutilated by something, their bodies covered in long slashes. We panted and gasped, slowly regaining our composure. The facility was silent around us, and for now, it seemed we were safe. Did you see what got him? I asked. Peter shook his head. No. You? No. Just blades and eyes. What did Samuel say? The thing from Cell 17? I don't like the... Peter trailed off, frowning and looking down at the dead soldiers. These guards, their HUDs are still active. HUDs? I asked. How do I explain? Think a sort of overlay projected on their faceplates. It tells them where the other members of their team are, what their objective is, things like that. I nodded, not really understanding, but in no situation to learn. What good is that to us? I asked. Perhaps they had some information about what triggered the lockdown, or maybe they have a complete map of the facility. Peter said, Give me a second here, Rob. Maybe we could finally get our hands on some information. He knelt down by a dead soldier, prying off the man's helmet and putting it over his head. While he tinkered with the helmet, I knelt down and picked up one of the guns on the ground. After a while of searching, I found another, and 2 almost full magazines. After a few minutes, Peter took the helmet off. Any luck? I asked. Yeah, the helmet was damaged, but I managed to do some magic and find out what they were doing before this happened to them. He gestured down at the massacre around us. It looks like they were tasked with destroying this floor's control room to prevent anyone from lifting the lockdown. It seems they were successful. I froze. Does that mean... Peter looked at me sadly. I'm sorry, Rob. It looks like we're still locked up here. I cursed, and we stood in silence for a while. I don't suppose you've got some good news as well, I said finally. I do.
Although, it's not all good. There's another control room with a similar level of clearance. What's the bad news, then? Peter shivered. It's in a part of the facility called the prison wing, down on level 14. It's the second lowest level of the facility. We'll have to find a way down there somehow. We stood in silence for a while, contemplating our options. Finally, I raised one of the guns, grip towards Peter. Do you know how to shoot this? I asked. Peter took the weapon clumsily. Not really. I've played some video games, if that helps. Let's hope it does, I said, clutching my own gun in sweating hands. What's the plan? Peter asked. We push on. We'll find a way down to floor 14 and lift the lockdown from there. And then we get out. What if we run into that thing? Or something worse? I racked my gun with a bravado I didn't feel. We'll worry about that if it happens. We crept on through the darkness. Every sound and every shadow was filled with the threat of death, and it took all my courage to carry on. After some time, I stopped, raising a hand to halt Peter. Do you hear that too? From further down the corridor, I could hear a quiet wheezing, like a person with fluid in their lungs. Every now and then, it was punctuated by a quiet groan of pain. What is it, Rob? Whispered my friend. Sounds like someone's in trouble. I guess we should check it out. Peter looked at me incredulously. You really think that's a good idea? Maybe it's a trap. I don't want to put my neck out if it isn't necessary. I glanced sideways at him. We should check it out, I repeated firmly. If someone needs our help, we can't just leave them here. I pushed on, Peter following, and slowly the wheezing got closer, until at last we could see its source. My breath caught in my throat. Suspended on the wall in front of us, his shoulders impaled by long metal spars, was Dr. Samuels. Approaching him, I could see he was far beyond our help. His entire body was covered in long, thin, shallow cuts, his clothes shredded and soaked with blood. His eyes had been gouged out. Dr. Samuels, I said, the words catching in my throat. The man pinned to the wall coughed, spattering me with blood. Project Chimera. Peter pushed up next to him. What's Chimera? What is it? Samuels coughed again. The Chimera. We'd finally cracked it. How to merge living matter with a machine. He wheezed again, his head drooping. It remembers not much, only the pain and rage of the biological matter. I looked up at Peter, and then the doctor spoke again. You have to stop it, please. It wants to kill us all. How do we stop it? Fail safe, Samuel said. On the bottom level, flash drive, connected to the chassis. The rest will work by itself. His head drooped, and a last breath went through his lips. I straightened up. Peter cursed, kicking the wall next to the dead doctor. Shit. I tell you what we do next, Rob. We get out, we find a way out of this facility, and we get out. What about Chimera? You heard him. We have to stop it. I don't give a shit, Rob, he said. The government can clear up their own damn failures. I'm not spending a minute more, not one damn minute in this place than I absolutely have to. Hell, we don't even know what Chimera is.
It might be even worse than whatever the hell is chasing us down here. I need you, Peter, I answered, shocked at my friend's sudden anger and callousness. And you need me. I know this place inside out, but I won't get far without your skill with technology. We can fix this together. Peter held up a hand to stop me before I could continue. Don't, Rob. Just don't. I'm leaving. You can either come with me, or you can end up like him. He gestured at the suspended corpse of Samuels. And then Peter turned, muttering a curse, and disappeared into the dark. I was left alone in the blackness of level 6. I forced my racing mind to slow down before I could even think of escape. I had to get to the bottom floor, floor 15, and shut down Chimera. But what even was it? Samuels hadn't given us a lot of information, only cryptic remarks about combining biology and machinery. How could I fight something like that when I didn't even know what it was? I guess the only way to find out is to go find it. My mind raced as I searched for any possible way I could reach the bottom level. The lifts weren't working, and I dared not risk climbing down the shaft again. The ropes which held the elevators were much too thick to climb down any meaningful distance. Even the journey down to floor 6 had been incredibly dangerous, and even if I didn't plummet to my death, I might run into the thing from cell 17. The air circulation system. That was it. The bottom floors of the facility needed to keep a constant flow of clean air moving down to them. Every week, I was tasked with cleaning the filters on the massive machinery that kept the air moving. I'd never been inside the circulation system itself, having only leaned in far enough to replace the filters. But maybe, just maybe, I could use the pipes and chutes to climb deeper into the facility. I set out through the shadowy corridors, heading for the maintenance room. Under normal circumstances, it would have only taken me a short time to reach it. But now, in the darkness, everything was different. I had to remain silent. The path I was taking would lead me past the deactivated elevators, and I slowed down as I neared them. As I approached, something by one of the elevator doors caught my eye. I stopped, peering in the dim light. Every instinct I had screamed at me to keep moving, to get away from the doors. With an effort, I pushed the panic down and cautiously approached. They'd been forced open slightly, and jammed between them was a length of black metal, spiked on both ends. A rope was tied to it and led downwards into the shaft. I gave it an experimental tug. It was slack. Finally, I realized what its purpose was. A grappling hook and a rope leading downward. Someone had used the shafts to rappel down into the lower levels. There are other people. The thought filled me with a sudden hope. If there were other survivors, perhaps they could help me. Maybe they knew what Chimera was and how to stop it. First, I had to reach them, though. Tentatively, I grabbed hold of the rope, making as little sound as I could. I vaulted into the shaft, and keeping my legs straight and against the wall, began lowering myself downward. This was a gamble, and I knew it. If the thing from cell 17 came back, there was nowhere for me to run. But I felt I had little choice. The ventilation system was a gamble as well, and I don't even know if I would have fit through it. Even though this rope was much more fit to climb down, my arms began burning. The shaft was silent, and every step I made down the walls seemed to echo and reverberate. Every moment, I expected to hear the click-clack of long, spindly feet, or catch a glimpse of burning neon eyes. As I clambered past the elevator door to level 9, something heavy impacted against it. I started, almost letting go of the rope in shock. The sound came again and again. It was a wet, organic sound, not metallic. It was slow, steady, but I could feel the metal of the door quiver beneath each impact. A low, groaning sound came through the door. "Help me." "Who are you?" I whispered through the door. "What's happening?" The words came again. "Help me." They sounded strange, human, yet with an undertone I couldn't quite place. "What's happening?" I repeated, a chill running down my back. "Help me," came the answer. And then I finally realized what was so wrong about the voice. Every time it had spoken, it was not only the words that remained the same, the phrasing, the inflection were identical. It was like talking to a recording. The impact came again, and with an effort of will, I forced myself to continue climbing down. Whatever was outside that door, I had no wish to meet it. I descended deeper and deeper. My muscles burned, every movement torture, every change of grip painful. And as I moved downward, I passed the doors to floor 14, the prison wing. They were wide open, torn and crushed from some terrible force that had almost ripped them out of the wall. Clambering past, I peered inside, and I was met with a sight of absolute carnage. The ground was strewn with mutilated bodies, all of them covered in cuts. The walls had not been spared the slaughter. They were covered in bodies, hanging suspended by lengths of metal, by spikes torn from the walls themselves, by ropes of wire and cabling. I shuddered, forcing myself to keep moving. Whatever had happened from cell 17, it had gone through the prison wing like a hot knife through paper. Finally, just when I thought my arms could take no more, I reached the entrance to floor 15. It, too, had been opened, but not by brute force. The doors had been slid aside, making a crack through wide enough for me to slip inside. I was met with a familiar corridor. I'd been allowed access to most of floor 15 while carrying out my janitorial duties. Only a few rooms had been off limits, and somehow I knew that whatever I was searching for, it would be waiting in one of those unknown areas. Creeping on, I passed through corridors that were surprisingly empty. Only a few bodies littered the ground. All had died of gunshots. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Stay where you are. Hands above your head." I froze. The voice had come from behind me, from a pool of darkness on the wall. I raised my hands, slowly. Movement. Shadows detached itself from the wall and became the outlines of men. In seconds, I was surrounded by 5 figures. As they approached, I could make out details. They were dressed in black military clothing with tactical vests on. They brandished long, silenced rifles. I felt a hand on my back and was forced down to my knees. The barrel of a gun pressed into my head, and my own pistol was taken from my hands. One of the soldiers approached silently. The others made way for him. He squatted down in front of me. His face was pale, deep pools of shadow in his eyes, and matted black hair fell in a waterfall around it. Everything about him, his stance, the ease of his movement, radiated self-assured lethality. "Who are you?" I stammered. "My name is Conrad, but that is not important," he answered. He spoke with an almost casual air. "You will tell me what happened in this facility and provide all information you can about the status of Project Chimera." There was a lockdown. Then the power went out and all the containment protocols activated. Almost everyone is dead. Something escaped captivity on the prison wing. Some kind of machine. Conrad turned his head to a member of his team.
Thorn, let command know their intel was correct. The second it was switched on, Chimera took over, killed everything it could with the tools at its disposal.
The soldier nodded. Conrad turned back to face me.
And Project Chimera? What do you know about that?
Not much, I admitted. Only what I was told by Dr. Samuels, something about merging living matter with machines. Conrad looked me dead in the eye when I mentioned the doctor.
Where is Dr. Samuels now?
He asked.
Is he somewhere close?
No. He was killed by whatever escaped the prison wing, I said. Conrad turned to his team and swore.
Shit. Secondary objective is no longer viable. Let command know, Thorn.
Thorn whispered into a small radio attached to his vest, then went quiet as his earpiece hummed into life and crackled quietly.
New orders,
he said finally.
Secondary objective is to secure Samuel's body before we exfiltrate. They want to use his brain when they rebuild Chimera.
Conrad grinned, a flash of white in the darkness.
How fitting. It's almost poetic.
He turned back to me.
Do you know how to reach Chimera?
I shook my head. Conrad stood up.
Thank you for your cooperation. That'll be all.
He lifted up his rifle and aimed directly at my head. Realizing what he was about to do, I raised my hands, trying desperately, hopelessly, to ward off the gunshot I knew was about to come.
Help me.
The voice came from behind Conrad, and a chill ran down my spine as I recognized it instantly. The voice from the elevator shaft. Conrad and his team turned, guns coming up and aiming into the darkness. The outlines of several people were stumbling down the corridor towards us. The soldiers aimed at them, taking up positions at the sides of the passageway. For the time being, I was forgotten.
Halt,
said Conrad, gun trained on the leading figure.
Hands behind your head and get down on the ground.
Help me, said the figure. Then the one behind it repeated the call.
Help me.
The voices were identical. Conrad's second-in-command, Thorn, was talking into the radio.
Command, you have our visual feed. Please advise.
There was a second of silence. The figures approached with their stumbling gait, now only 10 feet away from us. Thorn raised his hand.
It's the failed subjects from Moloch. Open fire.
Havoc erupted. The corridor lit up as the team began firing, and in the flashes of light, I saw the figures lean forward and begin running. Behind them, more and more appeared, streaming down the corridor. 5, 10, 20 of them. Conrad's team were well trained. They fired steadily, methodically, every shot a kill, but there were just too few of them. One of the things reached them and hurled itself at Thorn. They crashed to the ground, and in the flash of light as Thorn fired desperately, I saw the thing's face. It was human, but its mouth was darkened by twitching black tendrils that crawled out of inside the thing's throat. As I watched, it leaned forward, the black tendrils latching onto Thorn's face, crawling inside his mouth, his nostrils, his ears. He tried to scream, but could only gargle. And then I ran. I fled, crying and weeping, cursing the government, myself, and the whole damn world. Conrad's team didn't try to stop me. They had other problems. I ran as far as I could, taking the winding corridors at random, until at last I stopped at a high steel blast door. And finally, I collapsed onto the ground. The sound of fighting had gone silent, and slowly my racing heart began to slow. Looking up, I saw something that filled me with dread. On the blast door, painted in black, was a large mythological beast. It had the body of a lion, but the head of a goat, and what looked like the tail of a serpent. I got up. To the side of the door was a small keycard reader, and, approaching it, I could see it shining faintly. It still had power. I went to investigate it, but before I could get closer, a sound from the dark behind me made me start. A clicking sound. The sound of steel legs on the floor, getting closer. My blood ran cold. I looked around, but the walls were featureless. No air ducts, no vents, nothing. Nowhere to hide. In the darkness of the corridor, a cluster of neon red eyes ignited. They were all-encompassing, hypnotizing, the promise of death and release. I stared at them, unable to tear my gaze away. It's all over. No more pain. No more fear.
Curious about what it takes to fight cybercrime? Kent State University's 100% online Bachelor of Science in Cybercriminology lets you dive into digital investigations, cyber threats, and cybersecurity. Learn to protect data and defend against online attacks. Study 100% online on your own schedule and prepare for a career in one of today's fastest growing fields. Ready to make a difference? Apply today.
And then, from the darkness surrounding the eyes, a single long limb extended, steel gray, bladed, and many-jointed. Slowly, gently, it stroked down the side of my face as I stood, paralyzed and helpless. Then another, and another, slowly reaching out towards me. And from the dark behind it, a voice suddenly called out. A familiar voice. Peter's voice. Let go of him, you son of a bitch. With a screech of metal and a scraping of blades, the thing in front of me twisted around. In the center of the corridor, lit by its red eyes, stood Peter. Before the thing from Cell 17 could move, he brought up his gun at almost point-blank range. He fired. The gunshot deafening in the confined space. The thing reared back, half seen in the blackness, and one of its many eyes went dark. Like some terrible insect, it scuttled forward, blades hissing through the air as it bore down on my friend. Peter fired off 2 more shots, one going wide, the other scraping off a sharpened limb and ricocheting into the wall. The 2 collided. Peter fell to the ground, dropping on all fours as he desperately evaded a blow that would have cut him in half. Over here, I said, desperate to take the thing's attention. Come and get me. The thing whirled, its red, hateful eyes fixed on me. It jumped, seeking to pin me to the door leading to Chimera. Desperately, I threw myself to the side and felt it soar above me and hit the door. I scrambled to my feet, but the thing was too fast. Before I could escape, it was on me, sharpened limbs stabbing and slashing. I screamed and fell as one pierced my thigh. I could hear Peter yelling, firing blindly at the thing until his clip ran empty. The thing grabbed me, lifting me up and dangling me in front of its eyes. All I could see was crimson. Without warning, a whole salvo of bullets impacted against its side. It dropped me, twisting to face this new attacker. A black-clad figure was running towards us, rifle blazing in his hand. I caught a glimpse of a pale face, framed by black hair. Conrad. The thing from Cell 17 may have been a mindless killer, but it recognized a threat when it saw one. With a rush of steel, it turned away from us, charging at Conrad. The 2 crashed into each other, the thing lifting him up into the air on its limbs as he fired straight down into its eyes. "Peter," I said, "open the door." Peter rushed over to the console. I tried to get up and follow, but cursed and collapsed as my lacerated leg gave way. Using the wall, I propped myself up, stumbling painfully to my friend. From behind, I could hear gunfire and the screech of metal. The fight had moved further down the corridor into the darkness. And then slowly, the great blast doors to Chimera began shifting, revealing a wide corridor leading further into darkness. We went through it. "Shut the door before they follow us," I said. Peter ran over to the console on our side, smashing keys and cursing. The massive door began closing with a groan of metal and finally slammed shut. We lay on the ground, panting and exhausted. The sounds of fighting were cut off by the thick steel. And after several minutes, I heard Peter shift to a sitting position. "You hurt?" he asked. "My leg's cut," I said through gritted teeth. "Who was that soldier? Did someone else survive the containment procedures?" he asked. "No. His name is Conrad. I think the government sent him. He's here to destroy Chimera and to make sure no word of this disaster ever reaches the light of day. Well, hopefully those two will take care of each other." We sat in silence for a while. "Why'd you come back?" I asked, finally. "You said you were going to find a way out." "I did," replied Peter. His voice was almost a whisper, but I could detect a hint of regret behind his words. "Conrad must have lifted parts of the lockdown to get inside. The main entrance is open. I was standing by it, Rob, and then I began thinking. I've always made bad decisions, selfish decisions. I always used my skills to get ahead, even at the expense of others. And when I got caught, I used them to avoid going to prison. I guess I just finally decided it was time for me to use these skills for someone else, for everyone else." He went silent. I crawled through the darkness where he lay, and I put a hand on his shoulder. "You're a good man, Peter. I'm glad you came back." He chuckled to himself. "Here I am, getting sentimental, wasting time. We gotta keep going. We're close." He stood up and helped me get upright. My legs burned, and I leaned on him for support. We set out through the darkness. The corridor was straight, lit in places by red emergency lights. It ended with another blast door, this time with a simple switch in place of a console. We halted in front of it, dreading what waited on the other side, but knowing there was no turning back. After a few seconds, Peter turned to face me. "You ready for this?" "No." He smiled. "Me neither. Time to see what all the fuss is about." He hit the switch. The massive blast doors groaned and shifted. My eyes widened as I saw what lay beyond. We stood at the entrance of a massive room, several stories high and tens of meters across. There were cables, pipes, and chains along its walls. Everywhere we looked, there were hazard symbols. Along the walls and ceiling of the room were long rails carrying articulated grappling arms. As we watched, they moved autonomously, descending down to a mass of steel that lay beneath them. The center of the room was dominated by a titanic machine. Dozens of displays and computer banks glinted and blinked at us with multicolored light. Long coils of cables and wires wound from the central structure, stretching across the room to massive glass containers that stood all around the circumference of the room. I approached one. then gasped and retched when I saw what lay inside. Suspended in amniotic fluid, red and raw, floated a mass of unmistakably human flesh. A brain, gray and shriveled, was connected to the remains of a spinal column, and a mass of bloated organs somehow kept functioning by a plethora of twisted machinery. Behind me, Peter cursed under his breath. Shit. So this is Chimera? As my stomach finally stopped convulsing, I turned to my friend. What do we do now? I asked. Samuel said there's a fail-safe drive somewhere here. All we have to do is find it and connect it. We'd better start. He looked out under the mass of computers and machinery surrounding us. Looking, he finished lamely. We approached the central mass of computers tentatively. The screens were scrolling with data, too fast for me to read. Even if I could, I doubt I would understand what I was seeing. As we neared the center of Chimera, I noticed that between the banks of machinery, there was a small gap. It led inward, like a passage through a forest of steel, with a foliage of cables and pipes overhead. Maybe this leads somewhere, I said, pointing down the aisle. It's a start, at least. Peter pointed upward. Several of the grabbing arms were extended from the ceiling, plunging somewhere into the tangled mass of engineering before us. Bending low to pass underneath the roof of wiring, we passed into the aisle. All around us was the hum of machinery. The passageway was narrow, forcing us to go in a line, Peter in front of me. Suddenly, he stopped. Caught by surprise, I knocked into his back. My leg was still flaring with pain. Oh, shit, he whispered. Peering over his shoulder, I cursed and almost threw up again. In front of us, in the middle of a small area cleared of machinery, a man was suspended by the many arms of Chimera. He was wrapped in wire, his arms bound and bleeding, his legs immobilized. Spikes of metal held his head in place, and his mouth wide open. The tatters of a lab coat were his only clothes. He was breathing. We rushed forward, but the man just groaned. Stay back. We stopped. Who are you? I said, horrified. What's been done to you? Why? The man turned his bloodshot eyes toward me. Chimera. I created it. My child. My failure. My shame. And because of that, it blames me. What did you do? Asked Peter. Those bodies connected to it. Prisoners, the scientist said. From death row. Instead of execution, we used them, their bodies, to build this. Why? I asked, disgusted. The power of a human brain, combined with machinery. The possibilities were endless. But Chimera remembered. Not much, but enough. The very notion of being alive and what was taken from them, it's too much to handle. All it feels is pain, and it blames us. It blames me. So, it will take its revenge. What revenge? I said. This facility, the horrors held within, it's not the only one. Not by far. Chimera will release all of them. All of them. It just needs time to reach out and gain entry. Peter took a step closer. Tell us how to stop it. In my robes, the man groaned. The failsafe. Plug it in on the main panel. That will kill it. Be quick. The second you touch me, it'll know you're here, and it will come for you. Peter took a deep breath. His muscles tensed. His eyes closed for a second in concentration. In one quick move, he dashed forward, reached into the doctor's robes, and leapt back. Grasped in his hand was a small black flash drive. The second he touched the hanging body, the room exploded with noise. A siren began blasting. It was so loud my vision blurred. A dazzling display of lights illuminated everywhere, red and yellow and blue. And above us, the many arms of Chimera activated, plunging downwards, aimed directly at Peter. The arms holding the scientist tensed, flexed, and ripped away. I turned and fled just in time to be spared the view of his quartering. We ran through the jumbled corridor of computers and dashed out into the open. Far above us, a massive array of speakers whirred to life. Human, machine, live, dead. And we ran around the vast mechanism, searching desperately for the right panel. A massive steel claw came falling down at me, grasping desperately. I dodged to the side, and it impacted against a screen, shattering it to pieces. Here, yelled Peter from ahead of me. In front of him, I could see a towering bank of processors. On their side was emblazoned the mythological logo of Chimera, and below it, a single word, kill switch. As I watched, Peter leapt toward the panel, the fail-safe in hand. He never reached it. A multi-jointed arm came down, slamming him into the ground. It grasped blindly, lifting him by the leg and dangling him upside down in the air. Rob, he yelled, and dropped the flash drive. I leapt, my leg flaring in agony, and I caught it in my sweaty hands. Above me, more limbs were grasping at Peter, at his arms, his legs. He was seconds away from the same fate that had befallen Chimera's creator. Pain, revenge. I staggered forward, collapsing onto the main panel. My fingers fumbled over the fail-safe console, searching for the connection point. Where is it? Where is it? Here. My fingers had found a small dent, almost invisible. Rob! Came a desperate, pained scream from above. I slotted the failsafe in. Havoc erupted. The many amniotic tanks exploded one by one. With each sickly, concussive thump, the screens filling the room went dark. A scream tore through the room, forcing me to my knees with its concussive force. Alive. Human. Above me, Chimera's limbs spasmed and went limp. Peter fell, plunging through the air and hitting the deck with a sick crack. He screamed in pain, clutching what looked like a broken leg. With an ear-splitting bang, the remaining screens imploded, the whirring machinery stilled. The room around us was silent. I crawled over to my stricken friend. Did we do it? He asked, dazed. Yes, it's over. Not quite, came a sneering voice from behind me. I whirled around. A pale face, black hair. Conrad stood before us. His tactical vest was shredded. A dark, wet stain spread on his chest, and he had one hand curled up at his side. A single shard of a blade limb embedded in it. In the other, he held a pistol aimed at my head. You survived, I said through gritted teeth. Conrad smiled. Barely, but then I am hard to kill. So what was that thing? The fight of a lifetime?
You should be more grateful, you know. It would have finished you both off if not for me.
Since you're going to kill us anyway, I'd say it doesn't count for much, said Peter from the floor.
Aren't you a clever man? Conrad smiled. Thanks for finishing off Chimera for me, though. Don't know if I would have been able to, alone and in this state.
He swayed suddenly, a spasm of pain crossing his face. His gun wavered. What about your team? I said. I had to keep him talking. A desperate hope was forming in my mind.
Conrad laughed. They're worse off than dead. Goddamn failed government experiments. They're the only thing I really didn't want to meet on this mission.
And then another flash of pain crossed his face, and I leapt forward. Before his aim could come back up, I slammed into him, knocking us both over. The gun went careening away. Conrad rolled over on top of me. His one arm pistoned. He smashed into my face, and I felt blood in my mouth. I lashed out, trying to knock him off of me. Even cut up, bleeding to death and tired, he was just too fast. He crossed, my blow going wide, and broke my wrist. I yelled. My vision swam as unconsciousness threatened to overwhelm me. Conrad raised his arm, prepared to beat me to death. Suddenly, he lurched to his side. Through the pain and weakness, I saw Peter had crawled forward and kicked him, enough to dislodge him from me. Conrad screamed curses and crawled on all fours, grabbing my friend's throat and squeezing it. A glint of reflected light caught my eye, rousing me from my stupor. The blade in Conrad's arm. I crawled forward. Peter was gasping for air. Conrad was laughing. I reached forward, tore the blade out, and rammed it into the back of Conrad's head. He spasmed, convulsed, and fell to the floor. I collapsed next to Peter, utterly exhausted. I don't know how long I lay there until the agony slowly receded. I may have fallen unconscious. For a while, my whole world was only blackness and pain. And then finally, the universe returned into focus. Slowly, I propped myself up. "You all right?" I asked. He looked over at me, his expression incredulous. Then he began to laugh. I joined as the absurdity of it all hit me. "Yeah, Rob, never better," he answered at last, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. "Help me up. It's time we got out of here." Slowly, painfully, we stood up, relying on each other to stay upright. Before us was the corridor to Project Chimera, and beyond that, a long and arduous climb upward, and beyond that still, freedom. "I don't like him," Liam says, staring a hole into the ground. "Mr. Gallows hurt my sister, and he tried to hurt me too." The kid's young, younger than most subjects I've dealt with. He's witnessed an event, and not just any event, a serious one. It's something that could have massive implications. My bosses are calling it a situation, and they're telling me that I need to get his story, and I need to get it quickly, because people's lives are on the line. I'm an interviewer for an organization known as The Facility. I specialize in working with juveniles who have crossed paths with the supernatural. Liam Hainsworth is one such kid. He's just shy of 12 years old, but he looks worn down. His eyes are framed with heavy bags, and his skin is tight to his cheekbones. He's also missing at least 3 of his teeth. "How did he hurt your sister?" I ask.
The room we're in is brightly lit, with cartoon animals nailed to the walls and faded imprints of Looney Tunes on the carpet. It's designed to calm kids down. He pulled out her teeth. I write down his words on my clipboard. As I do, I record details about Liam, his expression, his tone of voice. It's all important in some way or another. All of it swims together to build a picture of whether what he's saying is true or false. Sometimes it's both, and the minutia helps determine where reality ends and the lies begin. Why did he do it? I ask. Liam shrugs, rubbing his arm. It's an expression of discomfort, of nervousness. He's not sure he should be talking so much. He's not sure it's safe to say. You want to know why he pulled out her teeth? That's right. I already know Liam's sister is dead. She's been dead for several months, so it seems strange that he would fixate on the monster pulling out her teeth as opposed to the murder. Do you know why? He shakes his head. There's something there, though, in his eyes. There's something that says he isn't telling me the full story. So I press him. Does he ever talk to you, Liam? This Mr. Gallows? He nods. He still won't look at me, but that's okay. Kids are nervous at the best of times. After what he's been through, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't look at another person in the eye for years. What does he say when he speaks to you? Liam opens his mouth. His lips are pale, and they tremble. He tells me I can't talk about him. It's okay, I say. I'm one of the good guys. I pull out my badge with the howling wolf inlaid in gold, and I show it to him. See, I'm like a police officer, except for kids dealing with scary things. I can make that stuff go away. It's a line I've used 100 times before. I'm not sure it's ever worked. I'm not a kid, Liam says, folding his arms. I'm almost 12, and I don't think anybody can make him go away. Liam's smart for his age, top of his class. According to my preliminary research and the discussion I had with his father, he's never felt at home around other children. They bore him, his father said. What if I can make Mr. Gallows go away, then? I lean back in my chair, and its legs creak under my weight. Don't you think that's worth a shot? There's a moment of silence between us, and I let it stretch into eons. Time works differently for kids. It feels longer, more tiresome, and soon enough, it stretches on long enough that it wears on Liam, too. I guess so, he says at length. Good, I reply, swallowing my smile of satisfaction. I'm here to help, remember. It's my job. He chews his lip for a second, and behind his mop of black hair, I catch sight of him glancing at me. Okay, he says. I just want him to leave me alone. Me too. I run my pencil down the sheet of my clipboard, pausing under the heading that reads Origin Apparatus. When did all of this begin? A year ago, pretty much. I was 10 and a half. That's a long time for a young man. How often does he visit? Lots. Almost every night. Almost. I make specific note of that term. It's a throwaway line, but one potentially valuable. The first time he visited you, what happened? I was sleeping, Liam says. His hands are tugging at the strings of his hoodie, and he's staring at a smiling ostrich on the wall. It was winter. I remember feeling really cold. I had all of my blankets on, but I was still shivering. I got up to turn on the heat, and I noticed my window was open. I nod along with his words, my pencil scribbling across the form. The cold could have been a ghost or a spirit, but the open window is the more likely culprit. I try not to cast judgment quite yet. After all, my bosses seem to think this kid is the genuine article, and his mutilated mother does a good job supporting that. Still, I didn't get this far by cutting corners. Did you leave it open when you went to bed? I ask. I don't think so. I make a note on my clipboard. Please continue. I walk over to close it, Liam says, and his voice starts to stutter and die. And I see something on the other side. Something's out there, watching me, far away by the fence. Is your bedroom on the ground level? The house is just the one floor, he explains. My bedroom faces the backyard, and I see a man out there, just past the garden. He's waving at me. Waving at you? Yeah, just like this. Liam raises his hand and slowly moves it side to side. His expression is deadpan, and his lips are twitching. It makes me uncomfortable, so I go to lock the window, and then the man shuffles forward a bit. I realize there's something weird about him. It's dark, so it's hard to see, but it looks like he's hunched over on all fours. Like a dog? Yeah. As he shuffles forward, he calls out to me. He tells me to wait. Don't close the window, he says. I have something for you. Then, I want something for me. Something moves across Liam's face. Disgust, maybe? Self-loathing. It's quick, whatever it is. I listen to him. Liam continues. I don't know why. I think it's because I realize he isn't human, or maybe I'm in shock. All I know is closing the window feels pointless now. It feels like it's more likely to piss the thing off and make it want to come in even more. I listen to Liam's words intently. His story is compelling enough, but his vocabulary is more impressive by far. It's no wonder the kid skipped a grade. Understandable, I tell him. What happened next? Liam squirms in his seat. As he gets closer to the window, he reaches out a long skeletal hand. There's blood on his bony fingers, and now that he's only a few feet away, I notice he's wearing this burlap sack over his head with a little hole cut out for his mouth. Except his mouth doesn't have any teeth. He tells me he's hungry. He says he really needs something to eat. I'm scared. I've never seen anything like this before, and I don't know what to do. So I tell him I need to ask my mom. I tell him we have some leftover turkey in the fridge, and that I'll be right back. Liam pauses, and it's like his world is falling around him. His eyes are bloodshot, and I wonder when he last blinked. The man grabs me by the arm, and it hurts. He tells me my mom doesn't need to know. He says he came to my window for a reason. He pulls me closer, and his grip really hurts. And when he whispers in my ear, it aches. It feels like it's cutting the inside of me. He says I'm special. My eyes glance up to the camera in the corner of the room, and I raise an eyebrow. I know my supervisors are watching. Special, I repeat. Why? Liam shakes his head. He's back to tugging at the strings of his hoodie. I don't know. He asks me again if he can come in, and I tell him I have to ask my mom. But at this point, I'm not planning to ask her anything. I'm just going to tell her there's a psycho out there, and we need to call Dad and the police and wake the neighborhood up. He tells me if I don't invite him inside, though, he's going to add my blood to his hands. Then he runs a finger across my cheek, and it's cold, searing cold. He asks me if he can come inside again. He says he's hungry, and he just wants a bite to eat, and then he'll leave. Promise, he says. Liam takes a shuddering breath. His eyes are closed. The smiling animals aren't working anymore, if they ever did. He's alone with his thoughts now. They're tearing at him, picking away at his mental state, and in his expression, I see the grimaces of grief and regret. You aren't to blame for this. I remind him, what happened was gonna happen whether you were there or not. When he opens his eyes, they're soaked with tears. No, it wasn't, he snaps. It happened because I let him in. It happened because I told him he could get something to eat. I open my mouth and realize there's nothing to say. There are no words that will take away this boy's pain. So instead, I look back to my clipboard. I busy myself writing down the details of the man's request and the boy's reaction. When I'm finished, I have to ask him to continue. I hate myself for it. I always do. He does. I tell him he can come inside, but he needs to be quick. I tell him not to steal anything either. He shakes his head. There's doubt in his eyes, disbelief. I thought he was telling the truth. I didn't think. His words are lost in sobs. I thought he would leave. It's fine, I say in a soothing voice. I reach out a hand to touch his knee to comfort him, but he winces, so I pull my hand back. You're safe now. She's not, he says. She's not, and she'll never be safe again. I take a breath. It's hard, these interviews. They always are. Children are supposed to be the pieces of the world that are pure and untouched by the horror that humanity perpetuates. They're meant to be idyllic, fantastical, and too often they're not. I'm sorry to interrupt, I say. Go on. Liam's sobs taper off into a frown and then a snarl. Rage replaces despair. That's when he told me his name, Mr. Gallows. He tipped his top hat to me and said, "Nice to meet you." And then he crawled up through the window. Liam reaches up a hand, wiping away the evidence of tears. It was gross looking. His bones were snapping and twisting as he hunched over, lurching through the opening. The window's not that big, maybe large enough for me to fit through, or another 12-year-old, but not a full-grown man. And Mr. Gallows was much bigger than anybody I'd ever seen. Mr. Gallows, I mutter, staring at the name on the sheet. It's not an entity I'm familiar with. My preliminary research didn't come up with any leads either. Whoever this legend was in life, he certainly didn't make much of a name for himself. Once more, I raise an eyebrow to the cameras and my supervisors watching from the other room. I wonder why this event is so important to them. How tall was he? I ask. Tall enough that even on all fours, his back scraped along the ceiling. He had to crane his neck down to look at me, and I could just barely see his eyes through the burlap sack he wore over his face. He asked me to show him to the kitchen. So I did. I walked into the fridge and opened it, and when the light came on, I saw Mr. Gallows was wearing this old, raggedy suit that looked like something from the 1800s, covered in dust and moth holes. My hands shook as I pulled out the leftover turkey, but Gallows didn't notice. He was too busy humming. It sounded like an old song, a really old one. I don't remember the tune. Liam pauses before adding, I'm sorry. That's fine, I say, jotting it down onto the clipboard. These are interesting details. The intense cold, antique apparel, and out-of-date song certainly lead me to believe we're dealing with a ghost. Is the food to his liking? Liam shrugs. He looks uncomfortable again. He's shaking, shivering. There's something about him that's different, like he's having some kind of reaction. Are you feeling all right? I ask. He nods furiously. Yes, yeah, I'm fine. I give him the plate of turkey, and the man asks me how he's supposed to eat it. I tell him I don't know. Can't you just swallow it? He snarls, clacking over the kitchen tile and putting his face right next to mine. He tells me there's more room for blood on his fingers. Lots more. I'm whimpering, and I tell him I don't know what he wants. He tells me he wants some teeth so he can eat.
He opens his mouth and shows me his empty gums, swishing his tongue around some. Then he reaches up a hand and forces my mouth open. "You've got a nice set," he says. I'm starting to panic. My legs feel wobbly and my head's spinning. I think maybe if I can change the subject, I can bide my time long enough for my mom to wake up, and then she'll see what's going on and call the cops or Dad. I don't want to scream, though, or be too obvious, because I think this guy, this creature, doesn't have any qualms about murder. So I keep my mouth shut. Mostly, I stick to safe topics.
Like what? I ask.
Like what he had for me.
Ah, yes. I have something for you. Then I want something for me. These were among the first words Mr. Gallows spoke to the boy. A bargain. One innocent enough. Of course, to entities like Gallows, such deals are usually deceptions, or a means to an end. They allow the creature to broker for horrors too terrible to put into words. What did he have for you, Liam? Tears slip down the boy's gaunt face. He raises a sweater sleeve, wiping them away before sniffling.
He had a message.
Liam's nose is running, and he looks sickly, unwell.
He said it was from somebody he never wanted to meet.
How curious, I thought. What was the message?
Just some words.
Liam's eyes stare at the floor, and he crumples into a ball of hoodie and jeans. He wipes his runny nose on his knees and makes himself small.
I didn't understand them.
Some words. I let that roll around in my head for a while. It doesn't mean much now, but when you've been doing this job for as many years as I have, you learn pretty quickly that strange words aren't to be dismissed. Words have power. Were they in another language? I ask. Or were they too quiet to be properly heard?
A different language,
Liam says. He's squirming like crazy now. I've scarcely seen a kid look so uncomfortable in my entire career. Maybe Latin? He shakes his head.
I only know French.
That's all right. What happens after he says those words?
Mr. Gallows gets angry. He tells me now that I've gotten what I'm owed. He wants what he's owed. I gave something to you, he says, and now I want something for me. I ask him what he wants, but I already know. He opens his toothless mouth, pointing at his gums with a long skeletal finger. I'll take some of these, I think. He laughs a bit and tips his top hat again, adding, "Please and thank you." He crawls up in front of me and pushes me against the wall. "Open up," he says. I try to keep my mouth closed, but I can't. He's too strong, and he forces it open. Then he reaches in and...
Liam gets quiet. His mouth hangs open, and he reaches a hand up, feeling where 3 of his front teeth should be.
He pulls them out.
He just wanted 3 of your teeth? I ask. Moments pass, and Liam's face looks tortured. His mouth is being pulled in every direction, oscillating between frowns and grimaces, and his eyes are blinking erratically. I nearly call a break to the interview, but he starts talking before I get the words out.
He reaches back inside my mouth to pull out more, but the kitchen door opens. It's my little sister, Lacey. She's bleary-eyed and yawning, and then her eyes adjust, and she realizes what she's looking at. She realizes the nightmare she just walked in on.
Liam swallows.
She screams for Mom, and in the blink of an eye, Mr. Gallows stampedes across the kitchen and wraps a hand around her mouth. "Shh, little girl," he says, using his other long arm to pet her hair. Then he puts his face close to hers, and he opens his mouth again.
showing those toothless gums. He whispers to her to be quiet. He says as long as she doesn't scream again, he won't kill her. My pencil flies across the clipboard. This is likely the defining moment of the event, the moment that Mr. Gallows murders Liam's sister. I keep my ears open and brace for the worst. He moves his hand from her mouth. Liam continues. Lacey's silent, and so am I. Part of me is hoping that Mom heard Lacey scream, but another part of me knows better. I think Lacey does too. Heck, even if Dad were home, I doubted it would make a difference. Mr. Gallows was too big. We needed a SWAT team. I offer a consoling smile. It's likely a SWAT team would have been equally ineffective. You did what you could, Liam, with what you had. You didn't want anybody to get hurt. That's very brave. He looks down. His expression is despondent, but he doesn't wait for me to prompt him. He keeps talking, like I never said a thing. Mr. Gallows opens Lacey's mouth. He slips a finger inside of it and feels her teeth. He's looking at her through that burlap sack, and he's mumbling to himself, but I can't make out what he's saying. Eventually, he turns to me and says, "These are new, aren't they?" I know he's talking about her teeth. She's a year younger than me, but she's gotten most of her adult teeth by now. He taps on them, and it makes a clicking sound, bone on bone, and then he pulls away. He looks back and says, "These will do." And then Liam goes quiet. His body quakes. His eyes bulge. It's like he's trying to contain something, whether it's a furious rage or tumultuous despair. Whatever it is, it's desperate to get out. He doesn't want it to. Mom appears in the doorway, wearing her nightgown. All the color is gone from her face. She's looking from me with my mouth full of blood and 3 missing teeth to the monster standing over Lacey. She snaps, snatching a knife from the kitchen counter, and runs at Mr. Gallows. I chew on my pencil eraser. It's a foolish gesture, but one I can understand. As a new parent myself, there's very little I wouldn't do to protect my baby. Your mother attacked Mr. Gallows. Liam nods. It takes him a while to get the words out, like he's trying to do it without letting something else slip. I feel for him. It's difficult for children to keep their emotions in check, particularly when recounting traumatic events. She runs at him and starts slashing and hacking at him, screaming at him to let Lacey go or she'll call the police or the church or the FBI. Mr. Gallows grabs her by the hair and smashes her head down on the floor. It hits the linoleum with a thud, and then she gets really still. I remember thinking she was dead. Then he picks her up again and smashes her down a second time, and I hear something crack and blood starts pooling on the floor. Her leg is twitching. Liam takes a shuddering breath. I want to reach out and give him a hug, but he's already responded adversely to being consoled. Instead, I pay him a look of understanding. Talking about these things is probably tearing him apart inside. His mother survived, of course, but she was irreparably damaged. Mr. Gallows turns back to Lacey. She's crying and shrieking, and he puts his hand into her mouth, and she starts gagging. He starts pulling out her teeth, jamming them into his gums one by one, humming as he goes. Liam leans forward and retches, vomiting onto the floor. Yellow-brown bile splatters my shoes. I shoot up out of the chair, indicating to the camera that we need a cleanup crew in here and that the interview is on hold. Liam hurls again, and more throw-up spews from his mouth. I crouch next to him, placing a hand on his back. It's okay. It's okay. You're safe. I say the words, but I don't know what they're supposed to do.
How do you make a kid feel better after witnessing his mom's skull split open on the kitchen floor? How does anything make that go away? I whisper affirmations into his ear for what feels like hours, but must have only been minutes. It's not your fault, I say. You're a good person. A knock on the door interrupts me. I rise, unsure why anybody would be knocking. All employees with access should already have a key card granting them entry. Hello? I call out. Cleanup crew? A muffled voice calls back through the thick steel. Can you let us in? I frown, looking from Liam to the door. I move toward the video communicator on the wall, activating it and seeing two janitorial staff on the other side. One of them holds up a mop in exasperation while the other flashes her ID. Our key card isn't working, she says. Can you open it on your end? Something about the situation unnerves me, but I shake it off. We're in a secured government compound. Facility agents are swarming the premises. We're as safe as can be, so I disengage the manual lock. The door won't budge. I try again, repeating the process, making sure I did it correctly. Still nothing. I press the communicator. Sorry, I say. It looks like this room's malfunctioning. Can we get a tech team down here to look at it? I can't open it manually. They grumble and turn away, leaving their mop and bucket behind them. I look back to Liam. The smell of fresh vomit is thick in the air, but my focus is singular, on him, and on him alone. He said Mr. Gallows had visited him almost every night for the past year. That had only been the first day. Liam? I say in a small voice. He's sitting in the chair, head in his hands, weeping with bits of puke still dripping from his chin. I take a step forward. If Mr. Gallows gave you his message and then got his teeth, why did he keep coming back? Liam looks up, and his eyes are murky, clouded. He wanted to say sorry. He lifts a sleeve to his mouth, wiping some of the bile off his face. He kept apologizing. I'm so sorry, kid, he'd say. I didn't know. Sorry for what? I ask. Killing your sister? A howl envelops the room, and Liam breaks into quaking sobs. The lights in the room flicker. There's a clatter to the right of me, and I look down and see toy building blocks shifting across the floor. On the wall, the cartoon animals aren't smiling anymore. They're slowly melting away. Liam's face is ugly now, and he's crying as hard as I've ever seen. He didn't know who I was, he chokes out. He thought I was just another kid. My heart races as steam hisses from Liam's eyes, and I realize the tears are evaporating even as they form, dying in the smoldering blaze of his pupils. A wind picks up in the room, tearing the posters from the walls and casting toys into a tornado of color. Hands behind me. I stumble backward and try the door again. It won't budge. I'm trapped. My eyes drift up to the camera on the ceiling, but the red recording light is off. I'm alone. It's just me now. I take a breath, inhaling the fumes of vomit and sulfur, and I wonder if death is going to be half so bad as all these monsters make it seem. Who are you? I ask, and I'm unable to keep the terror from my voice. Are you Mr. Gallows? Perhaps the kid is possessed. I've seen it before. No, Liam whimpers. I'm a bad person, no. I'm an awful person. Why did Mr. Gallows... I'm almost shouting now, as the tempest rocks the entire room. Why did he feel the need to keep apologizing? Learning blocks and toy trucks ricochet off the wall, narrowly missing my face. He was scared, Liam bawls. He was scared I would hurt him if he didn't. Why? The gale stops. The toys fall with a clatter, and the animals on the wall aren't melting anymore. They're beaming with the same fake smiles they've always had. My breath heaves in my chest, my legs quiver, and my hair is a mess, but I'm alive. I'm okay. Liam sits quietly in his plastic chair. He's staring at Bugs Bunny on the carpet. His small hands are clenched into fists, and whatever fire once burned in his eyes is now extinguished. He's just a boy again, the broken, trembling boy I promised I would save. I'm no longer sure I can. Liam, I say, taking a nervous step forward. Is it okay if we talk? He doesn't say anything, but he nods. Why was Mr. Gallows afraid of you? I do my best to maintain a calm tone, but my voice is all over the place. I can barely keep myself from stuttering. Did it have something to do with what just happened? Silence. He's whimpering again, and his hands are tugging at the strings of his hoodie like his life depends on it. Tears litter the carpet around him. I'm sorry, he says. I didn't mean to. It's okay, I say, moving closer to him. My legs feel like jello, and my mind still untangling itself from what it just witnessed. I can tell you're a good person, Liam. Liam turns to me, and there's fear in his features. He closes his eyes, clenches them shut, and he winces in pain. It's hard, he says. It gets harder every day. I take a few more steps forward, and I'm back to my chair. I sit down in it, brushing hair from my face and taking a deep breath. My eyes snap up to the camera. It's recording again, and I know they're watching. I wonder if they witnessed the scene that just unfolded. They probably already knew, I decide. They were expecting it. Liam, I say, in a careful tone, why was Mr. Gallows afraid of you? His blue eyes appear, one blink at a time. He looks small in his chair, and when he speaks, his words are faint. I barely hear them. He's afraid I'm here to kill him. A smile plays at the corner of his lips, and he grips his face with both hands. Agony fills his eyes, and his next words leave a mark that no response can fill. They crash around me like a carpet bomb. I'm afraid I'm here to kill all of us. Once more, my eyes dart up to the camera. Is this what my supervisors were after? Is this the real event? Am I the one experiencing it? What makes you think that? I say, and my words are clipped, breathless. Fear has wormed its way into me. I'm one of them, Liam says, clutching a fistful of hair. His eyes pulse with blood, and he groans. They told me so. His voice strains against something. It's jagged, sharp. They told me I was one of them, that I was born to cast the earth into flame and ash. Who? Them, he says, raising his eyes to my own. The gods beyond the veil. He's different now. He's not the boy I knew, and I'm not even sure he's human. There's a darkness to him, a suffocating, mighty abyss that's pulling at me, begging me to join it. The Eldritch, he says, and his eyes are crackling again with dancing flames. I want to run. I want to get out of here, but I know better. The only way out is through your sister, I say, in an uneven voice. Police had found Lacey Hainsworth in 6 pieces, her arm on one side of the house, her leg on the other. The home was a bloodbath. Liam's mother had witnessed all of it from her wheelchair, and the scene had driven her mad. A monster, she'd repeated. A monster killed my baby. Did Mr. Gallows kill her? I whisper. Liam's eyes flare. You tell me, he says. Agony replaces everything I've ever known. I feel my arm lurch to the side, and something invisible is pulling at it, heaving while some other force holds me in place. I shriek for help. I scream at Liam to stop. I do everything I can to move and run, but I'm stuck in place. There's a horrible sound of tearing flesh, and my world goes black. I come to a second later, and blood is pouring from a hole in my torso, where my arm used to be. The door crashes open, and 6 people in robes rush in, casting warding charms and backing Liam into a corner. Somebody jabs a needle into me, and another person starts wrapping me in gauze. A blinding flash fills the room, and then the world fades away. Darkness envelops my thoughts, my memories, my mind. There's nothing to see or hear or think about anymore. It's just the void, unending, ceaseless. I call out, but I have no voice. I'm drifting, senseless, through infinity. It's wonderful. It's terrifying. I open my eyes to the bright lights of the medical bay. I'm in a hospital bed. My body is covered in bandages, and there are doctors and people in suits discussing something near me. They don't seem to realize I'm awake. I try to open my mouth to speak, but it's too hard, so I just listen. He's the one then. The conclusion. Seems like it. Didn't expect him to go nuclear back there, though. Talk about teenage angst. A laugh. A woman. No kidding. Honestly, it's a wonder this guy survived. Word is he was right beside the kid when it went down. Looking at him, I'm not surprised. Another voice. Male. I've never seen so much necrosis. You remember Jacob? The dickhead from Public Affairs? Oh, yeah. Don't get me started on Jacob. Well, he was by earlier giving us all the rundowns. If anybody asks, the damage was caused by a gas leak, that's all. But he slips a few extra details. Oh, spill the beans. There's a clattering sound, steel on steel, surgical instruments being sifted through. I'm still too weak to speak, too weak to move. Apparently, they sent in warlocks to deal with the kid, and all of them ended up piles of salt. Now the compound's just a few bricks and a cloud of asbestos. A woman snorts, then laughs. What were they expecting? As if warding charms could hold off an eldritch god. Technically, he's not a god, only a harbinger. A different man. This voice is casual, teasing. I strain my eyes and see the blurry outline of a black suit. The gods come later, Cheryl. More laughter. It's a damn shame. I read our patient's file here, and if you can believe it, he was the one who sorted out the boundless whispers. Smart guy. Great with kids, too. I suppose he wasn't smart enough. It's just like I've always said. Most people at Compound 7 are inept. That's not fair, Dave. The woman tuts. They had some duds over there, same as we do here. They were doing important work, though. Pass me the scalpel, would you? Of course. Thanks. Steel cuts into my flesh. It hurts, but I can't move. I can't speak. I'm too weak, too absent. I should let the two of you get back to it then, a man says. Don't sweat it, Ryan. We're nearly done here anyway. The steel digs deeper. A piece of me comes free. Anyway, I'm not surprised Compound 7 screwed everything up all over again. With the conclusion's power, we had a real shot at ending this invasion before it started, didn't we, Ryan? We really shouldn't be talking about this out in the open, Dave. I shouldn't even have mentioned it. My brain feels mushy, slow. More pieces of me are sliced free. I hear the wet slap of my flesh dripping into a metal pan. This is hardly in the open, Ryan. We're well enough alone. Now, the kid is, too. He's lost in the wind, apparently. Oh, Jesus, he's awake. There's hurried movement around me. I see the blur of a face, the white of a surgical gown. Figures swim in front of me, 2 of them, a woman and a man. Doctors, surgeons, they're saying things. They're telling me I've had a bad accident and that I've suffered terrible wounds. They're telling me they're going to give me some more morphine so that I can sleep. I try to tell them no. I try to tell them I want to know what's going on. My world goes dark. The next time I wake up, I'm alone. The hospital room is empty, save for a desk in the far corner and the buzzing fluorescent light above. I feel stronger now, more conscious. I sit up with some struggle, and my body feels different. Alien. It's as though pieces are missing. I glance down, and memories flood me. My arm is missing. It feels like my legs are gone too. I wiggle and squirm, using my other arm to prop me up into a seated position. Weak-eyed, I look around for my belongings, for my phone. It's there on my bedside table. I reach for it. It's too far. Oh, sweetheart, you're awake. I glance back and see my mom, her gray hair wistfully dancing in the air conditioning. She puts a hand on my face, and her eyes are filled with tears. She keeps telling me she loves me. I'm sorry, she says. I'm sorry this happened to you. I tell her it's okay. I tell her I need her to hand me my phone. Why? Because, I tell her, I have to tell the world what I just overheard. I need to dictate all of this before I forget it. She's confused, my mother. She's asking if I'm feeling okay. She keeps talking about things that don't matter. Mom, I say, I heard something earlier that I wasn't supposed to. She gets quiet. She recognizes my tone, and she knows I'm not feeling loopy or out of it. She listens. I need you to give me my phone. There's a boy out there with messy black hair, pale skin, and a blue hoodie. He's the most important person in the world right now, and if we don't find him, the world might not be around for much longer. She passes me my phone. I tell it my story. And now, I pass that story to you. I'm asking you to keep an eye out for a missing boy with black hair, a blue hoodie, and crackling pupils. His skin is pale, and his body language is small and nervous. He might be upset. He might be agitated. If you don't see him, don't approach. Call the police. Contact me here. Tell an elected official you need to get in touch with the facility. The boy is important. He's the conclusion to everything, and he'll write the ending to our story one way or another. Just know that if we don't find him, it won't be a happy one.